Counter-Rev Audio. May 2021. Selected writings by Thomas Carlyle. This edition published by Penguin Classics. Edited and with an introduction and notes by Alan Shelston. Introduction. In his biography of Carlyle, published only a year after the death of its hero, J. Froude reprinted a letter written to Carlyle by an unknown fellow countryman in 1870. After making the usual apologies for intruding upon greatness, the writer goes on to justify himself. You know that in this country, when people are perplexed or in doubt, they go to their minister for counsel. You are my minister, my honored and trusted teacher, and to you I, having for more than a year back ceased to believe as my fathers believed in matters of religion, and being now an inquirer in that field, come for light on the subject of prayer. Thomas Carlyle, A History of the First 40 Years of His Life, London, 1882, Volume 2, Chapter 1. The writer was one of the millions of Carlyle's readers who, according to Froude, have looked to him not for amusement but for moral guidance, and his letter confirms Froude's emphasis on this aspect of Carlyle's reputation when he wrote that. Amidst the controversies, the arguments, the doubts, the crowding uncertainties of 40 years ago, Carlyle's voice was to the young generation of Englishmen like the sound of 10,000 trumpets in their ears. Thomas Carlyle, A History of His Life in London, London, 1884, Volume 1, Chapter 11. For his own generation, Carlyle was not simply a contributor to the Victorian social and intellectual debate, and not simply a particularly dramatic historian. He was a prophetic voice crying out with clarity and conviction amidst the apparent confusion of an age of change. John Stuart Mill, for example, while he became increasingly disenchanted with that Carlylean voice, nevertheless paid tribute to its force in words that emphasize its visionary quality. I felt that he was a poet, and that I was not, and that as such, he not only saw many things long before me, which I could only when they were pointed out to me, hobble after and prove, but that it was highly probable he could see many things which were not visible to me even after they were pointed out. Autobiography, London, 1873, Chapter 5. There is a subconscious irony in the last part of that judgment, and Mill is very careful to distinguish between the kind of Carlyle's appeal and its actual content, but it comes with particular force from the inheritor of utilitarianism, the creed that Carlyle most detested. Almost all of Carlyle's contemporaries seem to have acknowledged his significance. Alton Locke, the hero of Kingsley's novel, pays tribute to the general effect which his works had on me, the same as they have had, thank God, on thousands of my class and of every other. Dickens described him as a man who knows everything, while George Meredith, with rather more discrimination, referred to him as the greatest of the Britons of his time. Titanic, not Olympian, a heaver of rocks, not a shaper. The more fastidious of the Victorians tended to hedge their bets, thus Hopkins called him morally an impostor and a false prophet, before conceding that I find it difficult to think there is imposture in his genius itself, while Matthew Arnold went so far as to describe him as a moral desperado, but they were never able to ignore the message that was uttered with increasing urgency from his Chelsea retreat. Initially, Carlyle's reputation survived his death in 1881. In 1900 alone 9 separate editions of Sartor Resartus were published, and when cheap reprints of the classics became popular at the beginning of this century, his works figured prominently amongst them. Much of his appeal, like that of Ruskin, was to the self-educated. There is an interesting testimony to this effect from Yeats, who in his autobiographies refers to him as the chief inspirer of self-educated men in the 80s and early 90s. Sartor Resartus was one of the works recommended to Wells's Mr. Kipps. But the shelves of any second-hand bookseller now testify to a vanished reputation, for when reaction did set in it was complete and unqualified. An age which had justifiable grounds to be suspicious of the rhetorical expression of inspirational ideas found Carlyle's work unacceptable on the grounds of both style and content. His prose, which even his admiring contemporaries had sometimes found confusing, came to be regarded as completely unreadable, while the tendency of his political ideas towards an undiscriminating adulation of authority rendered him objectionable to a generation with practical experience of the evils of fascism. In the rehabilitation of the Victorians that has been a major development of recent literary scholarship, the case of Carlyle has been left largely in abeyance. Despite the efforts of Professor Basil Willey and Raymond Williams, for example, to draw attention to the positive aspects of Carlyle's insight into his age, and of American scholars like George Levine and Albert Lavalley to redefine the nature of his significance, he remains, if less reviled, to a large extent unread. As a contemporary reviewer remarked, however, with regard to Mr. Carlyle, his influence on his own age, if nothing else, must always make him an object of interest to every other. Spectator, the 2nd of October 1858. And it is clear that any attempt to understand the 19th century which would ignore him altogether is bound to remain incomplete. Moreover, if we can no longer accept that valuation of Carlyle which saw him as an inspired prophet, we should not neglect those qualities in his work which have more lasting relevance. We may not care to accept his prescriptions, but his diagnoses were often penetrating and valid. Thomas Carlyle was born on the 4th of December 1795 at the village of Ecclefechan, almost 100 miles from Edinburgh. His parents were poor, industrious, and above all devout, and from them Carlyle imbibed a sense of moral purpose that was never to leave him. Throughout his lifetime he acknowledged the influence over him of parents who believed literally in the prospect of hellfire for the damned. As he wrote in his Reminiscences, an inflexible element of authority encircled us all. In 1809 he was sent to the University of Edinburgh, where he afterwards claimed that he learnt very little. His only pleasure there seems to have been in the study of mathematics, and on leaving the university he became a teacher of that subject at a non-academy. By now his enthusiasm for Orthodox Christianity, which had encouraged his parents to hope that he might become a Presbyterian minister, was more tenuous, although through no want of application on the part of his mother, who corresponded with him regularly. "Have you got through the Bible yet? If you have, read it again," she wrote, but by this time Carlyle was exploring wider fields. Writing to his mother he announces his intention to stay a while with you, accompanied with a cargo of books, Italian, German and others, and in spite of her worried remonstrance, I pray for a blessing on your learning. Do make religion your great study, Tom. The books had their effect. Carlyle's interests at this time included both native and foreign literature in fact, and his desire for a sense of purpose in what he read led to an overwhelming enthusiasm for the German Romantics, and in particular for Goethe. Carlyle's earliest published work, which consisted largely of commissioned essays and reviews, reflects these developments in his intellectual interests. In 1822, for example, he published an essay on Goethe's Faust in the New Edinburgh Review. From 1823 to 1824 a biography of Schiller in installments in the London Magazine, and again in 1824 a translation of Goethe's novel Wilhelm Meister's Apprenticeship. To Schiller and Goethe were later added Jean-Paul Richter, Heine and Novalis, while essays on Burns and on Boswell's Life of Johnson, as well as on Diderot and Voltaire, reveal a range of interest perhaps only possible in a reader who through force of circumstance was independent of the literary world of his day. Meanwhile, however, Carlyle had revealed a new kind of interest when in 1829 the Edinburgh Review published his long essay Signs of the Times, a radical attack on prevailing utilitarian social philosophy. The essay was first published anonymously, but its authorship was scarcely a secret, and Carlyle's career as social commentator had begun. Signs of the Times did not pass unnoticed. Carlyle's next major work was very nearly never published at all. Still living in Edinburgh, he wrote the involved mystico-philosophical fantasy Sartor Resartus, in which, under the pretense of having been asked to review an obscure German publication, he charted the experiences of an imaginary transcendentalist philosopher, lost in a world of materialism and superficiality. The philosopher, of course thinly disguised, is a projection of Carlyle himself, but the elaboration of the fantasy is such that it is hardly surprising that Carlyle could not find a publisher for it. By now he was married, and indeed approaching middle age. If he was to succeed in a literary career it had to be quickly. Eventually, in 1833, Sartor Resartus was taken by Fraser's Magazine, to be published in installments. Its author was to be paid at a specially reduced rate. If the editor of Fraser's was afterwards able to claim that his judgment had been vindicated by the reactions of his readers, however, Carlyle, who by now had set up a permanent home in London, was at work on a far more substantial undertaking. The French Revolution, a history, was published in 3 volumes in 1837, and it met with a very different response. Overnight, almost, Carlyle was famous, for the work attracted the attention not only of a wide-reading public, but of the leading literary figures of the day. From an unknown author in search of a publisher, Carlyle was suddenly transformed into a literary giant. The French Revolution is as much a work of social prophecy as of history, and the particular appeal of its subject matter for Carlyle lay in the opportunity that it gave him to describe a society in turmoil. It is hardly surprising therefore that 2 years later he should turn his attention again to the condition of society at home, and in Chartism, 1839, he readily related social unrest in Britain to the conflagration that had been the subject of his history. Carlyle the historian is in fact inseparable from Carlyle the social prophet. The emotional and moral urgency of his utterance in either role is that of the Calvinist who looked for truth amongst the German philosophers and poets. Carlyle was now set upon a literary career in which, whatever he wrote, the prophetic tone would dominate and, like all prophets, he cared little for the susceptibilities of his audience. Heroes, Hero Worship and the Heroic in History, 1841, is devoted to his theory of the great man, which was later to find expression in Oliver Cromwell's Letters and Speeches, 1845, and ultimately in the monumental history of Friedrich II of Prussia, called Frederick the Great, 1858-65. In Past and Present, 1843, he compares the world around him, to its considerable disadvantage, with that of a 12th-century monastic community, while in Latter-day Pamphlets, 1850, which was preceded by his notorious essay The Nigger Question, he berates what he saw as the social paralysis of mid-Victorian England, excoriating contemporary philanthropic panaceas with a virulence bordering on the insane. What was wanted, Carlyle cried, was not material assistance but spiritual regeneration. These days of universal death must be days of universal rebirth, if the ruin is not to be total and final. Latter-day Pamphlets, no. As Carlyle aged, he became steadily more withdrawn, despite the increasing violence of his utterance. The more extravagant developments in his thinking disturbed even his greatest admirers, and he became convinced, not without reason, that his apocalyptic warnings were being ignored. After the death, in 1866, of his wife Jane Welsh, who had endured and sustained him for 40 years, he wrote very little for publication, a final pamphlet, Shooting Niagara, and after, occasioned by the prospect of the Second Reform Bill of 1867, is the saddest of all literary reactions to that symbolic event. Froude records that in 1870 Carlyle lost the use of his right hand. This too has its own unhappy appropriateness. And yet, if Carlyle contended both in public and in private with the demons of anarchy and chaos, he remained a man who never lost the sympathy of his friends. Browning, for one, protested on his death that he was the most tender-hearted of men. Something of this quality is found in his biography of his friend John Sterling, 1851, and finally in his Reminiscences, autobiographical fragments which he gathered together after the death of his wife. These memoirs, rambling and sometimes confused, nevertheless give a moving demonstration of Carlyle's feelings towards people he had loved and admired in his early life: his father, his wife, his friend Edward Irving, and his first patron, Lord Jeffrey. Froude's decision to publish them shortly after Carlyle's death led to considerable controversy at the time, but it has proved to our advantage, for they reveal a little-known aspect of Carlyle, the private communings of the public voice. For almost 15 years that voice had been virtually silent. When he died in 1881, born in the same year as Keats, he had lived on, albeit unknowingly, into the age of Hardy and Henry James. The awe, mingled sometimes with suspicion, which Carlyle inspired in his contemporaries can to some extent be explained in terms of his very strangeness to them. His unshakable moral conviction, born of his Calvinist upbringing, is markedly different from the humanistic and ultimately literary attitudes of writers like Coleridge and Matthew Arnold. Less discriminating, it was more self-convinced, and Carlyle himself was uncompromising about the literary scene on his first visit to London. Writing to Jane Welsh, he complains, "Coleridge is sunk inextricably in the depths of putrescent indolence. Southey and Wordsworth have retired far from the din of this monstrous city, so has Thomas More. Whom have we left? Poor De Quincey. Vanity and opium have brought him to the state of dog distract or monkey sick. Hazlitt is writing his way through France and Italy. The gin shops and pawnbrokers bewail his absence. Good heavens! I often inwardly exclaim, and is this the literary world? This rascal rout, this dirty rabble, destitute not only of high feeling and knowledge or intellect, but even of common honesty. They are only things for writing articles." Froude, Carlyle's Early Life, Volume 1, Chapter 15. To the end of his life Carlyle referred constantly back to the Scots peasant tradition which he insisted had made him what he was, and undoubtedly that tradition provided him with a distinctive kind of insight into the industrial and metropolitan world in which he chose to live. If Carlyle's background makes for distinctiveness from the Victorian literary world, he is distinctive in another, and perhaps more telling way. As Professor Willie has pointed out, he was the romantic who lived on, and to understand his thinking we have to set it not against that of Victorian social commentators like Arnold and Ruskin, but against that of the great romantic figures of the earlier part of the century. His strictures on intellectual sophistication, on what he calls dilettantism, compare with those of Wordsworth on this degrading thirst after outrageous stimulation in the preface to the Lyrical Ballads, his opposition to the overvaluation of the rational with not only Wordsworth, but also Blake. Like Wordsworth and Blake, he mistrusted the claims of Newtonian science and the Enlightenment of the 18th century, and to the end of his career he never ceased to inveigh against a time so steeped in falsity that a French Revolution had to end it. In the opening chapter of Frederick the Great, Carlyle defines his own chronological perspectives when, after attacking the 18th century as a century spendthrift, fraudulent bankrupt, gone at length utterly insolvent, he continues, And yet it is the century of our own grandfathers, cries the reader. Yes, reader. Truly. It is the ground out of which we ourselves have sprung, whereon now we have our immediate footing, and, alas, in large sections of the practical world it still continues flourishing all round us. To forget it quite is not yet possible, nor would be profitable. Carlyle never did forget it quite, and this perhaps accounts for the way in which his career became, in many ways, a continuous process of decline. His attacks on utilitarianism, for example, in Signs of the Times, and on laissez-faire economics in Chartism, are effective because he is attacking genuine manifestations of the rationalist ethic. The further he gets in time from the century which he detested, the more difficult the enemy is for him to define. The romantic must needs find his own religion. If, like his fellow romantics, Carlyle posits a distinction between the specious realities of the material world and the ultimate truths that lie behind them, he also discovered a personal philosophical structure through which those truths could be expressed. Close thy Byron, open thy Goethe, he exclaims in Sartor Resartus, the transcendentalism of the great German idealist poets and philosophers whom he read as a young man. Schiller, Jean-Paul Richter, Goethe, Fichte, Kant, Novalis provided him with both a source of inspiration and a mode of expression. Carlyle began the study of German in 1819, and by 1824 he had become sufficiently proficient to have published his translation of Wilhelm Meister. In his various translations, in his biography of Schiller, and in the essays for the reviews which he wrote at this formative stage of his career, Carlyle can justly claim to be considered as the first serious interpreter to British audiences of what until then had been very much a coterie interest. For Carlyle, German literature was far more than a passing enthusiasm, and the influence that it had upon him was to be a major factor throughout his literary career. The explication of this influence has had an almost fatal attraction for Carlyle scholars, both in this country and abroad, but it must never be underestimated. Its finer points are extremely complex, not to say confusing. Mill's comment that Carlyle's writings seemed a haze of poetry and German metaphysics is very apt, but the central attraction for Carlyle of German romanticism is clear enough. He responded above all to the emphasis which it places on the uniqueness of the individual experience set against the eternal and limitless perspectives of time and space. In the opening lecture of Heroes and Hero Worship he defines the idea and attributes it to its source. There is but one temple in the universe, says the devout Novalis, and that is the body of man. Nothing is holier than that high form. This sounds like a mere flourish of rhetoric, but it is not so. We are the miracle of miracles, the great inscrutable mystery of God. At a period in Carlyle's life when he was finding the religious literalism of his upbringing untenable, he had thus discovered an authoritative mysticism that absolved him from the problems posed by explicitly Christian belief. On the title page of Sartor Resartus he quotes a favorite couplet from Goethe. Mein Vermächtnis, wie herrlich weit und breit. Die Zeit ist mein Vermächtnis, mein Acker ist die Zeit. My inheritance, how lordly wide and fair. Time is my estate, to time I'm heir. And while Sartor Resartus, that whimsical case history of a tortured and triumphant soul, is the most obvious example of Carlyle's debt to German romanticism, the recurrence of this couplet at the conclusion of Chartism serves as a reminder of its effect on all aspects of Carlyle's work. His reformulation of German thought was highly selective. He seems, for instance, to have been able to ignore the humanizing aspect of the mature Goethe's concept of Bildung, and in particular its emphasis on the peaceful integration of the individual with society, and it was often sentimentalized and oversimplified, leading to excesses in his later years that can only be described as disastrous. At the outset of his career, however, Carlyle's reading of German literature provided him with the opportunity to transform the morality of his Calvinist childhood, and gave him a unique insight into the limitations of that utilitarian self-assurance which, in intellectual circles at least, seemed at one time likely to dominate his age. The transcendental element in Carlyle is clear in the opening pages of Signs of the Times, his first sustained essay on social issues. The poorest day that passes over us is the conflux of two eternities. It is made up of currents that issue from the remotest past and flow onwards into the remotest future. This emphasis on the infinite perspectives of the human situation gives point to the critique of Benthamite utilitarianism, which is the main purpose of the essay. Carlyle is concerned not simply with a theoretical disquisition but with the affirmation of a faith which is not to be prescribed by a materialistic social philosophy. Written at a time when the effects of the Industrial Revolution were becoming clear, the essay gains also from Carlyle's sense of the special nature of this point in time, and in particular from his acknowledgement of the possibilities inherent in technological change. There is nothing Luddite about Carlyle's definition of the age as an age of machinery. Having so categorized it, he is quick to stress the positive side of the progress of technology. What wonderful accessions have thus been made, and are still making, to the physical power of mankind, how much better fed, clothed, lodged and, in all outward respects, accommodated men now are or might be by a given quantity of labor is a grateful reflection which forces itself on every one. Whatever else may be said about Carlyle in the early stages of his career, at least, he was not afraid to confront the realities of the world around him, and his positive response to change here is in courageous contrast to the alienation which was to become the standard response of so many of his artistic contemporaries. The advantages of machinery, however, can only be achieved if man is master of the machine and not its servant, and Carlyle's great complaint against the age of machinery in Signs of the Times is that the machine has taken comprehensive control. Not the external and physical alone is now managed by machinery, but the internal and spiritual also. Men are grown mechanical in head and in heart, as well as in hand. They have lost faith in individual endeavor and in natural force of any kind. Not for internal perfection, but for external combinations and arrangements, for institutions, constitutions, for mechanism of one sort or other, do they hope and struggle. Their whole efforts, attachments, opinions, turn on mechanism, and are of a mechanical character. Not for internal perfection. The phrase reminds us of Matthew Arnold's definition of the true source of culture in Culture and Anarchy almost 40 years later, and there is much in both the spirit and the content of Signs of the Times that anticipates Arnold's more famous essay. Signs of the Times, like Culture and Anarchy, was inspired by a period of agitation leading to a reform bill, and much of its quality comes from its recreation of the tensions of that period. Social unrest and political instability are cited as symptomatic of what Carlyle recognizes as a deep-lying struggle in the whole fabric of society, a boundless grinding collision of the new with the old. And here again it is to Carlyle's credit that he aligns himself positively, but not uncritically, with the modern. Doubtless this age also is advancing. Its very unrest, its ceaseless activity, its discontent contain matter of promise. Knowledge, education are opening the eyes of the humblest, are increasing the number of thinking minds without limit. This is as it should be, for not in turning back, not in resisting, but only in resolutely struggling forward, does our life consist. Signs of the Times, as well as being the first of Carlyle's social essays, is in many ways the most effective of them, showing an open-mindedness that its author was rarely to achieve again. Stylistically too it is a success. The clear and confident prose of its concluding paragraphs is a measure of the quality of its arguments and gives no hint of the mystifying rhetoric which has come to be regarded as the characteristic Carlylean mode of expression. By the time of Chartism, written 10 years later, the hints of hysteria are clear to see. In latter-day pamphlets, written at the end of a further decade, hysteria is the predominant tone. In Chartism, at least, the honesty of Carlyle's confrontation with social realities still survives. It was part of Carlyle's creed that the cataclysmic events of history were both predestined and an inevitable consequence of human self-deception, hence his lifelong obsession with the French Revolution as the archetypal historical exemplum. In Chartism he argues that these Chartisms, radicalisms, reform bill, tide bill, and infinite other discrepancy, an acrid argument and jargon that there is yet to be, are our French Revolution. God grant that we, with our better methods, may be able to transact it by argument alone. The sense of historical perspective is reinforced throughout the essay by the kind of humanitarian feeling that was to inspire past and present, and that is an essential part of the Carlylean paradox. In Chartism, Carlyle's observations on the operation of the New Poor Law, for example, and on the state of affairs in Ireland, give substance to his famous Condition of England question in the opening chapter. Is the condition of the English working people wrong, so wrong that rational working men cannot, will not, and even should not rest quiet under it? The force of that rational is considerable. Put in this way, the question clearly assumes an affirmative answer, and here, and in his comments, for example, on the way in which, as a consequence of laissez-faire economics, cash payment has come to be the universal sole nexus of man to man, Carlyle shows an insight that is valuably reinforced by this emotional involvement. I have referred, however, to the Carlylean paradox, and in Chartism Carlyle's emotional involvement is in fact of a very ambiguous kind. At its best it suggests a genuinely humanitarian commitment, but when it is combined with speculations on the proper basis of human relationships which owe much to the less fortunate aspects of Carlyle's debt to German philosophy, its dangers become apparent. When Carlyle writes, for example, that in the past it was something other than money that the high expected from the low and could not live without getting from the low, he invites tentative agreement. When he writes of social disturbances that they are bellowings, inarticulate cries as of a dumb creature in rage and pain, inarticulate prayers, guide me, govern me. I am mad and miserable, and cannot guide myself. And continues, Surely of all rights of man, this right of the ignorant man to be guided by the wiser, to be, gently or forcibly, my italics, held in the true course by him, is the indisputablest. It is clear that he is already on the road to the brutalistic authoritarianism of the nigger question and latter-day pamphlets. Chartism is a particularly interesting essay in that it demonstrates so clearly the best and worst of Carlyle, both in its content and in its style. After the powerful opening chapters analyzing the condition of England on the eve of the Hungry Forties, it deteriorates into speculative and often fanciful rant. Even the two solutions of education and emigration which Carlyle suggests in his final chapter are indicative of his social schizophrenia. The first is a valid response to a genuine social need, the second an extension of a spurious racial interpretation of history outlined in an earlier chapter. In Chartism we have for the first time in Carlyle a sustained attack on the ideal of democracy. Democracy is by the nature of it a self-cancelling business, and gives in the long run a net result of zero. Democracy never yet, that we heard of, was able to accomplish much work. Beyond that same cancelling of itself, it abrogates the old arrangement of things and leaves, as we say, zero and vacuity for the institution of a new arrangement. The relation of the taught to their teacher, of the loyal subject to his guiding king, is, under one shape or another, the vital element of human society, indispensable to it, perennial in it, without which, as a body reft of its soul, it falls down into death, and with horrid noisome dissolution passes away and disappears. Carlyle's theory of the preeminence of the hero, a legacy of transcendentalism that he could well have done without, recurs in one form or another in all of his work from this date. It is defined in its most explicit form at the beginning of Heroes and Hero Worship. I liken common languid times with their unbelief, distress, perplexity, with their languid doubting characters and embarrassed circumstances impotently crumbling down into ever worse distress towards final ruin. All this I liken to dry dead fuel waiting for the lightning out of heaven that shall kindle it. The great man with his free force direct out of God's own hand is the lightning. The heroes of Heroes and Hero Worship are in fact a demonstration of the enduring strength of Carlyle's Calvinism. Luther and John Knox are his examples of the hero as priest, while Cromwell, to whom he was to return at length in Oliver Cromwell's letters and speeches, precedes Napoleon as hero as king. The most tactful, one might almost say persuasive, embodiment of the idea is the figure of Abbot Sampson in past and present. By the time of latter-day pamphlets it has become so obsessive that specific reference, with the exception of a parenthetical apostrophe to Sir Robert Peel, seems to have been considered unnecessary. Ironically, Carlyle was eventually caught in his own trap. In Frederick the Great he was to choose a hero so unsuitable for the role that he was to spend the 7 worst years of his life trying to make him presentable. Carlyle's theory of the hero can obviously be traced to the influence upon him of German thought, and in particular that of Fichte, but his application of the theory to the problems posed by the limitations of democracy is a direct consequence of his relentless opposition to utilitarianism in any form. In an early passage in Chartism he derides the science of statistics. With what serene conclusiveness a member of some useful knowledge society stops your mouth with a figure of arithmetic. The derision is echoed in his strictures on bureaucracy in latter-day pamphlets, which anticipates the Circumlocution Office in Dickens's Little Dorrit by some 7 years. We are familiar enough in our own day with complaints of this kind, and indeed it is easy to see why they attract a sympathetic response. But the weakness of Carlyle's case here is that statistical inquiry, painfully slow a process though it may be, and much as its results may disturb our preconceptions, is an essential means towards social enlightenment. Indeed, this has perhaps never been more effectively demonstrated than at the very time when Carlyle was deriding its pretensions while an elected legislature and a specialist civil service are essential instruments of government. They are imperfect instruments indeed, but the only alternatives, as Carlyle so clearly, if not always wittingly, demonstrates, are anarchy or, ultimately, dictatorship. If Carlyle is to be attacked, however, on the grounds of his adulation of authority, it must be remembered that this aspect of his development is a direct consequence of his rejection of the powers of reason. If his case has a particular relevance for us today, it is because it demonstrates so clearly the dangers to which utopian anti-rationalism is prone. Carlyle's dismissal of democracy throughout latter-day pamphlets, and indeed his singling out of universal suffrage for a special parody as the representative aspect of 19th-century constitutional aspirations, is in fact a turning away from the complexity of issues whose difficulties he himself had done so much to define. The issue of Carlyle's fascism is one that has been rendered inescapable by the events of the 20th century. Certainly guilt by association is easily demonstrated. Carlyle undoubtedly appealed to fascist ideologists in Europe in the 1920s and 1930s, and both in Italy and in Germany he was heralded as a prophet of their cause. More dramatically, we know that Hitler himself took Frederick the Great with him into the Berlin bunker, but one might reasonably claim that it was the subject as much as the author of the work which attracted him. At a more serious level, there is plenty in the work of Carlyle to have attracted this following, to his obsession with the hero and his offensive dismissal of philanthropic humanitarianism in, for example, the second of the latter-day pamphlets, can be added his amateurish dabbling in racial theory with his elevation of the Teutonic races and his contempt for the Irish, the Negroes, and Jews. The case is a damning one, and in that his more intelligent contemporaries, like Mill and Arnold, give evidence of having sensed it, it can hardly be evaded by the rather easy apology that Carlyle had not seen fascism in action. What can be said, I think, is that the obsessive recurrence of these elements in Carlyle's work, particularly in the later stages of his literary career, suggests not ideological belief but rather psychological disturbance and intellectual deterioration. Nothing is more remarkable in Carlyle than the way in which he simply stopped thinking. It is indicated by the way in which certain examples and indeed phrases and sentences recur throughout his work. When one first reads Carlyle, the impression is of a wonderfully, in every sense of the word, stopped mind. The more of him one reads, the more one realizes that his arsenal of bizarre allusions is in fact deceptive, for the same references are used time and again to the point of cliché. Carlyle in fact is talking to himself in a language which he invented and which ultimately only he understands. I have concentrated so far in this introduction on Carlyle the social theorist rather than on Carlyle the historian, since it is in that role, I suspect, that his most immediate interest lies for us today. Carlyle himself, of course, would scarcely have acknowledged the distinction, and, as I have suggested, the two aspects of his career, properly speaking, are inseparable. To his contemporaries, however, he was first and foremost the author of the French Revolution, Mr. Carlyle's wonderful book, as Dickens described it, and in so far as his work can be categorized, his most substantial undertakings, the French Revolution, Oliver Cromwell's letters and speeches, and Frederick the Great, are all the consequence of his belief, stated in his essay on history again, that history is not only the fittest study but the only study, and includes all others whatsoever. Historiographically, Carlyle is a freak. The late Professor Cobban, in a judgment that bears repeating, has commented, "The examiners of a modern doctoral thesis, confronted with a history on Carlyle's pattern, would greet the phenomenon with consternation, while Gibbon, if he could have read it, might have recanted his faith that the days of the Goths and Vandals could not come again." Carlyle's French Revolution, History, 48, 1963. More specifically, at a time when the study of history, conforming with the general intellectual trends of the 19th century, was becoming increasingly scientific and aiming above all at academic objectivity, Carlyle, in accordance with his own transcendentalist priorities, believed in a philosophy of history that was inspirational rather than rational, subjective rather than objective, impressionistic rather than precise. For the scrupulously scientific historian he had a simple term of contempt, dry as dust, and he dismisses his activities in a memorable passage in Past and Present. Alas, what mountains of dead ashes, wreck and burnt bones, does assiduous pedantry dig up from the past time, and name it history, and philosophy of history, till, as we say, the human soul sinks wearied and bewildered, till the past time seems all one infinite incredible grey void, without sun, stars, hearth fires, or candlelight, dim offensive dust whirlwinds filling universal nature, and over your historical library, it is as if all the Titans had written for themselves, dry rubbish shot. Here. Book 2, Chapter 2. The anomalous nature of Carlyle's historiographical position can be explained by the fact that his own conception of history was such as to take it out of the region of history altogether. History, for Carlyle, was the preeminent study because it was nothing less, in transcendental terms, than the revelation in this world of the divine purpose, while the agents of the divine purpose are the individual lives of which history is composed. The two ideas are combined in a passage in Sartor Resartus. Great men are the inspired, speaking and acting texts of that divine book of revelations, whereof a chapter is completed from epoch to epoch, and by some named history, to which inspired texts your numerous talented men, and your innumerable untalented men, are the better or worse exegetic commentaries and wagon-load of too stupid, heretical or orthodox, weekly sermons. For my study, the inspired texts themselves. Book 2, Chapter 8. The concept, of course, is yet another consequence of Carlyle's involvement with German philosophy, but it is interesting to see how it allows, for a lapsed Calvinist, belief both in predestination. Time already waits, unseen, yet definitely shaped, predetermined and inevitable in the time come, as Carlyle writes in his essay on history, and in individual responsibility. The great men of history are both an inspiration in themselves, and a reminder of the failings of others, a constant object lesson for the mortal reader. As Longfellow was to put it in a verse beloved of Victorian schoolmasters. Lives of great men all remind us. We can make our lives sublime. And in passing, leave behind us footprints on the sands of time. Carlyle's belief in the especial significance of history meant quite clearly the abandonment of any pretense of comprehensive objectivity. What matters above all in history is the message which history has for the here and now, all else is irrelevant. Since, as Carlyle says in On History Again, history is the only articulate communication which the past can have with the present, the task of the historian, and it is an extremely urgent one, must be to isolate the message from the irrelevant matter by which it is obscured. To distinguish well what does still reach to the surface, and is alive and frandant for us, and what no longer reaches to the surface, but moulders safe underground, never to send forth leaves or fruit for mankind any more. Oliver Cromwell, Introduction, Chapter 1. History, then, must be relevant, and history must concern itself with the lives of men, since these are the ultimate reality. First and foremost, of course, it must concern itself with the lives of heroes, but it does not deal with them in isolation, since social life is the aggregate of all the individual men's lives who constitute society. History is the essence of innumerable biographies. On history. It is understandable that Carlyle's obsession with the hero should have received so much attention, but in that it had a radical effect on his historical technique, it is perhaps this emphasis on innumerable biographies that is the most interesting aspect of Carlyle's approach to history to us today. Certainly the great central characters of his dramas remain in our memory: Mirabeau, Marat, Robespierre and Danton in the French Revolution, Frederick, and his father, Frederick Wilhelm, in Frederick the Great, but they play out their parts against the ceaseless activity of the multitudinous extras in the cast, and it is this ceaseless activity that remains as our most durable impression. Carlyle was aware from the first of the methodological problems which his conception of history involve. In a letter to Mill in 1833 he insisted, discussing the art of history, that the first indispensable condition of conditions is that we see the things transacted, but the problem of translating that vision to the reader is no simple one, since, as he points out in On History, the actual process of recording events destroys their vitality. The most gifted man can observe, still more can record, only the series of his own impressions. His observation, therefore, to say nothing of its other imperfections, must be successive, while the things done were often simultaneous. It is not enacted as it is in written history. Actual events are nowise so simply related to each other as parent and offspring are. Every single event is the offspring not of one, but of all other events, prior or contemporaneous, and will in its turn combine with all others to give birth to new. It is an ever-living, ever-working chaos of being, wherein shape after shape bodies itself forth from innumerable elements. And finally, in a McLuhanesque flourish, narrative is linear, action is solid. For all his contempt for dry as dust, Carlyle was an assiduous researcher where his own projects were concerned, and for each of his three major historical works he undertook substantial preparation. To cope with the problems of recapturing the actual texture of events themselves, he devised a unique method of deploying the labors of his research, converting the actual sources which he consulted into a reconstituted and revitalized artistic medium. In the letters and speeches of Oliver Cromwell the method is fairly straightforward, if original at the time. The story of the English Civil War and the Commonwealth is told in Cromwell's own words with the assistance of interspersed editorial comment. In the French Revolution, however, and in Frederick the Great, the method is far more complex. In each of these works Carlyle creates from his sources a vast historical collage, all the time quoting from them either directly or obliquely, and indeed if necessary quoting himself in an attempt to avoid the impersonality of the authorial voice. At its worst the technique is disjointed, confusing and ultimately tedious. This is most obviously the case in long sections of Frederick the Great, where Carlyle, disillusioned both by the work in hand and by the consciousness of failure in the prophetic role in which he had cast himself, was unable to summon up the reserves of energy and concentration that his method demands. In the French Revolution, however, written when Carlyle was at the height of his powers, the method is a triumphant success, inspired by Carlyle's conviction of the significance of his theme and underpinned by a firmly held narrative line. It vindicates as far as anything can his inspirational concept of history. A distinguished professor, now long since retired, was reputed to indicate the impending conclusion of his lectures with the words, "Now for a few poetic touches." No discussion of Carlyle can evade the problem of his style, but if it is introduced at this point as a phenomenon on its own, that is not because it is felt that it can be treated in any way as an afterthought. Carlyle's style is part and parcel of his apocalyptic message, as he himself indicated when he observed to Sterling that he saw the whole structure of Johnsonian English breaking up from its foundations, revolutions there as visible as anywhere else. The peculiar feverishness of Carlyle's mode of expression, the sense which the reader gets of the ink not having been given time to dry on the page, is a direct consequence of his relentless emphasis on the need to be constantly active. I too could now say to myself, be no longer a chaos, but a world, or even world-kin. Produce. Produce. Were it but the pitifullest infinitesimal fraction of a product, produce it in God's name. 'Tis the utmost thou'st in thee, out with it then. Up, up. Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy whole might. Work while it is called today, for the night cometh, wherein no man can work. That passage comes at the conclusion of the climactic chapter on the everlasting year in Sartor Resartus. The man who wrote it can scarcely have seen literary style as a conscious adornment of the content of his work. Nevertheless, Carlyle's style, what critics have come to call Carlylese, is so remarkably unlike anything else in English literature that it has seemed impenetrable to many readers. Indeed, the difficulties which it poses, one suspects, contributed much at one time to his appeal as literature. One remembers Leonard Bast, in Howard's End, attempting to form his prose style on the model of Ruskin. He understood him to be the greatest master of English prose. The chief characteristic of the style, however, is rhetorical rather than literary, a direct consequence of that impulse which led to his parents' aspirations that Carlyle might one day occupy a Presbyterian pulpit. Carlyle's prose aims above all at involving, and indeed implicating, the reader in the unending battle against the false gods of 19th-century England. It is declamatory, gymnastically aggressive, and cares little for the nuances of reason and sensitivity. Its devices are legion, but one can, I think, distinguish three particular features which contribute to its hortatory effect. In the first place, there is a deliberate distortion of conventional sentence structure which attracts the reader by its very virtuosity. Secondly, there is the repetition of particularly distinctive phrases, sometimes coinages of Carlyle's own making. And finally, there is the extensive deployment of a range of allusions, the impact of which lies as much in their general rhetorical suggestiveness as in their specific meaning. At a fairly elementary level, all three techniques can be seen in the following paragraph from Chartism. Another thing which the British reader often reads and hears in this time is worth his meditating for a moment, that society exists for the protection of property. To which it is added that the poor man also has property, namely, his labour, and the 15 pence or 3 and 6 pence a day he can get for that. True enough, O friends, for protecting property, most true, and indeed, if you will once sufficiently enforce that 8th commandment, the whole rights of man are well cared for. I know no better definition of the rights of man. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not be stolen from. What a society were that, Plato's Republic, More's Utopia, mere emblems of it. Give every man what is his, the accurate price of what he has done and been. No man shall any more complain, neither shall the earth suffer any more. For the protection of property, in very truth, and for that alone. Here we have an explicit approach to the reader at the start of the paragraph, reinforced later by the apostrophe, O friends, which includes in fact both the reader and all those who accept the commonplace which is about to be redefined. The sentence structure is deliberately manipulated to emphasize the key phrase of the passage, protection of property, and this is repeated, with deliberate adjustments, and set against the other repeated catchphrase, rights of man, in a way which suggests unseen implications in the supposedly conventional equation. Finally, we have the references to the Bible, supported by the semi-biblical rhythms of the passage itself, and to Plato's Republic, More's Utopia, all of which suggest the scale against which the rights of man should really be measured. By the end of the paragraph, the phrase protection of property, which Carlyle originally instanced as a cliché, has a weight of implication as yet undefined. The basic movement of the prose in this instance is one of accumulation and progress. Read in context, this edition p. 164, the paragraph can be seen to prepare for Carlyle's own definition of property in the paragraph which follows. In Carlyle's later work, the movement of his prose tends to be circular and self-enclosed, more often than not leading the reader back to the point from which he started, and it is tempting to detect in the development of Carlyle's style a deterioration corresponding with the increasing repugnance of his ideas. Such an argument, while perhaps supportable in general terms, involves a selective approach to the evidence, however, and in an essay entitled The Use and Abuse of Carlylese, reprinted in The Art of Victorian Prose, EDG, Levine and W. Madden, London, 1968, George Levine has argued against the oversimplification which it involves. In a very stimulating discussion of the issue, Levine prefers to argue that what is missing from Carlyle's later prose is that energetic optimism embodied in Signs of the Times, in the French Revolution, and in Chartism, which allows Carlyle to envisage even the most cataclysmic events in terms of the potential offered for renewal and rebirth. This, he argues, counteracts the negative implications of Carlyle's critique of the world around him. Once it has disappeared, the balance of the prose, and indeed its tension, disappear also. In a letter to Emerson written in 1842, Carlyle rebuked the American idealist for the escapist tendencies of his ideas. A man has no right to say to his own generation, turning quite away from it, be damned. It is the whole past and the whole future, this same cotton-spinning, dollar-hunting, canting and shrieking, very wretched generation of ours. Come back into it, I tell you. Carlyle himself never needed such a warning, and all of his major works can be said to have been written in response to social disturbance and the possibility of change. If this is most obviously true of Signs of the Times, Chartism, the French Revolution and Oliver Cromwell, it is nonetheless the case, implicitly, with past and present and latter-day pamphlets, with their concern with forming order out of apparent chaos, and with Frederick the Great, whose hero is seen as the one true man in an age whose falsehood has brought it to the brink of anarchy. Sartor Resartus explores the theme in terms of the inner life of man, whose struggles are resolved by his assertion of the everlasting year. There is no clearer indication of the difference between the best and the worst of Carlyle than that embodied in his reaction to change. At his prime he sees it in terms of opportunity, but ultimately he can only think in terms of disruption. His historical method and his prose style reflect this development. In the French Revolution he confronts the new with the new in a way which can genuinely be said to liberate the imagination, whereas in Frederick the Great he exhausts not only himself but also, in the end, his reader. More than any other author in our literature, Carlyle requires a degree of apologetics that will induce suspicion in the most uncommitted reader, and his decline is a consequence of weaknesses which are endemic in his viewpoint from the start. To see him simply in terms of that decline, however, is to do him an injustice which we would not inflict upon authors who do less violence to our sensibilities. This volume aims at a selection of Carlyle's work that is representative of all stages of his career rather than at a hypothetical best of Carlyle or even essential Carlyle. I have tried to follow the principle of representing individual works by substantial passages, and where possible complete sections or chapters from them, for it seems to me that such a policy offers less opportunity for editorial misrepresentation than the alternative of selecting a wider variety of shorter pieces. Inevitably this has occasionally meant the inclusion of material which a more active editor might have omitted, but experience has shown that Carlyle does not lend himself easily to editorial surgery. I am conscious of two serious omissions. Oliver Cromwell's letters and speeches and the nigger question are both unrepresented. In the case of the former it seemed to me clear that no selection could indicate the nature of the work satisfactorily, and I have no qualms about its omission. The nigger question is a more difficult case, since it has achieved such a degree of notoriety, but I decided ultimately that it could only be represented in full, or not at all, and reasons of space dictated the latter course. I should perhaps add that similar factors were involved in the case of the late essay, Shooting Niagara, and after, although here the omission has caused me less concern. Early essays. In a sense it is misleading to talk of the early stages of Carlyle's career since, while Signs of the Times attracted favorable notice in 1829, he had been writing for almost 20 years before the French Revolution established him as a public figure. Much of the work produced during this period consisted of reviews and essays written for the journals, most notably Lord Jeffreys's Edinburgh Review and, in the 1830s, Fraser's Magazine. At the same time Carlyle was translating German literature. In 1824 his translation of Wilhelm Meister was published in Edinburgh, and this was followed in 1827 by German romance, specimens of its chief authors, which included translations of Jean-Paul Richter and Goethe. For extracts from Carlyle's work during this stage of his career are reprinted here. That on Goethe is taken from the introduction to the fourth volume of German romance. The essay on Burns was published in the Edinburgh Review in December 1828, that on Voltaire in the Foreign Review in 1829. On History appeared in Fraser's Magazine in November 1830. From Goethe. Introduction to German Romance, Volume 4. Of a nature so rare and complex it is difficult to form a true comprehension, difficult even to express what comprehension one has formed. In Goethe's mind, the first aspect that strikes us is its calmness, then its beauty. A deeper inspection reveals to us its vastness and unmeasured strength. This man rules and is not ruled. The stern and fiery energies of a most passionate soul lie silent in the center of his being. A trembling sensibility has been inured to stand, without flinching or murmur, the sharpest trials. Nothing outward, nothing inward, shall agitate or control him. The brightest and most capricious fancy, the most piercing and inquisitive intellect, the wildest and deepest imagination, the highest thrills of joy, the bitterest pangs of sorrow, all these are his, he is not theirs. While he moves every heart from its steadfastness, his own is firm and still. The words that search into the inmost recesses of our nature, he pronounces with a tone of coldness and equanimity. In the deepest pathos he weeps not, or his tears are like water trickling from a rock of adamant. He is king of himself and of his world, nor does he rule it like a vulgar great man, like a Napoleon or Charles XII, by the mere brute exertion of his will, grounded on no principle, or on a false one. His faculties and feelings are not fettered or prostrated under the iron sway of passion, but led and guided in kindly union under the mild sway of reason, as the fierce primeval elements of nature were stilled at the coming of light, and bound together under its soft vesture into a glorious and beneficent creation. This is the true rest of man, no stunted unbelieving callousness, no reckless surrender to blind force, no opiate delusion, but the harmonious adjustment of necessity and accident, of what is changeable and what is unchangeable in our destiny, the calm supremacy of the spirit over its circumstances, the dim aim of every human soul, the full attainment of only a chosen few. It comes not unsought to any, but the wise are wise because they think no price too high for it. Goethe's inward home has been reared by slow and laborious efforts, but it stands on no hollow or deceitful basis, for his peace is not from blindness, but from clear vision, not from uncertain hope of alteration, but from sure insight into what cannot alter. His world seems once to have been desolate and baleful as that of the darkest skeptic, but he has covered it anew with beauty and solemnity, derived from deeper sources, over which doubt can have no sway. He has inquired fearlessly, and fearlessly searched out and denied the false, but he has not forgotten, what is equally essential and infinitely harder, to search out and admit the true. His heart is still full of warmth, though his head is clear and cold, the world for him is still full of grandeur, though he clothes it with no false colors, his fellow creatures are still objects of reverence and love, though their basenesses are plainer to no eye than to his. To reconcile these contradictions is the task of all good men, each for himself, in his own way and manner, a task which, in our age, is encompassed with difficulties peculiar to the time, and which Goethe seems to have accomplished with a success that few can rival. A mind so in unity with itself, even though it were a poor and small one, would arrest our attention, and win some kind regard from us, but when this mind ranks among the strongest and most complicated of the species, it becomes a sight full of interest, a study full of deep instruction. Such a mind as Goethe's is the fruit not only of a royal endowment by nature, but also of a culture proportionate to her bounty. In Goethe's original form of spirit we discern the highest gifts of manhood, without any deficiency of the lower. He has an eye and a heart equally for the sublime, the common, and the ridiculous, the elements at once of a poet, a thinker, and a wit. Of his culture we have often spoken already, and it deserves again to be held up to praise and imitation. This, as he himself unostentatiously confesses, has been the soul of all his conduct, the great enterprise of his life, and few that understand him will be apt to deny that he has prospered. As a writer, his resources have been accumulated from nearly all the provinces of human intellect and activity, and he has trained himself to use these complicated instruments with a light expertness which we might have admired in the professor of a solitary department. Freedom and grace and smiling earnestness are the characteristics of his works, the matter of them flows along in chaste abundance, in the softest combination, and their style is referred to by native critics as the highest specimen of the German tongue. On this latter point the vote of a stranger may well be deemed unavailing, but the charms of Goethe's style lie deeper than the mere words, for language, in the hands of a master, is the express image of thought, or rather it is the body of which thought is the soul. The former rises into being together with the latter, and the graces of the one are shadowed forth in the movements of the other. Goethe's language, even to a foreigner, is full of character and secondary meanings, polished, yet vernacular and cordial. It sounds like the dialect of wise, ancient, and true-hearted men. In poetry, brief, sharp, simple and expressive. In prose, perhaps still more pleasing, for it is at once concise and full, rich, clear, unpretending and melodious, and the sense, not presented in alternating flashes, piece after piece revealed and withdrawn, rises before us as in continuous dawning, and stands at last simultaneously complete, and bathed in the mellowest and ruddiest sunshine. It brings to mind what the prose of Hooker, Bacon, Milton, Browne would have been had they written under the good, without the bad influences of that French precision which has polished and attenuated, trimmed and impoverished, all modern languages, made our meaning clear and too often shallow as well as clear. But Goethe's culture as a writer is perhaps less remarkable than his culture as a man. He has learned not in head only, but also in heart, not from art and literature, but also by action and passion in the rugged school of experience. If asked what was the grand characteristic of his writings, we should not say knowledge, but wisdom. A mind that has seen and suffered and done speaks to us of what it has tried and conquered. A gay delineation will give us notice of dark and toilsome experiences, of business done in the great deep of the spirit. A maxim, trivial to the careless eye, will rise with light and solution over long perplexed periods of our own history. It is thus that heart speaks to heart, that the life of one man becomes a possession to all. Here is a mind of the most subtle and tumultuous elements, but it is governed in peaceful diligence, and its impetuous and ethereal faculties work softly together for good and noble ends. Goethe may be called a philosopher, for he loves and has practiced as a man the wisdom which, as a poet, he inculcates. Composure and cheerful seriousness seem to breathe over all his character. There is no whining over human woes, it is understood that we must simply all strive to alleviate or remove them. There is no noisy battling for opinions, but a persevering effort to make truth lovely, and recommend her, by 1,000 avenues, to the hearts of all men. Of his personal manners we can easily believe the universal report, as often given in the way of censure as of praise, that he is a man of consummate breeding and the stateliest presence, for an air of polished tolerance, of courtly, we might almost say majestic repose and serene humanity, is visible throughout his works. In no line of them does he speak with asperity of any man, scarcely ever even of a thing. He knows the good and loves it, he knows the bad and hateful and rejects it, but in neither case with violence. His love is calm and active, his rejection is implied, rather than pronounced, meek and gentle, though we see that it is thorough and never to be revoked. The noblest and the basest he not only seems to comprehend, but to personate and body forth in their most secret lineaments, hence actions and opinions appear to him as they are, with all the circumstances which extenuate or endear them to the hearts where they originated and are entertained. This also is the spirit of our Shakespeare, and perhaps of every great dramatic poet. Shakespeare is no sectarian, to all he deals with equity and mercy, because he knows all, and his heart is wide enough for all. In his mind the world is a whole, he figures it as Providence governs it, and to him it is not strange that the sun should be caused to shine on the evil and the good, and the rain to fall on the just and the unjust. From Burns. To the ill-starred Burns was given the power of making man's life more venerable, but that of wisely guiding his own life was not given. Destiny, for so in our ignorance we must speak, his faults, the faults of others, proved too hard for him, and that spirit, which might have soared could it but have walked, soon sank to the dust, its glorious faculties trodden underfoot in the blossom, and died, we may almost say, without ever having lived. And so kind and warm a soul, so full of inborn riches, of love to all living and lifeless things. How his heart flows out in sympathy over universal nature, and in her bleakest provinces discerns a beauty and a meaning. The daisy falls not unheeded under his ploughshare, nor the ruined nest of that wee, cowering, timorous beastie, cast forth, after all its provident pains, to thole the sleety dribble and cranrooch called. The hoar visage of winter delights him, he dwells with a sad and oft-returning fondness in these scenes of solemn desolation, but the voice of the tempest becomes an anthem to his ears, he loves to walk in the sounding woods, for it raises his thoughts to him that walketh on the wings of the wind. A true poet soul, for it needs but to be struck, and the sound it yields will be music. But observe him chiefly as he mingles with his brother men. What warm, all-comprehending fellow-feeling, what trustful, boundless love, what generous exaggeration of the object loved. His rustic friend, his nut-brown maiden, are no longer mean and homely, but a hero and a queen, whom he prizes as the paragons of earth. The rough scenes of Scottish life, not seen by him in any Arcadian illusion, but in the rude contradiction, in the smoke and soil of a too harsh reality, are still lovely to him. Poverty is indeed his companion, but love also, and courage, the simple feelings, the worth, the nobleness, that dwell under the straw roof, are dear and venerable to his heart. And thus over the lowest provinces of man's existence he pours the glory of his own soul, and they rise, in shadow and sunshine, softened and brightened into a beauty which other eyes discern not in the highest. He has a just self-consciousness which too often degenerates into pride, yet it is a noble pride, for defense, not for offense, no cold suspicious feeling, but a frank and social one. The peasant poet bears himself, we might say, like a king in exile, he is cast among the low, and feels himself equal to the highest, yet he claims no rank, that none may be disputed to him. The forward he can repel, the supercilious he can subdue, pretensions of wealth or ancestry are of no avail with him, there is a fire in that dark eye under which the insolence of condescension cannot thrive. In his abasement, in his extreme need, he forgets not for a moment the majesty of poetry and manhood. And yet, far as he feels himself above common men, he wanders not apart from them, but mixes warmly in their interests, nay throws himself into their arms, and, as it were, entreats them to love him. It is moving to see how, in his darkest despondency, this proud being still seeks relief from friendship, unbosoms himself, often to the unworthy, and, amid tears, strains to his glowing heart a heart that knows only the name of friendship. And yet he was quick to learn, a man of keen vision, before whom common disguises afforded no concealment. His understanding saw through the hollowness even of accomplished deceivers, but there was a generous credulity in his heart. And so did our peasant show himself among us, a soul like an Aeolian harp, in whose strings the vulgar wind, as it passed through them, changed itself into articulate melody. And this was he for whom the world found no fitter business than quarrelling with smugglers and vintners, computing excise dues upon tallow, and gauging ale barrels. In such toils was that mighty spirit sorrowfully wasted, and 100 years may pass on, before another such is given us to waste. All that remains of Burns, the writings he has left, seem to us, as we hinted above, no more than a poor mutilated fraction of what was in him, brief, broken glimpses of a genius that could never show itself complete, that wanted all things for completeness, culture, leisure, true effort, nay even length of life. His poems are, with scarcely any exception, mere occasional effusions, poured forth with little premeditation, expressing, by such means as offered, the passion, opinion, or humor of the hour. Never in one instance was it permitted him to grapple with any subject with the full collection of his strength, to fuse and mold it in the concentrated fire of his genius. To try by the strict rules of art such imperfect fragments would be at once unprofitable and unfair. Nevertheless, there is something in these poems, marred and defective as they are, which forbids the most fastidious student of poetry to pass them by. Some sort of enduring quality they must have, for after 50 years of the wildest vicissitudes in poetic taste, they still continue to be read, nay, are read more and more eagerly, more and more extensively, and this not only by literary virtuosos and that class upon whom transitory causes operate most strongly, but by all classes, down to the most hard unlettered and truly natural class, who read little, and especially no poetry, except because they find pleasure in it. The grounds of so singular and wide a popularity, which extends, in a literal sense, from the palace to the hut, and over all regions where the English tongue is spoken, are well worth inquiring into. After every just deduction, it seems to imply some rare excellence in these works. What is that excellence? To answer this question will not lead us far. The excellence of Burns is, indeed, among the rarest, whether in poetry or prose, but, at the same time, it is plain and easily recognized, his sincerity, his indisputable air of truth. Here are no fabulous woes or joys, no hollow fantastic sentimentalities, no wire-drawn refinings, either in thought or feeling. The passion that is traced before us has glowed in a living heart, the opinion he utters has risen in his own understanding, and been a light to his own steps. He does not write from hearsay, but from sight and experience. It is the scenes that he has lived and labored amidst, that he describes. Those scenes, rude and humble as they are, have kindled beautiful emotions in his soul, noble thoughts, and definite resolves, and he speaks forth what is in him, not from any outward call of vanity or interest, but because his heart is too full to be silent. He speaks it with such melody and modulation as he can, in homely rustic jingle, but it is his own, and genuine. This is the grand secret for finding readers and retaining them. Let him who would move and convince others, be first moved and convinced himself. Horace's rule, si vis mi flir, is applicable in a wider sense than the literal one. To every poet, to every writer, we might say, be true, if you would be believed. Let a man but speak forth with genuine earnestness the thought, the emotion, the actual condition of his own heart, and other men, so strangely are we all knit together by the tie of sympathy, must and will give heed to him. In culture, in extent of view, we may stand above the speaker, or below him, but in either case, his words, if they are earnest and sincere, will find some response within us, for in spite of all casual varieties in outward rank or inward, as face answers to face, so does the heart of man to man. This may appear a very simple principle, and one which Burns had little merit in discovering. True, the discovery is easy enough, but the practical appliance is not easy, is indeed the fundamental difficulty which all poets have to strive with, and which scarcely one in the 100 ever fairly surmounts. A head too dull to discriminate the true from the false, a heart too dull to love the one at all risks, and to hate the other in spite of all temptations, are alike fatal to a writer. With either or, as more commonly happens, with both of these deficiencies combine a love of distinction, a wish to be original, which is seldom wanting, and we have affectation, the bane of literature, as Kant, its elder brother, is of morals. How often does the one and the other front us in poetry, as in life? Great poets themselves are not always free of this vice, nay, it is precisely on a certain sort of degree of greatness that it is most commonly engrafted. A strong effort after excellence will sometimes solace itself with a mere shadow of success. He who has much to unfold will sometimes unfold it imperfectly. Byron, for instance, was no common man, yet if we examine his poetry with this view, we shall find it far enough from faultless. Generally speaking, we should say that it is not true. He refreshes us not with the divine fountain, but too often with vulgar strong waters, stimulating indeed to the taste, but soon ending in dislike, or even nausea. Are his Harolds and Jows, we would ask, real men? We mean poetically consistent and conceivable men. Do not these characters, does not the character of their author, which more or less shines through them all, rather appear a thing put on for the occasion, no natural or possible mode of being, but something intended to look much grander than nature? Surely all these stormful agonies, this volcanic heroism, superhuman contempt and moody desperation, with so much scowling, and teeth-gnashing, and other sulphurous humour, is more like the brawling of a player in some paltry tragedy, which is to last 3 hours, than the bearing of a man in the business of life, which is to last 70 years. To our minds there is a taint of this sort, something which we should call theatrical, false, affected, in every one of these otherwise so powerful pieces. Perhaps Don Juan, especially the latter parts of it, is the only thing approaching to a sincere work he ever wrote, the only work where he showed himself in any measure as he was, and seemed so intent on his subject as, for moments, to forget himself. Yet Byron hated this vice, we believe, heartily detested it, nay he had declared formal war against it in words. So difficult is it even for the strongest to make this primary attainment, which might seem the simplest of all, to read its own consciousness without mistakes, without errors involuntary or willful. We recollect no poet of Burns's susceptibility who comes before us from the first, and abides with us to the last, with such a total want of affectation. He is an honest man, and an honest writer. In his successes and his failures, in his greatness and his littleness, he is ever clear, simple, true, and glitters with no lustre but his own. We reckon this to be a great virtue, to be, in fact, the root of most other virtues, literary as well as moral. From Voltaire. Voltaire's intellectual endowment and acquirement, his talent or genius as literary man, lies open to us in a series of writings, unexampled, as we believe, in two respects, their extent, and their diversity. Perhaps there is no writer, not a mere compiler, but writing from his own invention or elaboration, who has left so many volumes behind him, and if to the merely arithmetical we add a critical estimate, the singularity is still greater, for these volumes are not written without an appearance of due care and preparation. Perhaps there is not one altogether feeble and confused treatise, nay one feeble and confused sentence, to be found in them. As to variety, again, they range nearly over all human subjects, from theology down to domestic economy, from the familiar letter to the political history, from the pasquinade to the epic poem. Some strange gift, or union of gifts, must have been at work here, for the result is, at least, in the highest degree uncommon, and to be wondered at, if not to be admired. If, through all this many-colored versatility, we try to decipher the essential, distinctive features of Voltaire's intellect, it seems to us that we find there a counterpart to our theory of his moral character, as indeed, if that theory was accurate, we must do, for the thinking and the moral nature, distinguished by the necessities of speech, have no such distinction in themselves, but, rightly examine, exhibit in every case the strictest sympathy and correspondence, are, indeed, but different phases of the same indissoluble unity, a living mind. In life, Voltaire was found to be without good claim to the title of philosopher, and now, in literature, and for similar reasons, we find in him the same deficiencies. Here too it is not greatness, but the very extreme of expertness, that we recognize, not strength, so much as agility, not depth, but superficial extent. That truly surprising ability seems rather the unparalleled combination of many common talents, than the exercise of any finer or higher one, for here too the want of earnestness, of intense continuance, is fatal to him. He has the eye of a lynx, sees deeper, at the first glance, than any other man, but no second glance is given. Thus truth, which to the philosopher has from of old been said to live in a well, remains for the most part hidden from him, we may say forever hidden, if we take the highest, and only philosophical species of truth, for this does not reveal itself to any mortal, without quite another sort of meditation than Voltaire ever seems to have bestowed on it. In fact, his deductions are uniformly of a forensic, argumentative, immediately practical nature, often true, we will admit, so far as they go, but not the whole truth, and false when taken for the whole. In regard to feeling, it is the same with him. He is, in general, humane, mildly affectionate, not without touches of nobleness, but light, fitful, discontinuous, a smart free thinker, all things in an hour. He is no poet and philosopher, but a popular sweet singer and haranguer, in all senses, and in all styles a consignator which, for the most part, will turn out to be an altogether different character. It is true, in this last province he stands unrivaled, for such an audience, the most fit and perfectly persuasive of all preachers, but in many far higher provinces, he is neither perfect nor unrivaled, has been often surpassed, was surpassed even in his own age and nation. For a decisive, thoroughgoing, in any measure gigantic force of thought, he is far inferior to Diderot. With all the liveliness he has not the soft elegance, with more than the wit he has but a small portion of the wisdom that belonged to Fontenelle, as in real sensibility, so in the delineation of it, in pathos, loftiness and earnest eloquence, he cannot, making all fair abatements, and there are many, be compared with Rousseau. Doubtless an astonishing fertility, quickness, address, and openness also, and universal susceptibility of mind, must have belonged to him. As little can we deny that he manifests an assiduous perseverance, a capability of long-continued exertion, strange in so volatile a man, and consummate skill in husbanding and wisely directing his exertion. The very knowledge he had amassed, granting, which is but partly true, that it was superficial remembered knowledge, might have distinguished him as a mere Dutch commentator. From Newton's Principia to the Shaster and Vedum, nothing has escaped him. He has glanced into all literatures and all sciences, nay studied in them, for he can speak a rational word on all. It is known, for instance, that he understood Newton when no other man in France understood him. Indeed, his countrymen may call Voltaire their discoverer of intellectual England, a discovery, it is true, rather of the Curtis than of the Columbus sort, yet one which in his day still remained to be made. Nay, from all sides he brings new light into his country. Now, for the first time, to the upturned wondering eyes of Frenchmen in general, does it become clear that thought has actually a kind of existence in other kingdoms, that some glimmerings of civilization had dawned here and there on the human species prior to the siècle de Louis Quatorze. Of Voltaire's acquaintance with history, at least with what he called history, be it civil, religious, or literary, of his innumerable, indescribable collection of facts, gathered from all sources, from European chronicles and state papers, from Eastern Zends and Jewish Talmuds, we need not remind any reader. It has been objected that his information was often borrowed at second hand, that he had his plodders and pioneers, whom, as living dictionaries, he skillfully consulted in time of need. This also seems to be partly true, but deducts little from our estimate of him, for the skill so to borrow is even rarer than the power to lend. Voltaire's knowledge is not a mere showroom of curiosities, but truly a museum for purposes of teaching. Every object is in its place, and therefore its uses. Nowhere do we find confusion or vain display, everywhere intention, instructiveness, and the clearest order. Perhaps it is this very power of order, of rapid, perspicuous arrangement, that lies at the root of Voltaire's best gifts, or rather, we should say, it is that keen, accurate intellectual vision from which, to a mind of any intensity, order naturally arises. The clear, quick vision and the methodic arrangement which springs from it are looked upon as peculiarly French qualities, and Voltaire at all times manifests them in a more than French degree. Let him but cast his eye over any subject, in a moment he sees, though indeed only to a short depth, yet with instinctive decision, where the main bearings of it for that short depth lie, what is, or appears to be, its logical coherence, how causes connect themselves with effects, how the whole is to be seized, and in lucid sequence represented to his own or to other minds. In this respect, moreover, it is happy for him that, below the short depth alluded to, his view does not properly grow dim, but altogether terminates. Thus there is nothing farther to occasion him misgivings. Has he not already sounded into that basis of bottomless darkness on which all things firmly rest? What lies below is delusion, imagination, some form of superstition or folly, which he, nothing doubting, altogether casts away. Accordingly, he is the most intelligible of writers, everywhere transparent at a glance. There is no delineation or disquisition of his that has not its whole purport written on its forehead. All is precise, all is rightly adjusted. That keen spirit of order shows itself in the whole, and in every line of the whole. If we say that this power of arrangement, as applied both to the acquisition and to the communication of ideas, is Voltaire's most serviceable faculty in all his enterprises, we say nothing singular, for take the word in its largest acceptation, and it comprehends the whole office of understanding, logically so called, is the means whereby man accomplishes whatever, in the way of outward force, has been made possible for him, conquers all practical obstacles, and rises to be the king of this lower world. It is the organ of all that knowledge which can properly be reckoned synonymous with power, for hereby man strikes with wise aim into the infinite agencies of nature, and multiplies his own small strength to unlimited degrees. It has been said also that man may rise to be the god of this lower world, but that is a far loftier height, not attainable by such power knowledge, but by quite another sort, for which Voltaire in particular shows hardly any aptitude. In truth, readily as we have recognized his spirit of method, with its many uses, we are far from ascribing to him any perceptible portion of that greatest praise in thinking, or in writing, the praise of philosophic, still less of poetic method, which, especially the latter, must be the fruit of deep feeling as well as of clear vision, of genius as well as talent, and is much more likely to be found in the compositions of a Hooker or a Shakespeare than of a Voltaire. The method discernible in Voltaire, and this on all subjects whatever, is a purely business method. The order that arises from it is not beauty, but, at best, regularity. His objects do not lie round him in pictorial, not always in scientific grouping, but rather in commodious rows, where each may be seen and come at, like goods in a well-kept warehouse. We might say there is not the deep natural symmetry of a forest oak, but the simple artificial symmetry of a parlor chandelier. Compare, for example, the plan of the Henriade to that of our so barbarous Hamlet. The plan of the former is a geometrical diagram by Fermat, that of the latter a cartoon by Raphael. The Henriade, as we see it completed, is a polished, square-built Tuileries. Hamlet is a mysterious star-paved Valhalla and dwelling of the gods. From on history. A talent for history may be said to be born with us as our chief inheritance. In a certain sense all men are historians. Is not every memory written quite full with annals wherein joy and mourning, conquest and loss manifoldly alternate, and with or without philosophy, the whole fortunes of one little inward kingdom, and all its politics, foreign and domestic, stand ineffaceably recorded? Our very speech is curiously historical. Most men, you may observe, speak only to narrate, not in imparting what they have thought, which indeed were often a very small matter, but in exhibiting what they have undergone or seen, which is a quite unlimited one. Do talkers dilate? Cut us off from narrative, how would the stream of conversation, even among the wisest, languish into detached handfuls, and among the foolish utterly evaporate? Thus, as we do nothing but enact history, we say little but recite it, nay rather, in that widest sense, our whole spiritual life is built thereon. For, strictly considered, what is all knowledge too but recorded experience, and a product of history, of which, therefore, reasoning and belief, no less than action and passion, are essential materials? Under a limited, and the only practicable shape, history proper, that part of history which treats of remarkable action, has, in all modern as well as ancient times, ranked among the highest arts, and perhaps never stood higher than in these times of ours. For whereas of old the charm of history lay chiefly in gratifying our common appetite for the wonderful, for the unknown, and her office was but as that of a minstrel and storyteller, she has now farther become a schoolmistress, and professes to instruct in gratifying. Whether, with the stateliness of that venerable character, she may not have taken up something of its austerity and frigidity, whether, in the logical terseness of a Hume or Robertson, the graceful ease and gay pictorial heartiness of a Herodotus or Froissart may not be wanting, is not the question for us here. Enough that all learners, all inquiring minds of every order, are gathered round her footstool, and reverently pondering her lessons as the true basis of wisdom. Poetry, divinity, politics, physics, have each their adherents and adversaries, each little guild supporting a defensive and offensive war for its own special domain, while the domain of history is as a free emporium where all these belligerents peaceably meet and furnish themselves, and sentimentalist and utilitarian, skeptic and theologian with one voice advise us, examine history, for it is philosophy teaching by experience. Far be it from us to disparage such teaching, the very attempt at which must be precious. Neither shall we too rigidly inquire how much it has hitherto profited. Whether most of what little practical wisdom men have has come from study of professed history, or from other less boasted sources, whereby, as matters now stand, a Marlborough may become great in the world's business, with no history save what he derives from Shakespeare's plays. Nay, whether in that same teaching by experience, historical philosophy has yet properly deciphered the first element of all science in this kind, what the aim and significance of that wondrous changeful life it investigates and paints may be. Whence the course of man's destinies in this earth originated, and whither they are tending. Or, indeed, if they have any course and tendency, are really guided forward by an unseen mysterious wisdom, or only circle in blind mazes without recognizable guidance. Which questions, altogether fundamental, one might think, in any philosophy of history, have, since the era when monkish analysts were wont to answer them by the long ago extinguished light of their missal and breviary, been by most philosophical historians only glanced at dubiously and from afar, by many, not so much as glanced at. The truth is, two difficulties, never wholly surmountable, lie in the way. Before philosophy can teach by experience, the philosophy has to be in readiness, the experience must be gathered and intelligibly recorded. Now, overlooking the former consideration, and with regard only to the latter, let any one who has examined the current of human affairs, and how intricate, perplexed, unfathomable, even when seen into with our own eyes, are their thousandfold blending movements, say whether the true representing of it is easy or impossible. Social life is the aggregate of all the individual men's lives who constitute society, history is the essence of innumerable biographies. But if one biography, nay our own biography, study and recapitulate it as we may, remains in so many points unintelligible to us, how much more must these million, the very facts of which, to say nothing of the purport of them, we know not, and cannot know. Neither will it adequately avail us to assert that the general inward condition of life is the same in all ages, and that only the remarkable deviations from the common endowment and common lot, and the more important variations which the outward figure of life has from time to time undergone, deserve memory and record. The inward condition of life, it may rather be affirmed, the conscious or half-conscious aim of mankind, so far as men are not mere digesting machines, is the same in no two ages, neither are the more important outward variations easy to fix on, or always well capable of representation. Which was the greatest innovator, which was the more important personage in man's history, he who first led armies over the Alps, and gained the victories of Cannae and Thrasymene, or the nameless boor who first hammered out for himself an iron spade? When the oak tree is felled, the whole forest echoes with it, but 100 acorns are planted silently by some unnoticed breeze. Battles and war tumults, which for the time din every ear, and with joy or terror intoxicate every heart, pass away like tavern brawls, and, except some few marathons and morgartons, are remembered by accident, not by desert. Laws themselves, political constitutions, are not our life, but only the house wherein our life is led, nay they are but the bare walls of the house, all whose essential furniture, the inventions and traditions, and daily habits that regulate and support our existence, are the work not of Dracos and Hamdens, but of Phoenician mariners, of Italian masons and Saxon metallurgists, of philosophers, alchemists, prophets, and all the long-forgotten train of artists and artisans, who from the first have been jointly teaching us how to think and how to act, how to rule over spiritual and over physical nature. Well may we say that of our history the more important part is lost without recovery, and as thanksgivings were once wont to be offered for unrecognized mercies, look with reverence into the dark and tenanted places of the past, where, in formless oblivion, our chief benefactors, with all their sedulous endeavors, but not with the fruit of these, lie entombed. So imperfect is that same experience, by which philosophy is to teach. Nay, even with regard to those occurrences which do stand recorded, which, at their origin have seemed worthy of record, and the summary of which constitutes what we now call history, is not our understanding of them altogether incomplete, is it even possible to represent them as they were? The old story of Sir Walter Raleigh's looking from his prison window on some street tumult, which afterwards 3 witnesses reported in 3 different ways, himself differing from them all, is still a true lesson for us. Consider how it is that historical documents and records originate, even honest records, where the reporters were unbiased by personal regard, a case which, when nothing more wanted, must ever be among the rarest. The real leading features of a historical transaction, those movements that essentially characterize it, and alone deserve to be recorded, are nowise the foremost to be noted. At first, among the various witnesses, who are also parties interested, there is only vague wonder, and fear or hope, and the noise of rumor's 1,000 tongues, till, after a season, the conflict of testimonies has subsided into some general issue, and then it is settled, by majority of votes, that such and such a crossing of the Rubicon, an impeachment of Strafford, a convocation of the notables, are epochs in the world's history, cardinal points on which grand world revolutions have hinged. Suppose, however, that the majority of votes was all wrong, that the real cardinal points lay far deeper, and had been passed over unnoticed, because no seer, but only mere onlookers, chanced to be there. Our clock strikes when there is a change from hour to hour, but no hammer in the horologe of time peals through the universe when there is a change from era to era. Men understand not what is among their hands, as calmness is the characteristic of strength, so the weightiest causes may be most silent. It is in no case the real historical transaction, but only some more or less plausible scheme and theory of the transaction, or the harmonized result of many such schemes, each varying from the other and all varying from truth, that we can ever hope to behold. Nay, were our faculty of insight into passing things never so complete, there is still a fatal discrepancy between our manner of observing these and their manner of occurring. The most gifted man can observe, still more can record, only the series of his own impressions. His observation, therefore, to say nothing of its other imperfections, must be successive, while the things done were often simultaneous. The things done were not a series, but a group. It is not enacted as it is in written history. Actual events are nowise so simply related to each other as parent and offspring are. Every single event is the offspring not of one, but of all other events, prior or contemporaneous, and will in its turn combine with all others to give birth to new. It is an ever-living, ever-working chaos of being, wherein shape after shape bodies itself forth from innumerable elements. And this chaos, boundless as the habitation and duration of man, unfathomable as the soul and destiny of man, is what the historian will depict, and scientifically gauge, we may say, by threading it with single lines of a few ells in length. For as all action is, by its nature, to be figured as extended in breadth and in depth, as well as in length, that is to say, is based on passion and mystery, if we investigate its origin, and spreads abroad on all hands, modifying and modified, as well as advances towards completion, so all narrative is, by its nature, of only one dimension, only travels forward towards one, or towards successive points. Narrative is linear, action is solid. Alas for our chains or chainlets of causes and effects, which we so assiduously track through certain handbreadths of years and square miles, when the whole is a broad, deep immensity, and each atom is chained and complected with all. Truly, if history is philosophy teaching by experience, the writer fitted to compose history is hitherto an unknown man. The experience itself would require all knowledge to record it, were the all wisdom needful for such philosophy as would interpret it, to be had for asking. Better were it that mere earthly historians should lower such pretensions, more suitable for omniscience than for human science, and aiming only at some picture of the things acted, which picture itself will at best be a poor approximation, leave the inscrutable purport of them an acknowledged secret, or at most, in reverent faith, far different from that teaching of philosophy, pause over the mysterious vestiges of him, whose path is in the great deep of time, whom history indeed reveals, but only all history, and in eternity, will clearly reveal. Such considerations truly were of small profit, did they, instead of teaching us vigilance and reverent humility in our inquiries into history, abate our esteem for them, or discourage us from unweariedly prosecuting them. Let us search more and more into the past, let all men explore it, as the true fountain of knowledge, by whose light alone, consciously or unconsciously employed, can the present and the future be interpreted or guessed at. For though the whole meaning lies far beyond our ken, yet in that complex manuscript, covered over with formless inextricably entangled unknown characters, nay which is a palimpsest, and had once prophetic writing, still dimly legible there some letters, some words, may be deciphered, and if no complete philosophy, here and there an intelligible precept, available in practice, be gathered, well understanding, in the meanwhile, that it is only a little portion we have deciphered, that much still remains to be interpreted, that history is a real prophetic manuscript, and can be fully interpreted by no man. But the artist in history may be distinguished from the artisan in history, for here, as in all other provinces, there are artists and artisans, men who labor mechanically in a department, without eye for the whole, not feeling that there is a whole, and men who inform and ennoble the humblest department with an idea of the whole, and habitually know that only in the whole is the partial to be truly discerned. The proceedings and the duties of these two, in regard to history, must be altogether different. Not, indeed, that each has not a real worth, in his several degree. The simple husbandman can till his field, and by knowledge he has gained of its soil, sow it with the fit grain, though the deep rocks and central fires are unknown to him, his little crop hangs under and over the firmament of stars, and sails through whole untracked celestial spaces, between Aries and Libra, nevertheless it ripens for him in due season, and he gathers it safe into his barn. As a husbandman he is blameless in disregarding those higher wonders, but as a thinker and faithful inquirer into nature he were wrong. So likewise is it with the historian who examines some special aspect of history, and from this or that combination of circumstances, political, moral, economical, and the issues it has led to, infers that such and such properties belong to human society, and that the like circumstances will produce the like issue, which inference, if other trials confirm it, must be held true and practically valuable. He is wrong only, and an artisan, when he fancies that these properties, discovered or discoverable, exhaust the matter, and sees not, at every step, that it is inexhaustible. However, that class of cause and effect speculators, with whom no wonder would remain wonderful, but all things in heaven and earth must be computed and accounted for, and even the unknown, the infinite in man's life, had under the words enthusiasm, superstition, spirit of the age and so forth, obtained, as it were, an algebraical symbol and given value, have now well nigh played their part in European culture, and may be considered, as in most countries, even in England itself where they linger the latest, verging towards extinction. He who reads the inscrutable book of nature as if it were a merchant's ledger is justly suspected of having never seen that book, but only some school synopsis thereof, from which, if taken for the real book, more error than insight is to be derived. Doubtless also it is with a growing feeling of the infinite nature of history, that in these times, the old principle, division of labor, has been so widely applied to it. The political historian, once almost the sole cultivator of history, has now found various associates, who strive to elucidate other phases of human life, of which, as hinted above, the political conditions it is passed under are but one, and though the primary, perhaps not the most important of the many outward arrangements. Of this historian himself, moreover, in his own special department, new and higher things are beginning to be expected. From of old it was too often to be reproachfully observed of him, that he dwelt with disproportionate fondness in senate houses, in battlefields, nay even in king's antechambers, forgetting, that far away from such scenes the mighty tide of thought and action was still rolling on its wondrous course in gloom and brightness, and in its thousand remote valleys a whole world of existence, with or without an earthly sun of happiness to warm it, with or without a heavenly sun of holiness to purify and sanctify it, was blossoming and fading, whether the famous victory were won or lost. The time seems coming when much of this must be amended, and he who sees no world but that of courts and camps, and writes only how soldiers were drilled and shot, and how this ministerial conjurer outconjured that other, and then guided, or at least held, something which he called the rudder of government, but which was rather the spigot of taxation, wherewith, in place of steering, he could tap, and the more cunningly the nearer the lees, will pass for a more or less instructive gazetteer, but will no longer be called a historian. Signs of the Times. Signs of the Times was written in 1829 and appeared anonymously in the Edinburgh Review for June of that year. It is the first of Carlyle's essays on social themes, and although he himself referred to it as bad in general, but the best I could make it, it is in fact a remarkably effective attack on the acceptance of utilitarian values by many of his contemporaries. Although Signs of the Times was not publicly acknowledged as Carlyle's until 10 years later, his responsibility for it was known at the time of its publication. The essay can be regarded as the first great protest against attitudes that were to provide a dogma for Victorian materialism, anticipating works like Ruskin's Unto This Last and Matthew Arnold's Culture and Anarchy. It is reprinted here complete. Signs of the times. It is no very good symptom either of nations or individuals that they deal much in vaticination. Happy men are full of the present, for its bounty suffices them, and wise men also, for its duties engage them. Our grand business undoubtedly is, not to see what lies dimly at a distance, but to do what lies clearly at hand. Knowest thou yesterday its aim and reason? Workest thou well today for worthy things? Calmly wait the morrow's hidden season. Needest not fear what hapsoe'er it brings? But man's large discourse of reason will look before and after, and, impatient of the ignorant present time, will indulge in anticipation far more than profits him. Seldom can the unhappy be persuaded that the evil of the day is sufficient for it, and the ambitious will not be content with present splendor, but paints yet more glorious triumphs on the cloud curtain of the future. The case, however, is still worse with nations. For here the profits are not one, but many, and each incites and confirms the other, so that the fatidical fury spreads wider and wider, till at last even Saul must join in it. For there is still a real magic in the action and reaction of minds on one another. The casual deliration of a few becomes, by this mysterious reverberation, the frenzy of many. Men lose the use, not only of their understandings, but of their bodily senses, while the most obdurate unbelieving hearts melt, like the rest, in the furnace where all are cast as victims and as fuel. It is grievous to think that this noble omnipotence of sympathy has been so rarely the Aaron's rod of truth and virtue, and so often the enchanter's rod of wickedness and folly. No solitary miscreant, scarcely any solitary maniac, would venture on such actions and imaginations as large communities of sane men have, in such circumstances, entertained a sound wisdom. Witness long scenes of the French Revolution in these late times. Levity is no protection against such visitations, nor the utmost earnestness of character. The New England Puritan burns witches, wrestles for months with the horrors of Satan's invisible world, and all ghastly phantasms, the daily and hourly precursors of the last day, then suddenly bethinks him that he is frantic, weeps bitterly, prays contritely, and the history of that gloomy season lies behind him like a frightful dream. Old England too has had her share of such frenzies and panics, though happily, like other old maladies, they have grown milder of late, and since the days of Titus Oates have mostly passed without loss of men's lives, or indeed without much other loss than that of reason, for the time, in the sufferers. In this mitigated form, however, the distemper is of pretty regular recurrence, and may be reckoned on at intervals like other natural visitations, so that reasonable men deal with it, as the Londoners do with their fogs, go cautiously out into the groping crowd, and patiently carry lanterns at noon, knowing, by a well-grounded faith, that the sun is still in existence, and will one day reappear. How often have we heard, for the last 50 years, that the country was wrecked, and fast sinking, whereas, up to this date, the country is entire and afloat. The state in danger is a condition of things which we have witnessed 100 times, and as for the Church, it has seldom been out of danger since we can remember it. All men are aware that the present is a crisis of this sort, and why it has become so. The repeal of the Test Acts, and then of the Catholic disabilities, has struck many of their admirers with an indescribable astonishment. Those things seemed fixed and immovable, deep as the foundations of the world, and lo, in a moment they have vanished, and their place knows them no more. Our worthy friends mistook the slumbering Leviathan for an island, often as they had been assured that intolerance was and could be nothing but a monster, and so, mooring under the lee, they had anchored comfortably in his scaly rind, thinking to take good cheer, as for some space they did. But now their Leviathan has suddenly dived under, and they can no longer be fastened in the stream of time, but must drift forward on it, even like the rest of the world. No very appalling fate, we think, could they but understand it, which, however, they will not yet, for a season. Their little island is gone, sunk deep amid confused eddies, and what is left worth caring for in the universe? What is it to them that the great continents of the earth are still standing, and the pole star and all our lodestars in the heavens, still shining and eternal? Their cherished little haven is gone, and they will not be comforted. And therefore, day after day, in all manner of periodical or perennial publications, the most lugubrious predictions are sent forth. The king has virtually abdicated, the church is a widow without jointure, public principle is gone, private honesty is going, society, in short, is fast falling in pieces, and a time of unmixed evil is come on us. At such a period it was to be expected that the rage of prophecy should be more than usually excited. Accordingly the millenarians have come forth on the right hand, and the Millites on the left. The Fifth Monarchy men prophesy from the Bible, and the Utilitarians from Bentham. The one announces that the last of the seals is to be opened, positively, in the year 1860, and the other assures us that the greatest happiness principle is to make a heaven of earth in a still shorter time. We know these symptoms too well to think it necessary or safe to interfere with them. Time and the hours will bring relief to all parties. The grand encourager of Delphic or other noises is the echo. Left to themselves, they will the sooner dissipate, and die away in space. Meanwhile, we too admit that the present is an important time, as all present time necessarily is. The poorest day that passes over us is the conflux of two eternities. It is made up of currents that issue from the remotest past, and flow onwards into the remotest future. We were wise indeed, could we discern truly the signs of our own time, and by knowledge of its wants and advantages wisely adjust our own position in it. Let us, instead of gazing idly into the obscure distance, look calmly around us, for a little, on the perplexed scene where we stand. Perhaps on a more serious inspection, something of its perplexity will disappear, some of its distinctive characters and deeper tendencies more clearly reveal themselves, whereby our own relations to it, our own true aims and endeavors in it, may also become clearer. Were we required to characterize this age of ours by any single epithet, we should be tempted to call it, not an heroical, devotional, philosophical, or moral age, but, above all others, the mechanical age. It is the age of machinery in every outward and inward sense of that word, the age which, with its whole undivided might, forwards, teaches and practices the great art of adapting means to ends. Nothing is now done directly, or by hand, all is by rule and calculated contrivance. For the simplest operation, some helps and accompaniments, some cunning abbreviating process is in readiness. Our old modes of exertion are all discredited, and thrown aside. On every hand the living artisan is driven from his workshop, to make room for a speedier, inanimate one. The shuttle drops from the fingers of the weaver, and falls into iron fingers that ply it faster. The sailor furls his sail, and lays down his oar, and bids a strong, unwearied servant, on vaporous wings, bear him through the waters. Men have crossed oceans by steam. The Birmingham Fire King has visited the fabulous East, and the genius of the Cape, were there any communes now to sing it, has again been alarmed, and with far stranger thunder than Gama's. There is no end to machinery. Even the horse is stripped of his harness, and finds a fleet fire horse yoked in his stead. Nay, we have an artist that hatches chickens by steam. The very brood hen is to be superseded. For all earthly, and for some unearthly purposes, we have machines and mechanic furtherances, for mincing our cabbages, for casting us into magnetic sleep. We remove mountains and make seas our smooth highway. Nothing can resist us. We war with rude nature, and, by our resistless engines, come off always victorious, and loaded with spoils. What wonderful accessions have thus been made, and are still making, to the physical power of mankind, how much better fed, clothed, lodged and, in all outward respects, accommodated men now are, or might be, by a given quantity of labor, is a grateful reflection which forces itself on every one. What changes, too, this addition of power is introducing into the social system, how wealth has more and more increased, and at the same time gathered itself more and more into masses, strangely altering the old relations, and increasing the distance between the rich and the poor, will be a question for political economists, and a much more complex and important one than any they have yet engaged with. But leaving these matters for the present, let us observe how the mechanical genius of our time has diffused itself into quite other provinces. Not the external and physical alone is now managed by machinery, but the internal and spiritual also. Here too nothing follows its spontaneous course, nothing is left to be accomplished by old natural methods. Everything has its cunningly devised implements, its pre-established apparatus. It is not done by hand, but by machinery. Thus we have machines for education, Lancastrian machines, Hamiltonian machines, monitors, maps and emblems. Instruction, that mysterious communing of wisdom with ignorance, is no longer an indefinable tentative process, requiring a study of individual aptitudes, and a perpetual variation of means and methods, to attain the same end, but a secure, universal, straightforward business, to be conducted in the gross, by proper mechanism, with such intellect as comes to hand. Then we have religious machines of all imaginable varieties. The Bible Society, professing a far higher and heavenly structure, is found, on inquiry, to be altogether an earthly contrivance, supported by collection of moneys, by fomenting of vanities, by puffing, intrigue and chicane, a machine for converting the heathen. It is the same in all other departments. Has any man or any society of men a truth to speak, a piece of spiritual work to do, they can nowise proceed at once and with the mere natural organs, but must first call a public meeting, appoint committees, issue prospectuses, eat a public dinner, in a word, construct or borrow machinery, wherewith to speak it and do it. Without machinery they were hopeless, helpless, a colony of Hindu weavers squatting in the heart of Lancashire. Mark II. How every machine must have its moving power in some of the great currents of society. Every little sect among us, Unitarians, Utilitarians, Anabaptists, Phrenologists, must have its periodical, its monthly or quarterly magazine, hanging out, like its windmill, into the popularis aura to grind meal for the society. With individuals in like manner, natural strength avails little. No individual now hopes to accomplish the poorest enterprise single-handed and without mechanical aids. He must make interest with some existing corporation, and till his field with their oxen. In these days, more emphatically than ever, to live signifies to unite with a party, or to make one. Philosophy, science, art, literature, all depend on machinery. No Newton, by silent meditation, now discovers the system of the world from the falling of an apple, but some quite other than Newton stands in his museum, his scientific institution, and behind whole batteries of retorts, digesters and galvanic piles imperatively interrogates nature, who, however, shows no haste to answer. In defect of Raphaels and Angelos and Mozarts, we have royal academies of painting, sculpture, music, whereby the languishing spirit of art may be strengthened, as by the more generous diet of a public kitchen. Literature, too, has its paternostero mechanism, its trade dinners, its editorial conclaves, and huge subterranean, puffing bellows, so that books are not only printed, but, in a great measure, written and sold by machinery. National culture, spiritual benefit of all sorts, is under the same management. No Queen Christina in these times needs to send for her Descartes, no King Frederick for his Voltaire, and painfully nourish him with pensions and flattery. Any sovereign of taste, who wishes to enlighten his people, has only to impose a new tax, and with the proceeds establish philosophic institutes. Hence the royal and imperial societies, the bibliotheques, glyptotheques, technotheques, which front us in all capital cities, like so many well-finished hives, to which it is expected the stray agencies of wisdom will swarm of their own accord, and hive and make honey. In like manner, among ourselves, when it is thought that religion is declining, we have only to vote $500,000 worth of bricks and mortar, and build new churches. In Ireland it seems they have gone still farther, having actually established a penny-a-week purgatory society. Thus does the genius of mechanism stand by to help us in all difficulties and emergencies, and with his iron back bears all our burdens. These things which we state lightly enough here, are yet of deep import, and indicate a mighty change in our whole manner of existence. For the same habit regulates not our modes of action alone, but our modes of thought and feeling. Men are grown mechanical in head and in heart, as well as in hand. They have lost faith in individual endeavor, and in natural force of any kind. Not for internal perfection, but for external combinations and arrangements, for institutions, constitutions, for mechanism of one sort or other, do they hope and struggle. Their whole efforts, attachments, opinions, turn on mechanism, and are of a mechanical character. We may trace this tendency in all the great manifestations of our time, in its intellectual aspect, the studies it most favors and its manner of conducting them, in its practical aspects, its politics, arts, religion, morals, in the whole sources and throughout the whole currents of its spiritual, no less than its material activity. Consider, for example, the state of science generally, in Europe, at this period. It is admitted on all sides that the metaphysical and moral sciences are falling into decay, while the physical are engrossing, every day, more respect and attention. In most of the European nations there is now no such thing as a science of mind, only more or less advancement in the general science, or the special sciences of matter. The French were the first to desert metaphysics, and though they have lately affected to revive their school, it has yet no signs of vitality. The land of Malebranche, Pascal, Descartes and Fenelon has now only its cousins and Villemains, while, in the department of physics, it reckons far other names. Among ourselves the philosophy of mind, after a rickety infancy, which never reached the vigor of manhood, fell suddenly into decay, languished and finally died out, with its last amiable cultivator, Professor Stewart. In no nation but Germany has any decisive effort been made in psychological science, not to speak of any decisive result. The science of the age, in short, is physical, chemical, physiological, in all shapes mechanical. Our favorite mathematics, the highly prized exponent of all these other sciences, has also become more and more mechanical. Excellence in what is called its higher departments depends less on natural genius than on acquired expertness in wielding its machinery. Without undervaluing the wonderful results which a Lagrange or Laplace educes by means of it, we may remark that their calculus, differential and integral, is little else than a more cunningly constructed arithmetical mill where the factors being put in are, as it were, ground into the true product, under cover, and without other effort on our part than steady turning of the handle. We have more mathematics than ever, but less mathesis. Archimedes and Plato could not have read the Mécanique Céleste, but neither would the whole French Institute see aught in that saying, God geometrizes, but a sentimental rodomontade. Nay, our whole metaphysics itself, from Locke's time downwards, has been physical, not a spiritual philosophy, but a material one. The singular estimation in which his essay was so long held as a scientific work, an estimation grounded, indeed, on the estimable character of the man, will one day be thought a curious indication of the spirit of these times. His whole doctrine is mechanical in its aim and origin, in its method and its results. It is not a philosophy of the mind, it is a mere discussion concerning the origin of our consciousness, or ideas, or whatever else they are called, a genetic history of what we see in the mind. The grand secrets of necessity and free will, of the mind's vital or non-vital dependence on matter, of our mysterious relations to time and space, to God, to the universe, are not, in the faintest degree, touched on in these inquiries, and seem not to have the smallest connection with them. The last class of our Scotch metaphysicians had a dim notion that much of this was wrong, but they knew not how to write it. The school of Reid had also from the first taken a mechanical course, not seeing any other. The singular conclusions at which Hume, setting out from their admitted premises, was arriving, brought this school into being. They let loose instinct, as an undiscriminating bandog, to guard them against these conclusions. They tugged lustily at the logical chain by which Hume was so coldly towing them and the world into bottomless abysses of atheism and fatalism. But the chain somehow snapped between them, and the issue has been that nobody now cares about either, any more than about Hartley's, Darwin's, or Priestley's contemporaneous doings in England. Hartley's vibrations and vibration calls, one would think, were material and mechanical enough, but our continental neighbors have gone still farther. One of their philosophers has lately discovered that as the liver secretes bile, so does the brain secrete thought, which astonishing discovery Dr. Cabanis, more lately still, in his Rapports du physique et du moral de l'homme, has pushed into its minutest developments. The metaphysical philosophy of this last inquirer is certainly no shadowy or unsubstantial one. He fairly lays open our moral structure with his dissecting knives and real metal probes, and exhibits it to the inspection of mankind, by Leeuwenhoek microscopes, and inflation with the anatomical blowpipe. Thought, he is inclined to hold, is still secreted by the brain, but then poetry and religion, and it is really worth knowing, are a product of the smaller intestines. We have the greatest admiration for this learned doctor, with what scientific stoicism he walks through the land of wonders, unwondering, like a wise man through some huge, gaudy, imposing vauxhall, whose fireworks, cascades and symphonies the vulgar may enjoy and believe in, but where he finds nothing real but the saltpeter, pasteboard and catgut. His book may be regarded as the ultimatum of mechanical metaphysics in our time, a remarkable realization of what in Martina Scriblerus was still only an idea, that as the jack had a meat-roasting quality, so had the body a thinking quality, upon the strength of which the Nurembergers were to build a wooden leather man who should reason as well as most country parsons. Vaucanson did indeed make a wooden duck, that seemed to eat and digest, but that bold scheme of the Nurembergers remained for a more modern virtuoso. This condition of the two great departments of knowledge, the outward, cultivated exclusively on mechanical principles, the inward, finally abandoned, because, cultivated on such principles, it is found to yield no result, sufficiently indicates the intellectual bias of our time, its all-pervading disposition towards that line of inquiry. In fact, an inward persuasion has long been diffusing itself, and now and then even comes to utterance, that, except the external, there are no true sciences, that to the inward world, if there be any, our only conceivable road is through the outward, that, in short, what cannot be investigated and understood mechanically, cannot be investigated and understood at all. We advert the more particularly to these intellectual propensities as to prominent symptoms of our age, because opinion is at all times doubly related to action, first as cause, then as effect, and the speculative tendency of any age will therefore give us, on the whole, the best indications of its practical tendency. Nowhere, for example, is the deep, almost exclusive faith we have in mechanism more visible than in the politics of this time. Civil government does by its nature include much that is mechanical, and must be treated accordingly. We term it indeed, in ordinary language, the machine of society, and talk of it as the grand working wheel from which all private machines must derive, or to which they must adapt, their movements. Considered merely as a metaphor, all this is well enough, but here, as in so many other cases, the foam hardens itself into a shell, and the shadow we have wantonly evoked stands terrible before us and will not depart at our bidding. Government includes much also that is not mechanical, and cannot be treated mechanically, of which latter truth, as appears to us, the political speculations and exertions of our time are taking less and less cognizance. Nay, in the very outset, we might note the mighty interest taken in mere political arrangements, as itself the sign of a mechanical age. The whole discontent of Europe takes this direction. The deep, strong cry of all civilized nations, a cry which, every one now sees, must and will be answered, is, give us a reform of government. A good structure of legislation, a proper check upon the executive, a wise arrangement of the judiciary is all that is wanting for human happiness. The philosopher of this age is not a Socrates, a Plato, a Hooker, or Taylor who inculcates on men the necessity and infinite worth of moral goodness, the great truth that our happiness depends on the mind which is within us and not on the circumstances which are without us, but a Smith, a De Lolme, a Bentham who chiefly inculcates the reverse of this, that our happiness depends entirely on external circumstances, nay, that the strength and dignity of the mind within us is itself the creature and consequence of these. Were the laws, the government, in good order, all were well with us, the rest would care for itself. Dissensions from this opinion, expressed or implied, are now rarely to be met with, widely and angrily as men differ in its application. The principle is admitted by all. Equally mechanical and of equal simplicity are the methods proposed by both parties for completing or securing this all-sufficient perfection of arrangement. It is no longer the moral, religious, spiritual condition of the people that is our concern, but their physical, practical, economical condition, as regulated by public laws. Thus is the body politic more than ever worshipped and tended, but the soul politic less than ever. Love of country, in any high or generous sense, in any other than an almost animal sense, or mere habit, has little importance attached to it in such reforms, or in the opposition shown them. Men are to be guided only by their self-interests. Good government is a good balancing of these and, except a keen eye and appetite for self-interest, requires no virtue in any quarter. To both parties it is emphatically a machine, to the discontented, a taxing machine, to the contented, a machine for securing property. Its duties and its faults are not those of a father, but of an active parish constable. Thus it is by the mere condition of the machine, by preserving it untouched, or else by reconstructing it, and oiling it anew, that man's salvation as a social being is to be ensured and indefinitely promoted. Contrive the fabric of law right, and without farther effort on your part, that divine spirit of freedom which all hearts venerate and long for will of herself come to inhabit it, and under her healing wings every noxious influence will wither, every good and salutary one more and more expand. Nay, so devoted are we to this principle, and at the same time so curiously mechanical, that a new trade, specially grounded on it, has arisen among us under the name of codification, or code-making in the abstract, whereby any people, for a reasonable consideration, may be accommodated with a patent code, more easily than curious individuals with patent breaches, for the people does not need to be measured first. To us who live in the midst of all this, and see continually the faith, hope and practice of every one founded on mechanism of one kind or other, it is apt to seem quite natural, and as if it could never have been otherwise. Nevertheless, if we recollect or reflect a little, we shall find both that it has been, and might again be otherwise. The domain of mechanism, meaning thereby political, ecclesiastical or other outward establishments, was once considered as embracing, and we are persuaded can at any time embrace, but a limited portion of man's interests, and by no means the highest portion. To speak a little pedantically, there is a science of dynamics in man's fortunes and nature, as well as of mechanics. There is a science which treats of, and practically addresses, the primary, unmodified forces and energies of man, the mysterious springs of love, and fear, and wonder, of enthusiasm, poetry, religion, all which have a truly vital and infinite character, as well as a science which practically addresses the finite, modified developments of these when they take the shape of immediate motives, as hope of reward, or as fear of punishment. Now it is certain that in former times the wise men, the enlightened lovers of their kind, who appeared generally as moralists, poets or priests, did, without neglecting the mechanical province, deal chiefly with the dynamical, applying themselves chiefly to regulate, increase and purify the inward primary powers of man, and fancying that herein lay the main difficulty, and the best service they could undertake. But a wide difference is manifest in our age. For the wise men who now appear as political philosophers, deal exclusively with the mechanical province, and occupying themselves in counting up and estimating men's motives, strive by curious checking and balancing, and other adjustments of profit and loss to guide them to their true advantage, while, unfortunately, those same motives are so innumerable and so variable in every individual, that no really useful conclusion can ever be drawn from their enumeration. But though mechanism, wisely contrived, has done much for man in a social and moral point of view, we cannot be persuaded that it has ever been the chief source of his worth or happiness. Consider the great elements of human enjoyment, the attainments and possessions that exalt man's life to its present height, and see what part of these he owes to institutions, to mechanism of any kind, and what to the instinctive, unbounded force which nature herself lent him, and still continues to him. Shall we say, for example, that science and art are indebted principally to the founders of schools and universities? Did not science originate rather and gain advancement in the obscure closets of the Roger Bacons, Keplers, Newtons, in the workshops of the Fausts and the Watts, wherever, and in what guise soever nature from the first times downwards had sent a gifted spirit upon the earth? Again, were Homer and Shakespeare members of any beneficed guild, or made poets by means of it? Were painting and sculpture created by forethought, brought into the world by institutions for that end? No, science and art have, from first to last, been the free gift of nature, an unsolicited, unexpected gift, often even a fatal one. These things rose up, as it were, by spontaneous growth, in the free soil and sunshine of nature. They were not planted or grafted, nor even greatly multiplied or improved by the culture or manuring of institutions. Generally speaking, they have derived only partial help from these, often enough have suffered damage. They made constitutions for themselves. They originated in the dynamical nature of man, not in his mechanical nature. Or, to take an infinitely higher instance, that of the Christian religion, which, under every theory of it, in the believing or unbelieving mind, must ever be regarded as the crowning glory, or rather the life and soul, of our whole modern culture. How did Christianity arise and spread abroad among men? Was it by institutions and establishments and well-arranged systems of mechanism? Not so, on the contrary, in all past and existing institutions for those ends, its divine spirit has invariably been found to languish and decay. It arose in the mystic deeps of man's soul, and was spread abroad by the preaching of the word, by simple, altogether natural and individual efforts, and flew, like hallowed fire, from heart to heart, till all were purified and illuminated by it, and its heavenly light shone, as it still shines, and as sun or star will ever shine, through the whole dark destinies of man. Here again was no mechanism, man's highest attainment was accomplished dynamically, not mechanically. Nay, we will venture to say that no high attainment, not even any far-extending movement among men, was ever accomplished otherwise. Strange as it may seem, if we read history with any degree of thoughtfulness, we shall find that the checks and balances of profit and loss have never been the grand agents with men, that they have never been roused into deep, thorough, all-pervading efforts by any computable prospect of profit and loss for any visible, finite object, but always for some invisible and infinite one. The Crusades took their rise in religion. Their visible object was, commercially speaking, worth nothing. It was the boundless invisible world that was laid bare in the imaginations of those men, and in its burning light, the visible shrunk as a scroll. Not mechanical, nor produced by mechanical means, was this vast movement. No dining at Freemason's tavern with the other long train of modern machinery, no cunning reconciliation of vested interests, was required here, only the passionate voice of one man, the rapt soul looking through the eyes of one man, and rugged, steel-clad Europe trembled beneath his words, and followed him whither he listed. In later ages it was still the same. The Reformation had an invisible, mystic and ideal aim. The result was indeed to be embodied in external things, but its spirit, its worth, was internal, invisible, infinite. Our English Revolution too originated in religion. Men did battle, in those old days, not for purse sake, but for conscience sake. Nay, in our own days it is no way different. The French Revolution itself had something higher in it than cheap bread and a habeas corpus act. Here too was an idea, a dynamic, not a mechanic force. It was a struggle, though a blind and at last an insane one, for the infinite, divine nature of right, of freedom, of country. Thus does man in every age vindicate, consciously or unconsciously, his celestial birthright. Thus does nature hold on her wondrous, unquestionable course, and all our systems and theories are but so many froth eddies or sandbanks, which from time to time she casts up, and washes away. When we can drain the ocean into mill ponds and bottle up the force of gravity to be sold by retail in gas jars, then may we hope to comprehend the infinitudes of man's soul under formulas of profit and loss, and rule over this too, as over a patent engine, by checks and valves and balances. Nay, even with regard to government itself, can it be necessary to remind any one that freedom, without which indeed all spiritual life is impossible, depends on infinitely more complex influences than either the extension or the curtailment of the democratic interest? Who is there that, taking the high priori road, shall point out what these influences are, what deep, subtle, inextricably entangled influences they have been and may be? For man is not the creature and product of mechanism, but, in a far truer sense, its creator and producer. It is the noble people that makes the noble government, rather than conversely. On the whole, institutions are much, but they are not all. The freest and highest spirits of the world have often been found under strange outward circumstances. St. Paul and his brother apostles were politically slaves, Epictetus was personally one. Again, forget the influences of chivalry and religion, and ask, what countries produced Columbus and Las Casas? Or descending from virtue and heroism to mere energy and spiritual talent, Cortés, Pizarro, Alba, Zymes. The Spaniards of the 16th century were indisputably the noblest nation of Europe, yet they had the Inquisition and Philip II. They have the same government at this day, and are the lowest nation. The Dutch too have retained their old constitution, but no siege of Leiden, no William the Silent, not even an Egmont or De Witt any longer appears among them. With ourselves also, where much has changed, effect has nowise followed cause as it should have done. 2 centuries ago the common speaker addressed Queen Elizabeth on bended knees, happy that the virago's foot did not even smite him, yet the people were then governed, not by a castlery, but by a burghley. They had their Shakespeare and Philip Sidney, where we have our Sheridan Knowles and Beau Brummel. These and the like facts are so familiar, the truths which they preach so obvious, and have in all past times been so universally believed and acted on, that we should almost feel ashamed for repeating them, were it not that, on every hand, the memory of them seems to have passed away, or at best died into a faint tradition of no value as a practical principle. To judge by the loud clamor of our constitution builders, statists, economists, directors, creators, reformers of public societies, in a word, all manner of mechanists, from the cartwright up to the codemaker, and by the nearly total silence of all preachers and teachers who should give a voice to poetry, religion and morality, we might fancy either that man's dynamical nature was to all spiritual intents extinct, or else so perfected that nothing more was to be made of it by the old means. And henceforth only in his mechanical contrivances did any hope exist for him. To define the limits of these two departments of man's activity, which work one into another, and by means of one another so intricately and inseparably, were by its nature an impossible attempt. Their relative importance, even to the wisest mind, will vary in different times according to the special wants and dispositions of those times. Meanwhile it seems clear enough that only in the right coordination of the two, and the vigorous forwarding of both, does our true line of action lie. Undue cultivation of the inward or dynamical province leads to idle, visionary, impracticable courses, and, especially in rude eras, to superstition and fanaticism, with their long train of baleful and well-known evils. Undue cultivation of the outward, again, though less immediately prejudicial, and even for the time productive of many palpable benefits, must, in the long run, by destroying moral force, which is the parent of all other force, prove not less certainly, and perhaps still more hopelessly, pernicious. This, we take it, is the grand characteristic of our age. By our skill in mechanism, it has come to pass, that in the management of external things we excel all other ages, while in whatever respects the pure moral nature, in true dignity of soul and character, we are perhaps inferior to most civilized ages. In fact, if we look deeper, we shall find that this faith in mechanism has now struck its roots down into man's most intimate, primary sources of conviction, and is thence sending up, over his whole life and activity, innumerable stems, fruit-bearing and poison-bearing. The truth is, men have lost their belief in the invisible, and believe, and hope, and work only in the visible, or, to speak it in other words, this is not a religious age. Only the material, the immediately practical, not the divine and spiritual, is important to us. The infinite, absolute character of virtue has passed into a finite, conditional one. It is no longer a worship of the beautiful and good, but a calculation of the profitable. Worship, indeed, in any sense, is not recognized among us, or is mechanically explained into fear of pain, or hope of pleasure. Our true deity is mechanism. It has subdued external nature for us, and we think it will do all other things. We are giants in physical power in a deeper than metaphorical sense, was are titans, that strive, by heaping mountain on mountain, to conquer heaven also. The strong mechanical character, so visible in the spiritual pursuits and methods of this age, may be traced much farther into the condition and prevailing disposition of our spiritual nature itself. Consider, for example, the general fashion of intellect in this era. Intellect, the power man has of knowing and believing, is now nearly synonymous with logic, or the mere power of arranging and communicating. Its implement is not meditation, but argument. Cause and effect is almost the only category under which we look at, and work with, all nature. Our first question with regard to any object is not, what is it? But, how is it? We are no longer instinctively driven to apprehend, and lay to heart, what is good and lovely, but rather to inquire, as onlookers, how it is produced, whence it comes, whither it goes. Our favorite philosophers have no love and no hatred. They stand among us not to do, nor to create anything, but as a sort of logic mills to grind out the true causes and effects of all that is done and created. To the eye of a Smith, a Hume or a Constant, all is well that works quietly. An order of Ignatius Loyola, a Presbyterianism of John Knox, a Wycliffe or a Henry VIII, are simply so many mechanical phenomena, caused or causing. The Euphuist of our day differs much from his pleasant predecessors. An intellectual dappling of these times boasts chiefly of his irresistible perspicacity, his dwelling in the daylight of truth, and so forth, which, on examination, turns out to be a dwelling in the rushlight of closet logic, and a deep unconsciousness that there is any other light to dwell in or any other objects to survey with it. Wonder, indeed, is on all hands dying out. It is the sign of uncultivation to wonder. Speak to any small man of a high, majestic Reformation, of a high, majestic Luther, and forthwith he sets about accounting for it, how the circumstances of the time called for such a character, and found him, we suppose, standing girt and rode ready to do its errand, how the circumstances of the time created, fashioned, floated him quietly along into the result, how, in short, this small man, had he been there, could have performed the like himself. For it is the force of circumstances that does everything, the force of one man can do nothing. Now all this is grounded on little more than a metaphor. We figure society as a machine, and that mind is opposed to mind, as body is to body, whereby 2, or at most 10, little minds must be stronger than one great mind. Notable absurdity. For the plain truth, very plain, we think, is, that minds are opposed to minds in quite a different way, and one man that has a higher wisdom, a hitherto unknown spiritual truth in him, is stronger, not than 10 men that have it not, or than 10,000, but than all men that have it not, and stands among them with a quite ethereal, angelic power, as with a sword out of heaven's own armory, sky-tempered, which no buckler, and no tower of brass, will finally withstand. But to us in these times such considerations rarely occur. We see nothing by direct vision, but only by reflection, and in anatomical dismemberment. Like Sir Hudibras, for every why we must have a wherefore. We have our little theory on all human and divine things. Poetry, the working of genius itself, which in all times, with one or another meaning, has been called inspiration, and held to be mysterious and inscrutable, is no longer without its scientific exposition. The building of the lofty rhyme is like any other masonry or bricklaying. We have theories of its rise, height, decline and fall, which latter, it would seem, is now near among all people. Of our theories of taste, as they are called, wherein the deep, infinite, unspeakable love of wisdom and beauty, which dwells in all men, is explained, made mechanically visible from association, and the like, why should we say anything? Hume has written us a natural history of religion, in which one natural history all the rest are included. Strangely too does the general feeling coincide with Hume's in this wonderful problem, for whether his natural history be the right one or not, that religion must have a natural history, all of us, cleric and laic, seem to be agreed. He indeed regards it as a disease, we again as health. So far there is a difference, but in our first principle we are at one. To what extent theological unbelief, we mean intellectual dissent from the Church, in its view of Holy Writ, prevails at this day, would be a highly important, were it not, under any circumstances, an almost impossible inquiry. But the unbelief, which is of a still more fundamental character, every man may see prevailing, with scarcely any but the faintest contradiction, all around him, even in the pulpit itself. Religion in most countries, more or less in every country, is no longer what it was, and should be, a thousand-voiced psalm from the heart of man to his invisible Father, the fountain of all goodness, beauty, truth, and revealed in every revelation of these, but for the most part, a wise prudential feeling grounded on mere calculation, a matter, as all others now are, of expediency and utility, whereby some smaller quantum of earthly enjoyment may be exchanged for a far larger quantum of celestial enjoyment. Thus religion too is profit, a working for wages, not reverence, but vulgar hope or fear. Many we know, very many we hope, are still religious in a far different sense. Were it not so, our case were too desperate, but to witness that such is the temper of the times, we take any calm observant man who agrees or disagrees in our feeling on the matter, and ask him whether our view of it is not in general well founded. Literature too, if we consider it, gives similar testimony. At no former era has literature, the printed communication of thought, been of such importance as it is now. We often hear that the Church is in danger, and truly so it is, in a danger it seems not to know of, for, with its tides in the most perfect safety, its functions are becoming more and more superseded. The true Church of England, at this moment, lies in the editors of its newspapers. These preach to the people daily, weekly, admonishing kings themselves, advising peace or war, with an authority which only the first reformers, and a long-past class of popes, were possessed of, inflicting moral censure, imparting moral encouragement, consolation, edification, in all ways diligently administering the discipline of the Church. It may be said too, that in private disposition the new preachers somewhat resemble the mendicant friars of old times, outwardly full of holy zeal, inwardly not without stratagem, and hunger for terrestrial things. But omitting this class, and the boundless host of watery personages who pipe, as they are able, on so many scrannel straws, let us look at the higher regions of literature, where, if anywhere, the pure melodies of poesy and wisdom should be heard. Of natural talent there is no deficiency, one or two richly endowed individuals even give us a superiority in this respect. But what is the song they sing? Is it a tone of the Memnon statue, breathing music as the light first touches it? A liquid wisdom disclosing to our sense the deep, infinite harmonies of nature and man's soul? Alas, no. It is not a matin or vesper hymn to the spirit of beauty, but a fierce clashing of cymbals and shouting of multitudes as children pass through the fire to Moloch. Poetry itself has no eye for the invisible. Beauty is no longer the god it worships, but some brute image of strength, which we may well call an idol, for true strength is one and the same with beauty, and its worship also is a hymn. The meek, silent light can mold, create and purify all nature, but the loud whirlwind, the sign and product of disunion of weakness, passes on and is forgotten. How widely this veneration for the physically strongest has spread itself through literature, any one may judge who reads either criticism or poem. We praise a work, not as true, but as strong. Our highest praise is that it has affected us, has terrified us. All this, it has been well observed, is the maximum of the barbarous, the symptom, not of vigorous refinement, but of luxurious corruption. It speaks much, too, for men's indestructible love of truth, that nothing of this kind will abide with them, that even the talent of a Byron cannot permanently seduce us into idol worship, that he too, with all his wild siren charming, already begins to be disregarded and forgotten. Again, with respect to our moral condition, here also, he who runs may read that the same physical, mechanical influences are everywhere busy. For the superior morality of which we hear so much, we too would desire to be thankful. At the same time, it were but blindness to deny that this superior morality is properly rather an inferior criminality, produced not by greater love of virtue, but by greater perfection of police, and of that far subtler and stronger police, called public opinion. This last watches over us with its argus eyes more keenly than ever, but the inward eye seems heavy with sleep. Of any belief in invisible, divine things, we find as few traces in our morality as elsewhere. It is by tangible, material considerations that we are guided, not by inward and spiritual. Self-denial, the parent of all virtue, in any true sense of that word, has perhaps seldom been rarer, so rare is it, that the most, even in their abstract speculations, regard its existence as a chimera. Virtue is pleasure, is profit, no celestial, but an earthly thing. Virtuous men, philanthropists, martyrs are happy accidents, their taste lies the right way. In all senses we worship and follow after power, which may be called a physical pursuit. No man now loves truth, as truth must be loved, with an infinite love, but only with a finite love, and as it were par amours. Nay, properly speaking, he does not believe and know it, but only thinks it, and that there is every probability. He preaches it aloud and rushes courageously forth with it, if there is a multitude huzzaing at his back, yet ever keeps looking over his shoulder, and the instant the huzzaing languishes, he too stops short. In fact, what morality we have takes the shape of ambition, of honor, beyond money and money's worth. Our only rational blessedness is popularity. It were but a fool's trick to die for conscience. Only for character, by duel, or, in case of extremity, by suicide, is the wise man bound to die. By arguing on the force of circumstances, we have argued away all force from ourselves, and stand leashed together, uniform in dress and movement, like the rowers of some boundless galley. This and that may be right and true, but we must not do it. Wonderful force of public opinion! We must act and walk in all points as it prescribes, follow the traffic it bids us, realize the sum of money, the degree of influence it expects of us, or we shall be lightly esteemed. Certain mouthfuls of articulate wind will be blown at us, and this what mortal courage confront. Thus, while civil liberty is more and more secured to us, our moral liberty is all but lost. Practically considered, our creed is fatalism, and, free in hand and foot, we are shackled in heart and soul with far straighter than feudal chains. Truly may we say with the philosopher, the deep meaning of the laws of mechanism lies heavy on us, and in the closet, in the marketplace, in the temple, by the social hearth, encumbers the whole movements of our mind, and over our noblest faculties is spreading a nightmare sleep. These dark features, we are aware, belong more or less to other ages, as well as to ours. This faith in mechanism, in the all-importance of physical things, is in every age the common refuge of weakness and blind discontent, of all who believe, as many will ever do, that man's true good lies without him, not within. We are aware also that, as applied to ourselves in all their aggravation, they form but half a picture, that in the whole picture there are bright lights as well as gloomy shadows. If we here dwell chiefly on the latter, let us not be blamed. It is in general more profitable to reckon up our defects than to boast of our attainments. Neither, with all these evils more or less clearly before us, have we at any time despaired of the fortunes of society. Despair or even despondency in that respect appears to us in all cases a groundless feeling. We have a faith in the imperishable dignity of man, in the high vocation to which, throughout this his earthly history, he has been appointed. However it may be with individual nations, whatever melancholic speculators may assert, it seems a well-ascertained fact, that in all times, reckoning even from those of the Heraclides and Pelasgi, the happiness and greatness of mankind at large have been continually progressive. Doubtless this age also is advancing. Its very unrest, its ceaseless activity, its discontent contains matter of promise. Knowledge, education are opening the eyes of the humblest, are increasing the number of thinking minds without limit. This is as it should be, for not in turning back, not in resisting, but only in resolutely struggling forward, does our life consist. Nay, after all, our spiritual maladies are but of opinion, we are but fettered by chains of our own forging, and which ourselves also can rend asunder. This deep, paralyzed subjection to physical objects comes not from nature, but from our own unwise mode of viewing nature. Neither can we understand that man wants, at this hour, any faculty of heart, soul or body, that ever belonged to him. He who has been born has been a first man, has had lying before his young eyes, and as yet unhardened into scientific shapes, a world as plastic, infinite, divine, as lay before the eyes of Adam himself. If mechanism, like some glass bell, encircles and imprisons us, if the soul looks forth on a fair heavenly country which it cannot reach, and pines, and in its scanty atmosphere is ready to perish, yet the bell is but of glass, one bold stroke to break the bell in pieces, and thou art delivered. Not the invisible world is wanting, for it dwells in man's soul, and this last is still here. Other solemn temples in which the divinity was once visibly revealed among us, crumbling away. We can repair them, we can rebuild them. The wisdom, the heroic worth of our forefathers, which we have lost, we can recover. That admiration of old nobleness, which now so often shows itself as a faint dilettantism, will one day become a generous emulation, and man may again be all that he has been, and more than he has been. Nor are these the mere daydreams of fancy, they are clear possibilities, nay, in this time they are even assuming the character of hopes. Indications we do see in other countries and in our own, signs infinitely cheering to us, that mechanism is not always to be our hard taskmaster, but one day to be our pliant, all-ministering servant, that a new and brighter spiritual era is slowly evolving itself for all men. But on these things our present course forbids us to enter. Meanwhile, that great outward changes are in progress can be doubtful to no one. The time is sick and out of joint. Many things have reached their height, and it is a wise adage that tells us, the darkest hour is nearest the dawn. Wherever we can gather indication of the public thought, whether from printed books, as in France or Germany, or from Carbonari rebellions and other political tumults, as in Spain, Portugal, Italy and Greece, the voice it utters is the same. The thinking minds of all nations call for change. There is a deep-lying struggle in the whole fabric of society, a boundless grinding collision of the new with the old. The French Revolution, as is now visible enough, was not the parent of this mighty movement, but its offspring. Those two hostile influences which always exist in human things and on the constant intercommunion of which depends their health and safety, had lain in separate masses, accumulating through generations, and France was the scene of their fiercest explosion, but the final issue was not unfolded in that country, nay, it is not yet anywhere unfolded. Political freedom is hitherto the object of these efforts, but they will not and cannot stop there. It is towards a higher freedom than mere freedom from oppression by his fellow mortal, that man dimly aims. Of this higher heavenly freedom which is man's reasonable service, all his noble institutions, his faithful endeavors and loftiest attainments, are but the body, and more approximated emblem. On the whole, as this wondrous planet, Earth, is journeying with its fellows through infinite space, so are the wondrous destinies embarked on it journeying through infinite time, under a higher guidance than ours. For the present, as our astronomy informs us, its path lies towards Hercules, the constellation of physical power, but that is not our most pressing concern. Go where it will, the deep heaven will be around it. Therein let us have hope and sure faith. To reform a world, to reform a nation, no wise man will undertake, and all but foolish men know that the only solid, though a far slower reformation, is what each begins and perfects on himself. Sartor Resartus. Sartor Resartus, literally the tailor repatched, was written in 1830-31. In a letter to his brother John, Carlyle wrote, "What I am writing at is the strangest of all things. A very singular piece, I assure you. It glances from heaven to earth and back again in a strange satirical frenzy, whether fine or not remains to be seen. The book purports to describe the life and opinions of a mystical German philosopher, Diogenes Teufelsdrache of Weissnichtwo, which are presented to the public by an equally imaginary editor who has received for review a copy of Teufelsdrache's treatise on the philosophy of clothes. The key to Teufelsdrache's philosophy lies in its assertion that finite circumstances are accidental and ultimately irrelevant. Reality is only embodied within infinite and spiritual perspectives. Carlyle's adoption of the double persona of Teufelsdrache and his editor for the expression of these views, however, is a device which enables him to put forward the more extreme ideas of transcendentalist philosophy without seeming to commit himself personally, and this ambiguity is reinforced by the elaborately whimsical tone of the work. If the source of the ideas in Sartor Resartus is German transcendentalism, the most obvious influence on its style is Sterne's Tristram Shandy, which is in fact referred to on several occasions during the course of the work. Sartor Resartus may have lost the classic status that was accorded to it when Carlyle's reputation was at its height, but it remains an astonishing tour de force, and many of the ideas embodied in it are central to an understanding of Carlyle as a whole. It is divided into 3 books. The concluding chapters of Book 1 are reprinted here. The World Out of Clothes *. If in the descriptive historical portion of this volume, Teufelsdrache, discussing merely the word and origin and successive improvement of clothes, has astonished many a reader, much more will he in the speculative philosophical portion, which treats of their work and of influences. It is here that the present editor first feels the pressure of his task, for here properly the higher and new philosophy of clothes commences, an untried, almost inconceivable region, or chaos, in venturing upon which, how difficult, yet how unspeakably important is it to know what course of survey and conquest is the true one, where the footing is firm substance and will bear us, where it is hollow, or mere cloud, and may engulf us. Teufelsdrache undertakes no less than to expound the moral, political, even religious influences of clothes. He undertakes to make manifest, in its thousandfold bearings, this grand proposition, that man's earthly interests are all hooked and buttoned together, and held up, by clothes. He says in so many words, society is founded upon cloth, and again society sails through the infinitude on cloth, as on a Faust's mantle, or rather like the sheet of clean and unclean beasts in the Apostle's dream, and without such sheet or mantle would sink to endless depths, or mount to inane limbos, and in either case be no more. By what chains, or indeed infinitely complected tissues of meditation this grand theorem is here unfolded, and innumerable practical corollaries are drawn therefrom, it were perhaps a mad ambition to attempt exhibiting. Our professor's method is not, in any case, that of common school logic, where the truths all stand in a row, each holding by the skirts of the other, but at best that of practical reason, proceeding by large intuition over whole systematic groups and kingdoms, whereby, we might say, a noble complexity, almost like that of nature, reigns in his philosophy, or spiritual picture of nature, a mighty maze, yet, as faith whispers, not without a plan. Nay, we complained above, that a certain ignoble complexity, what we must call mere confusion, was also discernible. Often also we have to exclaim, would to heaven those same biographical documents were come. For it seems as if the demonstration lay much in the author's individuality, as if it were not argument that had taught him, but experience. At present it is only in local glimpses and by significant fragments, picked often at wide enough intervals from the original volume, and carefully collated, that we can hope to impart some outline or foreshadow of this doctrine. Readers of any intelligence are once more invited to favor us with their most concentrated attention. Let these, after intense consideration, and not till then, pronounce, whether on the utmost verge of our actual horizon there is not a looming as of land, a promise of new fortunate islands, perhaps whole undiscovered Americas, for such as have canvassed to sail thither. As exordium to the whole, stand here the following long citation. With men of a speculative turn, writes Teufelsdrache, there come seasons, meditative, sweet, yet awful hours, when in wonder and fear you ask yourself that unanswerable question, who am I, the thing that can say, I das Wesen das sich ich nennt. The world, with its loud trafficking, retires into the distance, and, through the paper hangings, and stone walls, and thick-plied tissues of commerce and polity, and all the living and lifeless integuments of society and a body wherewith your existence sits surrounded, the sight reaches forth into the void deep, and you are alone with the universe, and silently commune with it, as one mysterious present with another. Who am I? What is this me? A voice, a motion, an appearance, some embodied, visualized idea in the eternal mind. Cogito, ergo sum. Alas, poor cogitator, this takes us but a little way. Sure enough, I am, and lately was not, but whence? How? Where to? The answer lies around, written in all colors and motions, uttered in all tones of jubilee and wail, in thousand-figured, thousand-voiced, harmonious nature, but where is the cunning eye and ear to whom that God-written apocalypse will yield articulate meaning? We sit as in a boundless phantasmagoria and dream grotto, boundless, for the faintest star, the remotest century, lies not even nearer the verge thereof. Sounds and many-coloured visions flit round our sense, but him, the unslumbering, whose work both dream and dreamer are, we see not, except in rare half-waking moments, suspect not. Creation, says one, lies before us, like a glorious rainbow, but the sun that made it lies behind us, hidden from us. Then in that strange dream, how we clutch at shadows as if they were substances, and sleep deepest while fancying ourselves most awake. Which of your philosophical systems is other than a dream theorem, a net quotient, confidently given out, where divisor and dividend are both unknown? What are all your national wars with their Moscow retreats, and sanguinary hate-filled revolutions, but the somnambulism of uneasy sleepers? This dreaming, this somnambulism is what we on earth call life, wherein the most indeed undoubtingly wander as if they knew right hand from left, yet they only are wise who know that they know nothing. Pity that all metaphysics had hitherto proved so inexpressibly unproductive. The secret of man's being is still like the Sphinx's secret, a riddle that he cannot read, and for ignorance of which he suffers death, the worst death, a spiritual. What are your axioms and categories and systems and aphorisms? Words, words. High-air castles are cunningly built of words, the words well bedded also in good logic mortar, wherein, however, no knowledge will come to lodge. The whole is greater than the part, how exceedingly true. Nature abhors a vacuum, how exceedingly false and calumnious. Again, nothing can act but where it is, with all my heart, only, where is it? Be not the slave of words, is not the distant, the dead, while I love it, and long for it, and mourn for it, here in the genuine sense, as truly as the floor I stand on. But that same where with its brother when are from the first the master colours of our dream grotto, say rather the canvas, the warp and woof thereof, whereon all our dreams and life visions are painted. Nevertheless, has not a deeper meditation taught certain of every climate and age, that the where and when, so mysteriously inseparable from all our thoughts, are but superficial terrestrial adhesions to thought, that the seer may discern them where they mount up out of the celestial everywhere and forever? Have not all nations conceived their God as omnipresent and eternal, as existing in a universal here and everlasting now? Think well, thou too wilt find that space is but a mode of our human sense, so likewise time, there is no space and no time, we know not what, light sparkles floating in the ether of deity. So that this so solid seeming world, after all, were but an air image, our me the only reality, and nature, with its thousandfold production and destruction, but the reflex of our own inward force, the fantasy of our dream, or what the earth spirit in Faust names it, the living visible garment of God. In being's floods, in action storm. I walk and work, above, beneath. Work and weave in endless motion. Birth and death. An infinite ocean. A seizing and giving. The fire of living. 'Tis thus at the roaring loom of time I ply. And we for God the garment thou sayest him by. Of 20 millions that have read and spouted this thunder speech of the urgest, are there yet 20 units of us that have learned the meaning thereof? It was in some such mood, when wearied and fordone with these high speculations, that I first came upon the question of clothes. Strange enough, it strikes me, is this same fact of their being tailors and tailored. The horse I ride has his own whole fell, strip him of the girths and flaps and extraneous tags I have fastened round him, and the noble creature is his own sempster and weaver and spinner, nay his own bootmaker, jeweller, and man-milliner. He bounds free through the valleys with a perennial rainproof court suit on his body, wherein warmth and easiness of fit have reached perfection, nay the graces also have been considered, and frills and fringes, with gay variety of colour, featly appended, and ever in the right place, are not wanting. While I, good heaven, have thatched myself over with the dead fleeces of sheep, the bark of vegetables, the entrails of worms, the hides of oxen or seals, the felt of furred beasts, and walk abroad a moving rag screen, overheaped with shreds and tatters raked from the charnel house of nature, where they would have rotted, to rot on me more slowly. Day after day I must thatch myself anew, day after day this despicable thatch must lose some film of its thickness, some film of it, frayed away by tear and wear, must be brushed off into the ash-pit, into the lay-stall, till by degrees the whole has been brushed thither, and I, the dust-making, patent rag-grinder, get new material to grind down. O subter brutish! Vile! Most vile! For have not I too a compact all-enclosing skin, whiter or dingier? Am I a botched mass of tailors' and cobblers' shreds, then, or a tightly articulated, homogeneous little figure, automatic, nay alive? Strange enough how creatures of the human kind shut their eyes to plainest facts, and by the mere inertia of oblivion and stupidity, live at ease in the midst of wonders and terrors. But indeed man is and was always a blockhead and dullard, much readier to feel and digest, than to think and consider. Prejudice, which he pretends to hate, is his absolute lawgiver. Mere use and wont everywhere leads him by the nose. Thus let but a rising of the sun, let but a creation of the world happen twice, and it ceases to be marvelous, to be noteworthy, or noticeable. Perhaps not once in a lifetime does it occur to your ordinary biped, of any country or generation, be he gold-mantled prince or russet-jerkin peasant, that his vestments and his self are not one and indivisible, that he is naked, without vestments, till he buy or steal such, and by forethought sew and button them. For my own part, these considerations of our clothes thatch, and how, reaching inwards even to our heart of hearts, it tailorizes and demoralizes us, fill me with a certain horror at myself and mankind, almost as one feels at those Dutch cows which, during the wet season, you see grazing deliberately with jackets and petticoats, of striped sacking, in the meadows of Gouda. Nevertheless, there is something great in the moment when a man first strips himself of adventitious wrappage, and sees indeed that he is naked, and, as Swift has it, a forked straddling animal with bandy legs, yet also a spirit, and unutterable mystery of mysteries. Adamatism ***. Let no courteous reader take offense at the opinions broached in the conclusion of the last chapter. The editor himself, on first glancing over that singular passage, was inclined to exclaim, "What, have we got not only a sansculotist, but an enemy to clothes in the abstract? A new Adamite in this century which flatters itself that it is the 19th, and destructive both to superstition and enthusiasm. Consider, thou foolish Teufelsdrache, what benefits unspeakable all ages and sexes derive from clothes. For example, when thou thyself, a watery, pulpy, slabbery freshman and newcomer in this planet, sattest mewling and puking in thy nurse's arms, sucking thy coral, and looking forth into the world in the blankest manner, what hadst thou been without thy blankets, and bibs, and other nameless hulls? A terror to thyself and mankind. Or hast thou forgotten the day when thou first received its breeches, and thy long clothes became short? The village where thou livedst was all apprised of the fact, and neighbor after neighbor kissed thy pudding cheek, and gave thee, as hansel, silver or copper coins, on that the first gala day of thy existence. Again, would not thou, at one period of life, a buck, or blood, or macaroni, or incroyable, or dandy, or by whatever name, according to year and place, such phenomenon is distinguished? In that one word lie included mysterious volumes. Nay, now when the reign of folly is over, or altered, and thy clothes are not for triumph but for defense, as thou always worn them perforce, and as a consequence of man's fall, never rejoiced in them as in a warm movable house, a body round thy body, wherein that strange The of thine sat snug, defying all variations of climate. Girt with thick double-milled kerseys, half buried under shawls and broad brims, and overalls and mud boots, thy very fingers cased in doeskin and mittens, thou hast bestrode that horse I ride, and, though it were in wild winter, dashed through the world, glorying in it as if thou wert its lord. In vain did the sleet beat round thy temples, it lighted only on thy impenetrable, felted or woven, case of wool. In vain did the winds howl, forest sounding and creaking, deep calling unto deep, and the storms heap themselves together into one huge arctic whirlpool, thou flewest through the middle thereof, striking fire from the highway, wild music hummed in thy ears, thou too wert as a sailor of the air, the wreck of matter and the crash of worlds was thy element and propitiously wafting tide. Without clothes, without bit or saddle, what hadst thou been, what had thy fleet quadruped been? Nature is good, but she is not the best, here truly was the victory of art over nature. A thunderbolt indeed might have pierced thee, all short of this thou couldst defy. Or, cries the courteous reader, has your Teufelsdrache forgotten what he said lately about aboriginal savages, and their condition miserable indeed? Would he have all this unsaid, and us betake ourselves again to the matted cloak, and go sheeted in a thick natural fell? No wise, courteous reader. The professor knows full well what he is saying, and both thou and we, in our haste, do him wrong. If clothes in these times so tailorize and demoralize us, have they no redeeming value? Can they not be altered to serve better? Must they of necessity be thrown to the dogs? The truth is, Teufelsdrache, though a sansculotist, is no Adamite, and much perhaps as he might wish to go forth before this degenerate age as a sign, would nowise wish to do it, as those old Adamites did, in a state of nakedness. The utility of clothes is altogether apparent to him, nay perhaps he has an insight into their more recondite, and almost mystic qualities, what we might call the omnipotent virtue of clothes, such as was never before vouchsafed to any man. For example, you see two individuals, he writes, one dressed in fine red, the other in coarse threadbare blue. Red says to blue, be hanged and anatomized. Blue hears with a shudder, and, oh wonder of wonders, marches sorrowfully to the gallows, is there noosed up, vibrates his hour, and the surgeons dissect him, and fit his bones into a skeleton for medical purposes. How is this, or what make ye of your nothing can act but where it is? Red has no physical hold of blue, no clutch of him, is nowise in contact with him, neither are those ministering sheriffs and lord lieutenants and hangmen and tipstaves so related to commanding red, that he can tug them hither and thither, but each stands distinct within his own skin. Nevertheless, as it is spoken, so is it done, the articulated word sets all hands in action, and rope and improved drop perform their work. Thinking reader, the reason seems to me twofold: first, that man is a spirit, and bound by invisible bonds to all men; secondly, that he wears clothes, which are the visible emblems of that fact. Has not your red-hanging individual a horsehair wig, squirrel skins, and a plush gown, whereby all mortals know that he is a judge? Society, which the more I think of it astonishes me the more, is founded upon cloth. Often in my atrabiliar moods, when I read of pompous ceremonials, Frankfort coronations, royal drawing-rooms, levees, couchés, and how the ushers and macers and pursuivants are all in waiting, how Duke this is presented by Archduke that, and Colonel by General B, and innumerable bishops, admirals, and miscellaneous functionaries are advancing gallantly to the anointed presence, and I strive, in my remote privacy, to form a clear picture of that solemnity, on a sudden, as by some enchanter's wand, thus shall I speak it. The clothes fly off the whole dramatic corps, and dukes, grandees, bishops, generals, anointed presence itself, every mother's son of them, stand straddling there, not a shirt on them, and I know not whether to laugh or weep. This physical or psychical infirmity, in which perhaps I am not singular, I have, after hesitation, thought right to publish, for the solace of those afflicted with the like. Would to heaven, say we, thou hadst thought right to keep it secret. Who is there now that can read the 5 columns of presentations in his morning newspaper without a shudder? Hypochondriac men, and all men are to a certain extent hypochondriac, should be more gently treated. With what readiness our fancy, in this shattered state of the nerves, follows out the consequences which Teufelsdruck, with a devilish coolness, goes on to draw. What would Majesty do, could such an accident befall in reality, should the buttons all simultaneously start, and the solid will evaporate, in very deed, as here in dream? Ach Gott! How each skulks into the nearest hiding place, their high state tragedy, Haupt und Staatsaction, becomes a pickle herring farce to weep at, which is the worst kind of farce. The tables, according to Horace, and with them, the whole fabric of government, legislation, property, police, and civilized society, are dissolved, in wails and howls. Lives the man that can figure a naked Duke of Windlestraw addressing a naked House of Lords. Imagination, choked as in mephitic air, recoils on itself, and will not forward with the picture. The woolsack, the ministerial, the opposition benches in fandom. In fandom. And yet why is the thing impossible? Was not every soul, or rather every body, of these guardians of our liberties, naked, or nearly so, last night, a forked radish with a head fantastically carved? And why might he not, did our stern fate so order it, walk out to St. Stephen's, as well as into bed, in that no fashion, and there, with other similar radishes, hold a bed of justice? Solace of those afflicted with the like. Unhappy Teufelsdruck, had man ever such a physical or psychical infirmity before? And now how many, perhaps, may thy unparalleled confession, which we, even to the sounder British world, and goaded on by critical and biographical duty, grudge to re-impart, incurably infect therewith? Art thou the malignest of sansculottists, or only the maddest? It will remain to be examined, adds the inexorable Teufelsdruck, in how far the scarecrow, as a clothed person, is not also entitled to benefit of clergy, and English trial by jury, nay perhaps, considering his high function, for is not he too a defender of property, and sovereign armed with the terrors of the law to a certain royal immunity and inviolability, which, however, misers and the meaner class of persons are not always voluntarily disposed to grant him? Oh my friends, we are, in Yorick Stern's words, but as turkeys driven, with a stick and red clout, to the market, or if some drivers, as they do in Norfolk, take a dried bladder and put peas in it, the rattle thereof terrifies the boldest. Pure reason asterisk. It must now be apparent enough that our professor, as above hinted, is a speculative radical, and of the very darkest tinge, acknowledging, for most part, in the solemnities and paraphernalia of civilized life, which we make so much of, nothing but so many cloth rags, turkipoles, and bladders with dried peas. To linger among such speculations, longer than mere science requires, a discerning public can have no wish. For our purpose is the simple fact that such a naked world is possible, nay actually exists, under the clothed one, will be sufficient. Much, therefore, we omit about kings wrestling naked on the green with Carmen, and the kings being thrown, dissect them with scalpels, says Teufelsdruck, the same viscera, tissues, livers, lights, and other life tackle, are there, examine their spiritual mechanism, the same great need, great greed, and little faculty, nay 10 to 1, but the Carmen, who understands draft cattle, the rimming of wheels, something of the laws of unstable and stable equilibrium with other branches of wagon. science and has actually put forth his hand and operated on nature, is the more cunningly gifted of the two. Whence then their so unspeakable difference? From clothes. Much also we shall omit about confusion of ranks, and Joan and my lady, and how it would be everywhere hail fellow well met, and chaos will come again, all which to any one that has once fairly pictured out the grandmother idea society in a state of nakedness, will spontaneously suggest itself. Should some skeptical individual still entertain doubts whether in a world without clothes, the smallest politeness, polity, or even police, could exist, let him turn to the original volume, and view there the boundless Sabonian bog of sansculottism, stretching sour and pestilential, over which we have lightly flown, where not only whole armies but whole nations might sink. If indeed the following argument, in its brief riveting emphasis, be not of itself incontrovertible and final. Are we opossums, have we natural pouches, like the kangaroo? Or how without clothes could we possess the master organ, soul's seat, and true pineal gland of the body social, I mean a purse? Nevertheless it is impossible to hate Professor Teufelsdrockh, at worst, one knows not whether to hate or to love him. For though in looking at the fair tapestry of human life, with its royal and even sacred figures, he dwells not on the obverse alone, but here chiefly on the reverse, and indeed turns out the rough seams, tatters, and manifold frums of that unsightly wrong side, with an almost diabolic patience and indifference, which must have sunk him in the estimation of most readers, there is that within which unspeakably distinguishes him from all other past and present sansculotists. The grand unparalleled peculiarity of Teufelsdrockh is, that with all this descendentalism, he combines a transcendentalism, no less superlative, whereby if on the one hand he degrade man below most animals except those jacketed Gouda cows, he, on the other, exalts him beyond the visible heavens, almost to an equality with the gods. To the eye of vulgar logic, says he, what is man? An omnivorous biped that wears breeches. To the eye of pure reason, what is he? A soul, a spirit, and divine apparition. Round his mysterious me there lies, under all those wool rags, a garment of flesh, or of senses, contextured in the loom of heaven, whereby he is revealed to his like, and dwells with them in union and division, and sees and fashions for himself a universe, with azure starry spaces, and long thousands of years. Deep hidden is he under that strange garment, amid sounds and colours and forms, as it were, swathed in, and inextricably overshrouded, yet it is skywoven, and worthy of a god. Stands he not thereby in the centre of immensities, in the calm flux of eternities? He feels power has been given him to know, to believe, nay does not the spirit of love, free in its celestial primeval brightness, even here though but for moments, look through? Well said Saint Chrysostom with his lips of gold, the true Shekinah is man, where else is the God's presence manifested not to our eyes only, but to our hearts, as in our fellow man. In such passages unhappily too rare the high Platonic mysticism of our author, which is perhaps the fundamental element of his nature, bursts forth, as it were, in full flood, and, through all the vapour and tarnish of what is often so perverse, so mean in his exterior and environment, we seem to look into a whole inward sea of light and love, though, alas, the grim coppery clouds soon roll together again, and hide it from view. Such tendency to mysticism is everywhere traceable in this man, and indeed, to attentive readers, must have been long ago apparent. Nothing that he sees but has more than a common meaning, but has two meanings. Thus, if in the highest imperial sceptre and Charlemagne mantle, as well as in the poorest oxgoad and gypsy blanket, he finds prose, decay, contemptibility, there is in each sort poetry also, and a reverend worth. For matter, were it never so despicable, is spirit, the manifestation of spirit, were it never so honourable, can it be more? The thing visible, nay the thing imagined, the thing in any way conceived as visible, what is it but a garment, a clothing of the higher, celestial, invisible, unimaginable, formless, dark with excess of bright? Under which point of view the following passage, so strange in purport, so strange in phrase, seems characteristic enough. The beginning of all wisdom is to look fixedly on clothes, or even with armed eyesight, till they become transparent. The philosopher, says the wisest of this age, must station himself in the middle. How true! The philosopher is he to whom the highest has descended, and the lowest has mounted up, who is the equal and kindly brother of all. Shall we tremble before clothwebs and cobwebs, whether woven in arkwright looms, or by the silent arachnes that weave unrestingly in our imagination? Or, on the other hand, what is there that we cannot love, since all was created by God? Happy he who can look through the clothes of a man, the woolen, and fleshly, and official bank paper and state paper clothes, into the man himself, and discern, it may be, in this or the other dread potentate, a more or less incompetent digestive apparatus, yet also an inscrutable venerable mystery, in the meanest tinker that sees with eyes. For the rest, as is natural to a man of this kind, he deals much in the feeling of wonder, insists on the necessity and high worth of universal wonder, which he holds to be the only reasonable temper for the denizen of so singular a planet as ours. Wonder, says he, is the basis of worship. The reign of wonder is perennial, indestructible in man. Only at certain stages, as the present, it is, for some short season, a reign in partibus infidelium. That progress of science, which is to destroy wonder, and in its stead substitute mensuration and numeration, finds small favor with Teufelsdruck, much as he otherwise venerates these two latter processes. Shall your science, exclaims he, proceed in the small chink-lighted, or even oil-lighted, underground workshop of logic alone, and man's mind become an arithmetical mill, whereof memory is the hopper, and mere tables of sines and tangents, codification and treatises of what you call political economy, are the meal? And what is that science which the scientific head alone, were it screwed off, and, like the doctors in the Arabian tale, set in a basin to keep it alive, could prosecute without shadow of a heart, but one other of the mechanical and menial handicrafts, for which the scientific head, having a soul in it, is too noble an organ? I mean that thought without reverence is barren, perhaps poisonous, at best, dies like cookery with the day that called it forth, does not live, like sowing, in successive tilths and wider spreading harvests, bringing food and plenteous increase to all time. In such wise does Teufelsdruck deal hits, harder or softer, according to ability, yet ever, as we would fain persuade ourselves, with charitable intent. Above all, that class of logic choppers, and treble-pipe scoffers, and professed enemies to wonder, who, in these days, so numerously patrol as night constables about the Mechanics' Institute of Science, and cackle, like true old Roman geese and goslings round their capital, on any alarm, or on none, nay, who often, as illuminated skeptics, walk abroad into peaceable society, in full daylight, with rattle and lantern, and insist on guiding you and guarding you therewith, though the sun is shining, and the street populous with mere justice-loving men, that whole class is inexpressibly wearisome to him. Hear with what uncommon animation he perorates. The man who cannot wonder, who does not habitually wonder and worship, were he president of innumerable royal societies and carried the whole Mécanique Céleste and Hegel's philosophy, and the epitome of all laboratories and observatories with their results, in his single head, is but a pair of spectacles behind which there is no eye. Let those who have eyes look through him, then he may be useful. Thou wilt have no mystery and mysticism, wilt walk through thy world by the sunshine of what thou callest truth, or even by the handlamp of what I call eternal logic, and explain all, account for all, or believe nothing of it. Nay, thou wilt attempt laughter, whoso recognizes the unfathomable, all-pervading domain of mystery, which is everywhere under our feet and among our hands, to whom the universe is an oracle and temple, as well as a kitchen and cattle stall. He shall be a delirious mystic, to him thou, with sniffing charity, wilt protrusively proffer thy handlamp, and shriek, as one injured, when he kicks his foot through it. Armour Teufel! Doth not thy cow calve, doth not thy bull gender? Thou thyself, wert thou not born, wilt thou not die? Explain me all this, or do one of two things: retire into private places with thy foolish cackle, or, what were better, give it up, and weep, not that the reign of wonder is done, and God's world all disembellished and prosaic, but that thou hitherto art a dilettante and sand-blind pedant. Prospective asterisk. The philosophy of clothes is now to all readers, as we predicted it would do, unfolding itself into new boundless expansions of a cloud-capped, almost chimerical aspect, yet not without azure loomings in the far distance, and streaks as of an Elysian brightness, the highly questionable purport and promise of which it is becoming more and more important for us to ascertain. Is that a real Elysian brightness, cries many a timid wayfarer, or the reflex of pandemonian lava? Is it of a truth leading us into beatific asphodel meadows, or the yellow burning marl of a hell on earth? Our professor, like other mystics, whether delirious or inspired, gives an editor enough to do. Even higher and dizzier are the heights he leads us to, more piercing, all-comprehending, all-confounding are his views and glances. For example, this of nature being not an aggregate but a whole. Well sang the Hebrew psalmist, "If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the universe, God is there." Thou thyself, O cultivated reader, who too probably art no psalmist, but a prosaist, knowing God only by tradition, knowest thou any corner of the world where at least force is not? The drop which thou shakest from thy wet hand rests not where it falls, but tomorrow thou findest it swept away, already on the wings of the north wind. It is nearing the Tropic of Cancer. How came it to evaporate, and not lie motionless? Thinkest thou there is aught motionless, without force, and utterly dead? As I rode through the Schwarzwald, I said to myself, that little fire which glows star-like across the dark-growing Knack-End moor where the sooty smith bends over his anvil, and thou hopest to replace thy lost horseshoe, is it a detached, separated speck, cut off from the whole universe, or indissolubly joined to the whole? Thou fool, that smidifier was primarily kindled at the sun, is fed by air that circulates from before Noah's deluge, from beyond the dog star, therein, with iron force and coal force, and the far stranger force of man, are cunning affinities and battles and victories of force brought about. It is a little ganglion, or nervous center, in the great vital system of immensity. Call it, if thou wilt, an unconscious altar, kindled on the bosom of the all, whose iron sacrifice, whose iron smoke and influence reach quite through the all, whose dingy priest, not by word, yet by brain and sinew, preaches forth the mystery of force, nay preaches forth, exoterically enough, one little textlet from the gospel of freedom, the gospel of man's force, commanding, and one day to be all commanding. Detached, separated. I say there is no such separation, nothing hitherto was ever stranded, cast aside, but all, were it only a withered leaf, works together with all, is borne forward on the bottomless, shoreless flood of action, and lives through perpetual metamorphoses. The withered leaf is not dead and lost, there are forces in it and around it, though working in inverse order, else how could it rot? Despise not the rag from which man makes paper, or the litter from which the earth makes corn. Rightly viewed, no meanest object is insignificant, all objects are as windows, through which the philosophic eye looks into infinitude itself. Again, leaving that wondrous Schwarzwald smithy altar, what vacant, high-sailing airships are these, and whither will they sail with us? All visible things are emblems, what thou sayest is not there on its own account, strictly taken, is not there at all, matter exists only spiritually, and to represent some idea, and body it forth. Hence clothes, as despicable as we think them, are so unspeakably significant. Clothes from the king's mantle downwards, are emblematic, not of want only, but of a manifold cunning victory over want. On the other hand, all emblematic things are properly clothes, thought-woven or hand-woven. Must not the imagination weave garments, visible bodies, wherein the else invisible creations and inspirations of our reason are, like spirits, revealed, and first become all-powerful, the rather if, as we often see, the hand too aid her, and by wool clothes or otherwise, reveal such even to the outward eye. Men are properly said to be clothed with authority, clothed with beauty, with curses, and the like. Nay, if you consider it, what is man himself, and his whole terrestrial life, but an emblem, a clothing or visible garment for that divine emmy of his, cast hither, like a light particle, down from heaven? Thus is he said also to be clothed with a body. Language is called the garment of thought, however, it should rather be, language is the flesh garment, the body of thought. I said that imagination wove this flesh garment, and does not she? Metaphors are her stuff. Examine language. What, if you accept some few primitive elements of natural sound, what is it all but metaphors, recognized as such, or no longer recognized, still fluid and florid, or now solid grown and colorless? If those same primitive elements are the osseous fixtures in the flesh garment, language, then are metaphors its muscles and tissues and living integuments. An unmetaphorical style you shall in vain seek for, is not your very attention a stretching to? The difference lies here. Some styles are lean, adust, wiry, the muscle itself seems osseous, some are even quite pallid, hunger-bitten and dead-looking, while others again glow in the flush of health and vigorous self-growth, sometimes, as in my own case, not without an apoplectic tendency. Moreover, there are sham metaphors which overhanging that same thought's body, best naked, and deceptively bedizening, or bolstering it out, may be called its false stuffings, superfluous show-cloaks, puts mantle, and tawdry woolen rags, whereof he that runs and reads may gather whole hampers, and burn them. Then which paragraph on metaphors did the reader ever chance to see a more surprisingly metaphorical? However, that is not our chief grievance, the professor continues. Why multiply instances? It is written, the heavens and the earth shall fade away like a vesture, which indeed they are, the time vesture of the eternal. Whatsoever sensibly exists, whatsoever represents spirit to spirit, is properly a clothing, a suit of raiment, put on for a season, and to be laid off. Thus in this one pregnant subject of clothes, rightly understood, is included all that men have thought, dreamed, done, and been. The whole external universe and what it holds is but clothing, and the essence of all science lies in the philosophy of clothes. Towards these dim infinitely expanded regions, close bordering on the impalpable inane, it is not without apprehension and perpetual difficulties that the editor sees himself journeying and struggling. Till lately a cheerful daystar of hope hung before him in the expected aid of Hofrath Husrecht, which daystar, however, melts now, not into the red of morning, but into a vague, grey half-light, uncertain whether dawn of day or dusk of utter darkness. For the last week, these so-called biographical documents are in his hand. By the kindness of a Scottish Hamburg merchant, whose name, known to the whole mercantile world, he must not mention, but whose honourable courtesy, now and often before spontaneously manifested to him, a mere literary stranger, he cannot soon forget, the bulky Weissnichtwo packet, with all its custom-house seals, foreign hieroglyphs, and miscellaneous tokens of travel, arrived here in perfect safety, and free of cost. The reader shall now fancy with what hot haste it was broken up, with what breathless expectation glanced over, and, alas, with what unquiet disappointment it has, since then, been often thrown down, and again taken up. Hofrath Huschreck, in a too long-winded letter, full of compliments, Weissnichtwo politics, dinners, dining repartees, and other ephemeral trivialities, proceeds to remind us of what we knew well already, that however it may be with metaphysics, and other abstract science originating in the head, Verstand alone, no life philosophy, Lebensphilosophy, such as this of clothes pretends to be, which originates equally in the character, Gemuth, and equally speaks thereto, can attain its significance till the character itself is known and seen, till the author's view of the world, Weltansicht, and how he actively and passively came by such a view, are clear, in short till a biography of him has been philosophico-poetically written, and philosophico-poetically read. Nay, adds he, were the speculative scientific truth even known, you still, in this inquiring age, ask yourself, whence came it, and why, and how? And rest not, till, if no better may be, fancy have shaped out an answer, and either in the authentic lineaments of fact, or the forged ones of fiction, a complete picture and genetical history of the man and his spiritual endeavor lies before you. But why, says the Hofrath, and indeed say we, do I dilate on the uses of our Teufelsdracher's biography? The great Herr Minister von Goethe has penetratingly remarked that man is properly the only object that interests man. Thus I too have noted that in Weissnichtwo our whole conversation is little or nothing else but biography or autobiography, ever humano-anecdotical, menschlich-anekdotisch. Biography is by nature the most universally profitable, universally pleasant of all things, especially biography of distinguished individuals. By this time, mein veritester, my most esteemed, continues he, with an eloquence which, unless the words be purloined from Teufelsdrache, or some trick of his, as we suspect, is well nigh unaccountable, by this time you are fairly plunged, vertieft, in that mighty forest of clothes philosophy, and looking round, as all readers do, with astonishment enough. Such portions and passages as you have already mastered, and brought to paper, could not but awaken a strange curiosity touching the mind they issued from, the perhaps unparalleled physical mechanism, which manufactured such matter, and emitted it to the light of day. Had Teufelsdrache also a father and mother? Did he, at one time, wear drivelbibs, and live on spoon meat? Did he ever, in rapture and tears, clasp a friend's bosom to his? Looks he also wistfully into the long burial isle of the past, where only winds, and their low harsh moan, give inarticulate answer? Has he fought duels, good heaven? How did he comport himself when in love? By what singular stair-steps, in short, and subterranean passages, and sloughs of despair, and steep Pisgah hills, has he reached this wonderful prophetic Hebron, a true old closed jury, where he now dwells? To all these natural questions the voice of public history is as yet silent. Certain only that he has been and is a pilgrim and traveller from a far country, more or less footsore and travel-soiled, has parted with road companions, fallen among thieves, been poisoned by bad cookery, blistered with bug bites, nevertheless, at every stage, for they have let him pass, has had the bill to discharge. But the whole particulars of his route, his weather observations, the picturesque sketches he took, though all regularly jotted down in indelible sympathetic ink by an invisible interior penman, are these nowhere forthcoming? Perhaps quite lost, one other leaf of that mighty volume of human memory, left to fly abroad, unprinted, unpublished, unbound up, as waste paper, and to rot, the sport of rainy winds. No, veritester Herr Herausgeber, in no wise. I hear by the unexampled favor you stand in with our sage, send not a biography only, but an autobiography, at least the materials for such, wherefrom, if I misreckon not, your perspicacity will draw fullest insight, and so the whole philosophy and philosopher of clothes will stand clear to the wondering eyes of England, nay thence, through America, through Hindostan, and the antipodal New Holland, finally conquer, Eineman, great part of this terrestrial planet. And now let the sympathizing reader judge of our feeling when, in place of this same autobiography with fullest insight, we find 6 considerable paper bags, carefully sealed, and marked successively, in gilt china ink, with the symbols of the 6 southern zodiacal signs, beginning at Libra, in the inside of which sealed bags lie miscellaneous masses of sheets, and oftener shreds and snips, written in Professor Teufelsdracher's scarce legible cursive shrift, and treating of all imaginable things under the zodiac and above it, but of his own personal history only at rare intervals, and then in the most enigmatic manner. Whole fascicles there are wherein the professor, or as he here, speaking in the third person, calls himself the Wanderer, is not once named. Then again, amidst what seems to be a metaphysico-theological disquisition, detached thoughts on the steam engine, or the continued possibility of prophecy, we shall meet with some quite private, not unimportant biographical fact. On certain sheets stand dreams, authentic or not, while the circumjacent waking actions are omitted. Anecdotes, oftenest without date of place or time, fly loosely on separate slips, like Sibylline leaves. Interspersed also are long purely autobiographical delineations, yet without connection, without recognizable coherence, so unimportant, so superfluously minute, they almost remind us of P. Clerk of this parish. Thus does famine of intelligence alternate with waste. Selection order appears to be unknown to the professor. In all bags the same imbroglio, only perhaps in the bag Capricorn, and those near it, the confusion a little worse confounded. Close by a rather eloquent oration on receiving the doctor's hat, lie washbills, marked basalt, settled. His travels are indicated by the street advertisements of the various cities he has visited, of which street advertisements, in most living tongues, here is perhaps the completest collection extant. So that if the clothes volume itself was too like a chaos, we have now instead of the solar luminary that should still it, the airy limbo which by intermixture will farther volatilize and discompose it. As we shall perhaps see it our duty ultimately to deposit these 6 paper bags in the British Museum, farther description, and all vituperation of them, may be spared. Biography or autobiography of Teufelsdrache there is, clearly enough, none to be gleaned here, at most some sketchy, shadowy fugitive likeness of him may, by unheard of efforts, partly of intellect, partly of imagination, on the side of editor and of reader, rise up between them. Only as a gaseous chaotic appendix to that aqueous chaotic volume can the contents of the 6 bags hover round us, and portions thereof be incorporated with our delineation of it. Daily and nightly does the editor sit, with green spectacles, deciphering these unimaginable documents from their perplexed cursive shrift, collating them with the almost equally unimaginable volume, which stands in legible print. Over such a universal medley of high and low, of hot, cold, moist and dry, is he here struggling, by union of like with like, which is method, to build a firm bridge for British travellers. Never perhaps since our first bridge builders, Sin and Death, built that stupendous arch from Hellgate to the earth, did any pontifex, or pontiff, undertake such a task as the present editor. For in this arch too, leading, as we humbly presume, far otherwards than that grand primeval one, the materials are to be fished up from the weltering deep, and down from the simmering air, here one mass, there another, and cunningly cemented, while the elements boil beneath, nor is there any supernatural force to do it with, but simply the diligence and feeble thinking faculty of an English editor, endeavouring to evolve printed creation out of a German printed and written chaos, wherein, as he shoots to and fro in it, gathering, clutching, piecing the why to the far distant wherefore, his whole faculty and self are like to be swallowed up. Patiently, under these incessant toils and agitations, does the editor, dismissing all anger, see his otherwise robust health declining, some fraction of his allotted natural sleep nightly leaving him, and little but an inflamed nervous system to be looked for. What is the use of health, or of life, if not to do some work therewith? And what work nobler than transplanting foreign thought into the barren domestic soil, except indeed planting thought of your own, which the fewest are privileged to do? Wild as it looks, this philosophy of clothes, can we ever reach its real meaning, promises to reveal new coming eras, the first dim rudiments and already budding germs of a nobler era in universal history. Is not such a prize worth some striving? Forward with us, courageous reader, be it towards failure or towards success. The latter thou sharest with us, the former also is not all our own. The French Revolution. The French Revolution fascinated Carlyle throughout his career. It appealed to him both as an embodiment of his deterministic views about the processes of history and as a dramatic warning to his own age. He began work on his history as such in 1833, reading extensively in the various volumes of memoirs that had appeared since the Revolution itself and consulting, in particular, John Stuart Mill, who at one time had considered such a project himself. Carlyle began writing in September 1834, the work was finally completed in January 1837 and published 6 months later when it transformed Carlyle's literary reputation. As a work of history, the French Revolution clearly has its limitations, but they should not be exaggerated. Carlyle's reliance on recollections and memoirs, rather than on what a modern historian would regard as genuinely primary sources, has in fact led the work to be regarded as more impressionistic than is really the case, for so determinately rhetorical an account it is remarkably accurate in its basic information. More serious is Carlyle's failure to consider his subject against the wider perspectives of European political history. His compulsive interest in the Revolution as such mitigates against a more objective focus. Furthermore, his own brand of determinism prevents him from taking sufficiently into account the economic and constitutional factors that contributed to the events which he describes. This being said, however, the merits of the French Revolution are considerable. Its great set scenes are skillfully balanced by a feeling for the significant minutiae of history, while the work as a whole is given coherence by Carlyle's exercise of a controlling sense of literary structure and by his manipulation of the ironies implicit in his material. Above all, it has a compelling narrative power and an immediacy and vividness born of its author's capacity to immerse himself totally in his subject matter. The French Revolution is divided into 3 volumes. The first, entitled The Bastille, opens with the death of Louis XV in 1774, analyzes the situation leading up to the assembling of the States General in May 1789, and concludes with the insurrection at Versailles in October of that year. The second volume, The Constitution, describes the unsuccessful attempts of the moderates to establish a constitutional form of government. The third volume, The Guillotine, deals predominantly with the collapse of moderation and the consequent reign of terror. 4 passages have been selected for inclusion here. Carlyle's historical method involved extensive reference to incidents and personalities about which he had read in his sources. To avoid an unnecessary proliferation of detail, I have only identified in the notes those personalities, institutions and events and knowledge of which is necessary for the understanding of the passages themselves. I have also omitted from the text Carlyle's own footnotes giving reference to his sources, since these are of limited value outside the work as a whole, in most editions of which they may be consulted. Astrea Redux ***. The French Revolution opens with the death of Louis XV in 1774 and presents the first years of the reign of Louis XVI as a period of uneasy calm, terminated by the summoning of the States General in May 1789, the first major concession to popular opinion made by the court. A paradoxical philosopher, carrying to the uttermost length that aphorism of Montesquieu's, "Happy the people whose annals are tiresome," has said, "Happy the people whose annals are vacant." In which saying, mad as it looks, may there not still be found some grain of reason? For truly, as it has been written, silence is divine, and of heaven, so in all earthly things too there is a silence which is better than any speech. Consider it well, the event, the thing which can be spoken of and recorded, is it not, in all cases, some disruption, some solution of continuity? Were it even a glad event, it involves change, involves loss of active force, and so far, either in the past or in the present, is an irregularity, a disease. Stillest perseverance were our blessedness, not dislocation and alteration, could they be avoided. The oak grows silently in the forest 1,000 years, only in the 1,000th year, when the woodman arrives with his axe, is there heard an echoing through the solitudes, and the oak announces itself when, with far-sounding crash, it falls. How silent too was the planting of the acorn, scattered from the lap of some wandering wind. Nay, when our oak flowered, or put on its leaves, its glad events, what shout of proclamation could there be? Hardly from the most observant a word of recognition. These things befell not, they were slowly done, not in an hour, but through the flight of days. What was to be said of it? This hour seemed altogether as the last was, as the next would be. It is thus everywhere that foolish rumor babbles not of what was done, but of what was misdone or undone, and foolish history, ever, more or less, the written epitomized synopsis of rumor, knows so little that were not as well unknown. Attila invasions, Walter the Penniless crusades, Sicilian Vespers, 30 Years' Wars, mere sin and misery, not work, but hindrance of work. For the earth all this while was yearly green and yellow with her kind harvests, the hand of the craftsman, the mind of the thinker rested not, and so, after all, and in spite of all, we have this so glorious high-domed blossoming world, concerning which, poor history may well ask, with wonder, whence it came. She knows so little of it, knows so much of what obstructed it, what would have rendered it impossible. Such, nevertheless, by necessity or foolish choice, is her rule and practice, whereby that paradox, happy the people whose annals are vacant, is not without its true side. And yet, what seems more pertinent to note here, there is a stillness, not of unobstructed growth, but of passive inertness, the symptom of imminent downfall. As victory is silent, so is defeat. Of the opposing forces the weaker has resigned itself, the stronger marches on, noiseless now, but rapid, inevitable. The fall and overturn will not be noiseless. How all grows and has its period, even as the herbs of the fields, be it annual, centennial, millennial. All grows and dies each by its own wondrous laws in wondrous fashion of its own, spiritual things most wondrously of all. Inscrutable to the wisest, are these latter, not to be prophesied of, or understood. If when the oak stands proudliest flourishing to the eye you know that its heart is sound, it is not so with the man, how much less with the society, with the nation of men. Of such it may be affirmed even that the superficial aspect, that the inward feeling of full health, is generally ominous. For indeed it is of apoplexy, so to speak, and a plethoric lazy habit of body, that churches, kingships, social institutions, oftenest die. Sad, when such institution plethorically says to itself, take thy ease, thou hast goods laid up, like the fool of the gospel, to whom it was answered, fool, this night thy life shall be required of thee. Is it the healthy peace, or the ominous unhealthy, that rests on France, for these next 10 years? over which the historian can pass lightly without call to linger, for as yet events are not, much less performances. Time of sunniest stillness, shall we call it, what all men thought it, the new age of gold? Call it at least, of paper, which in many ways is the succedaneum of gold. Bank paper wherewith you can still buy when there is no gold left, book paper, splendent with theories, philosophies, sensibilities, beautiful art, not only of revealing thought, but also of so beautifully hiding from us the want of thought. Paper is made from the rags of things that did once exist, there are endless excellences in paper. What wisest philosophe in this halcyon uneventful period could prophesy that there was approaching, big with darkness and confusion, the event of events? Hope ushers in a revolution as earthquakes are preceded by bright weather. On the 5th of May 15 years hence, old Louis will not be sending for the sacraments, but a new Louis, his grandson, with the whole pomp of astonished intoxicated France, will be opening the States General. Storm and victory *. The assembling of the States General led to the establishment of the National Assembly, and raised hopes for reform which were quickly to be denied. In particular, it was believed that the court party aimed to counter progress along constitutional lines by a coup de force. When military installations around Paris and Versailles were reinforced in June 1789, the citizens demanded arms with which to defend themselves. The sacking of the Bastille on the 14th of July 1789 was a consequence of the search for arms rather than a deliberate attempt to release its prisoners, of whom in fact there were very few, but it was as a libertarian gesture that the incident achieved its symbolic significance in the history of the Revolution. But to the living and the struggling, a new 14th morning dawns. Under all roofs of this distracted city is the nodus of a drama, not untragical, crowding toward solution. The bustlings and preparings, the tremors and menaces, the tears that fell from old eyes. This day, my sons, ye shall quit you like men. By the memory of your fathers' wrongs, by the hope of your children's rights. Tyranny impends in red wrath, help for you is none, if not in your own right hands. This day ye must do or die. From earliest light, a sleepless permanent committee has heard the old cry, now waxing almost frantic, mutinous, arms. Arms? Provost Flesselles, or what traitors there are among you, may think of those Charleville boxes. 150,000 of us, and but the third man furnished with so much as a pike. Arms are the one thing needful, with arms we are an unconquerable man-defying National Guard, without arms a rabble to be whiffed with grape-shot. Happily the word has arisen, for no secret can be kept, that there lie muskets at the Hôtel des Invalides. Thither will we, King's Procureur M. Ethis de Corny, and whatsoever of authority a permanent committee can lend, shall go with us. Besenval's camp is there, perhaps he will not fire on us, if he kill us, we shall but die. Alas, poor Besenval, with his troops melting away in that manner, has not the smallest humour to fire. At 5 o'clock this morning, as he lay dreaming, oblivious in the École Militaire, a figure stood suddenly at his bedside, with face rather handsome, eyes inflamed, speech rapid and curt, air audacious. Such a figure drew Priam's curtains. The message and monition of the figure was, that resistance would be hopeless, that if blood flowed, woe to him who shed it. Thus spoke the figure, and vanished. Withal there was a kind of eloquence that struck one. Besenval admits that he should have arrested him, but did not. Who this figure with inflamed eyes, with speech rapid and curt, might be, Besenval knows, but mentions not. Camille Desmoulins. Pythagorean Marquis Valadi, inflamed with violent motions all night at the Palais Royal. Fame names him young M. Mailer, then shuts her lips about him forever. In any case, behold, about 9 in the morning, our national volunteers rolling in long wide flood southwestward to the Hôtel des Invalides, in search of the one thing needful. King's Procureur M. Ethis de Corny and officials are there, the cure of Saint-Étienne du Morne marches unpacific at the head of his militant parish, the clerks of the Basoche in red coats we see marching, now volunteers of the Basoche, the volunteers of the Palais Royal, national volunteers, numerable by tens of thousands, of one heart and mind. The king's muskets are the nation's, think, old M. de Sombreuil, how, in this extremity, thou wilt refuse them. Old M. de Sombreuil would fain hold parley, send couriers, but it skills not, the walls are scaled, no invalid firing a shot, the gates must be flung open. Patriotism rushes in, tumultuous, from Gruntel up to Ridgetile, through all rooms and passages, rummaging distractedly for arms. What cellar or what cranny can escape it? The arms are found, all safe there, lying packed in straw, apparently with a view to being burnt. More ravenous than famishing lions over dead prey, the multitude, with clangor and vociferation, pounces on them, struggling, dashing, clutching, to the jamming up, to the pressure, fracture and probable extinction of the weaker patriot. And so, with such protracted crash of deafening, most discordant orchestra music, the scene is changed, and 28,000 sufficient filarks are on the shoulders of as many National Guards, lifted thereby out of darkness into fiery light. Let Besenval look at the glitter of these muskets, as they flash by. Guards Français, it is said, have cannon levelled on him, ready to open, if need were, from the other side of the river. Motionless sits he, astonished, one may flatter oneself, at the proud bearing, fire continence of the Parisians. And now to the Bastille, ye intrepid Parisians. Their grape-shot still threatens, thither all men's thoughts and steps are now tending. Old Delaunay, as we hinted, withdrew into his interior soon after midnight of Sunday. He remains there ever since, hampered, as all military gentlemen now are, in the saddest conflict of uncertainties. The Hôtel de Ville invites him to admit national soldiers, which is a soft name for surrendering. On the other hand, His Majesty's orders were precise. His garrison is but 82 old invalids, reinforced by 32 young Swiss. His walls indeed are 9 feet thick, he has cannon and powder, but, alas, only 1 day's provision of victuals. The city too is French, the poor garrison mostly French. Rigorous old Delaunay, think what thou wilt do. All morning, since 9, there has been a cry everywhere, to the Bastille. Repeated deputations of citizens have been here passionate for arms, whom Delaunay has got dismissed by soft speeches through portholes. Towards noon, Elector Thuriot de la Rosière gains admittance, finds Delaunay indisposed for surrender, nay disposed for blowing up the place rather. Thuriot mounts with him to the battlements, heaps of paving stones, old iron and missiles lie piled, cannon all duly levelled, in every embrasure a cannon, only drawn back a little. But outwards behold, O Thuriot, how the multitude flows on, welling through every street, tocsin furiously pealing, all drums beating the General, the suburb Saint-Antoine rolling hitherward wholly, as one man. Such vision spectral yet real, thou, O Thuriot, as from thy mount of vision, beholdest in this moment, prophetic of what other phantasmagories and loud gibbering spectral realities which thou yet beholdest not, but shalt. Que voulez vous, said Delaunay, turning pale at the sight, with an air of reproach, almost of menace. Monsieur, said Thuriot, rising into the moral sublime, what mean you? Consider if I could not precipitate both of us from this height, say only 100 feet, exclusive of the wall ditch. Whereupon Delaunay fell silent. Thuriot shows himself from some pinnacle to comfort the multitude becoming suspicious, frumescent, then descends, departs with protest, with warning addressed also to the invalids, on whom, however, it produces but a mixed indistinct impression. The old heads are none of the clearest, besides, it is said, Delaunay has been profuse of beverages, prodigue des buissons. They think they will not fire if not fired on if they can help it, but must, on the whole, be ruled considerably by circumstances. Woe to thee, Delaunay, in such an hour if thou canst not, taking some one firm decision, rule circumstances. Soft speeches will not serve, hard grapeshot is questionable, but hovering between the two is unquestionable. Ever wilder swells the tide of men, their infinite hum waxing ever louder, into imprecations, perhaps into crackle of stray musketry, which latter, on walls 9 feet thick, cannot do execution. The outer drawbridge has been lowered for Thuriot, new deputation of citizens, it is the third, and noisiest of all, penetrates that way into the outer court, soft speeches producing no clearance of these, Delaunay gives fire, pulls up his drawbridge. A slight sputter which has kindled the too combustible chaos, made it a roaring fire chaos. Bursts forth insurrection, at sight of its own blood, for there were deaths by that sputter of fire, into endless rolling explosion of musketry, distraction, execration, and overhead, from the fortress, let one great gun, with its grapeshot, go booming, to show what we could do. The Bastille is besieged. On then, all Frenchmen, that have hearts in your bodies. Roar with all your throats, of cartilage and metal, ye sons of liberty, stir spasmodically whatsoever of utmost faculty is in you, soul, body, or spirit, for it is the hour. Smite, thou Louis Tournay, cartwright of the Marais, old soldier of the regiment Dauphine, smite at that outer drawbridge chain, though the fiery hail whistles round thee. Never, over knave or fellow, did thy axe strike such a stroke. Down with it, man, down with it to Orcus, let the whole accursed edifice sink thither, and tyranny be swallowed up forever. Mounted, some say, on the roof of the guard-room, some on bayonet stuck into joints of the wall, Louis Tournay smites, brave Aubin Bonnemere, also an old soldier, seconding him, the chain yields, breaks, the huge drawbridge slams down, thundering, avec fracas. Glorious, and yet, alas, it is still but the outworks. The 8 grim towers with their invalide musketry, their paving stones and cannon mouths, still soar aloft intact, ditch yawning impassable, stone-faced, the inner drawbridge with its back towards us, the Bastille is still to take. to describe this siege of the Bastille, thought to be one of the most important in history, perhaps transcends the talent of mortals. Could one but, after infinite reading, get to understand so much as the plan of the building? But there is open esplanade, at the end of the Rue Saint-Antoine, there are such forecourts, Cour Avance, Cour de l'Orme, Arch Gateway, where Louis Tournay now fights, then new drawbridges, dormant bridges, rampart bastions, and the grim 8 towers, a labyrinthic mass, high frowning there of all ages from 20 years to 420, beleaguered, in this its last hour as we said, by mere chaos come again. Ordnance of all calibers, throats of all capacities, men of all plans, every man his own engineer, seldom since the war of pygmies and cranes was there seen so anomalous a thing. Half-pay Elie is home for a suit of regimentals, no one would heed him in coloured clothes, half-pay Hulin is haranguing Guards Français in the Place de Grève. Frantic patriots pick up the grape shots, bear them, still hot, or seemingly so, to the Hôtel de Ville. Paris, you perceive, is to be burnt. Flesselles is pale to the very lips, for the roar of the multitude grows deep. Paris wholly has got to the acme of its frenzy, whirled, always, by panic madness. At every street barricade, there whirls simmering a minor whirlpool, strengthening the barricade, since God knows what is coming, and all minor whirlpools play distractedly into that grand fire maelstrom which is lashing round the Bastille. And so it lashes and it roars. Cholat the wine merchant has become an impromptu cannoneer. See Georgette of the Marine Service, fresh from Brest, ply the King of Siam's cannon. Singular if we were not used to the like Georgette lay, last night, taking his ease at his inn, the King of Siam's cannon also lay, knowing nothing of him, for 100 years. Yet now at the right instant, they have got together, and discourse eloquent music. For hearing what was toward, Georgette sprang from the Brest diligence, and ran. Guards Français also will be here with real artillery, were not the walls so thick. Upwards from the esplanade, horizontally from all neighbouring roofs and windows, flashes one irregular deluge of musketry, without effect. The invalids lie flat, firing comparatively at their ease from behind stone, hardly through portholes show the tip of a nose. We fall, shot, and make no impression. Let conflagration rage, of whatsoever is combustible. Guard rooms are burnt, invalids' mess rooms. A distracted peruke maker with 2 fiery torches is for burning the saltpetres of the arsenal. Had not a woman run screaming, had not a patriot, with some tincture of natural philosophy, instantly struck the wind out of him, but of musket on pit of stomach, overturned barrels and stayed the devouring element. A young beautiful lady seized escaping in these outer courts, and thought falsely to be Delaunay's daughter, shall be burnt in Delaunay's sight. She lies swooned on a palliasse, but again a patriot, it is brave Auban Bonnemere the old soldier, dashes in, and rescues her. Straw is burnt, 3 cartloads of it, hauled thither, go up in white smoke, almost to the choking of patriotism itself, so that Elie had, with singed brows, to drag back 1 cart, and Rioli the gigantic haberdasher another. Smoke as of Tophet, confusion as of Babel, noise as of the crack of doom. Blood flows, the aliment of new madness. The wounded are carried into houses of the Rue Cerisaie, the dying leave their last mandate not to yield till the accursed stronghold fall. And yet, alas, how fall? The walls are so thick. Deputations, 3 in number, arrive from the Hôtel de Ville. Abbé Fauché, who was of one, can say with what almost superhuman courage of benevolence. These wave their town flag in the arched gateway, and stand, rolling their drum, but to no purpose. In such crack of doom Delaunay cannot hear them, dare not believe them, they return, with justified rage, the few of lead still singing in their ears. What to do? The firemen are here squirting with their fire pumps on the invalids' cannon to wet the touch holes. They unfortunately cannot squirt so high, but produce only clouds of spray. Individuals of classical knowledge propose catapults. Santerre, the sonorous brewer of the suburb Saint-Antoine, advises rather that the place be fired by a mixture of phosphorus and oil of turpentine spouted up through forcing pumps. O Spinola Santerre, hast thou the mixture ready? Every man his own engineer. And still the fire deluge abates not, even women are firing, and Turks, at least 1 woman with her sweetheart, and 1 Turk. Guards Français have come, real cannoneers. Usher Maillard is busy, half-pay Elie, half-pay Hulin rage in the midst of thousands. How the great Bastille clock ticks, inaudible, in its inner court there, at its ease, hour after hour, as if nothing special for it or the world were passing. It told 1 when the firing began, and is now pointing towards 5, and still the firing slakes not. Far down in their vaults, the 7 prisoners hear muffled din as of earthquakes, their turnkeys answer vaguely. Woe to thee, Delaunay, with thy poor 100 invalids! Broglie is distant, and his ears heavy, Besenval hears, but can send no help. One poor troop of hussars has crept, reconnoitering cautiously along the quays, as far as the Pont Neuf. "We are come to join you," said the captain, for the crowd seemed shoreless. A large-headed dwarfish individual of smoke-bleed aspect shambles forward, opening his blue lips, for there is sense in him, and croaks, "Alight then, and give up your arms." The hussar captain is too happy to be escorted to the barriers and dismissed on parole. Who the squat individual was? Men answer it is M. Marat, author of the excellent Pacific Avis AU Pupil. Great truly, O thou remarkable dog-leech, is this thy day of emergence and new birth, and yet this same day come for years. But let the curtains of the future hang. What shall Delaunay do? One thing only Delaunay could have done, what he said he would do. Fancy him sitting from the first, with lighted taper, within arm's length of the powder magazine, motionless, like old Roman senator, or bronze lamp holder, coldly apprising Thuriot, and all men, by a slight motion of his eye what his resolution was. Harmless he sat there while unharmed, but the king's fortress, meanwhile, would or should in no wise be surrendered, save to the king's messenger. One old man's life is worthless, so it be lost with honor, but think, ye brawling canaille, how will it be when a whole Bastille springs skyward? In such statuesque, taper-holding attitude, one fancies Delaunay might have left Thuriot, the red clerks of the Basoche, cure of St. Stephen and all the tagrag and bobtail of the world, to work their will. And yet, withal, he could not do it. Hast thou considered how each man's heart is so tremulously responsive to the hearts of all men? Hast thou noted how omnipotent is the very sound of many men? How their shriek of indignation pulses the strong soul, their howl of contumely withers with unfelt pangs? The Ritter Gluck confessed that the ground tone of the noblest passage, in one of his noblest operas, was the voice of the populace he had heard at Vienna, crying to their Kaiser, "Bread! Bread!" Great is the combined voice of men, the utterance of their instincts, which are truer than their thoughts. It is the greatest a man encounters, among the sounds and shadows which make up this world of time. He who can resist that, has his footing somewhere beyond time. Delaunay could not do it. Distracted, he hovers between two hopes in the middle of despair, surrenders not his fortress, declares that he will blow it up, seizes torches to blow it up, and does not blow it. Unhappy old Delaunay, it is the death agony of thy Bastille and thee. Jail, jailoring and jailer, all three, such as they may have been, must finish. For 4 hours now has the world bedlam roared, call it the world chimera, blowing fire. The poor invalids have sunk under their battlements, or rise only with reversed muskets. They have made a white flag of napkins, go beating the chamade, or seeming to beat, for one can hear nothing. The very Swiss at the portcullis look weary of firing, disheartened in the fire deluge. A porthole at the drawbridge is opened, as by one that would speak. See Huissier Maillard, the shifty man. On his plank, swinging over the abyss of that stone ditch, plank resting on parapet, balanced by weight of patriots, he hovers perilous, such a dove towards such an ark. Deftly, thou shifty usher, one man already fell, and lies smashed, far down there, against the masonry. Usher Maillard falls not, deftly, unerring he walks, with outspread palm. The Swiss holds a paper through his porthole, the shifty usher snatches it, and returns. Terms of surrender, pardon, immunity to all. Are they accepted? Foid officier, on the word of an officer, answers half-pay Hulin, or half-pay Ellie, for men do not agree on it, they are. Sinks the drawbridge, Usher Maillard bolting it when down, rushes in the living deluge, the Bastille is fallen. Victoire! La Bastille ist prize. Not a revolt asterisk. Why dwell on what follows? Hulin's Foid officier should have been kept, but could not. The Swiss stand drawn up, disguised in white canvas smocks, the invalids without disguise, their arms all piled against the wall. The first rush of victors in ecstasy that the death peril is past, leaps joyfully on their necks, but new victors rush, and ever new, also in ecstasy not wholly of joy. As we said, it was a living deluge, plunging headlong. Had not the Gardes Françaises, in their cool military way, wheeled round with arms levelled, it would have plunged suicidally, by the 100 or the 1,000, into the Bastille ditch. And so it goes plunging through court and corridor, billowing uncontrollable, firing from windows on itself, in hot frenzy of triumph, of grief and vengeance for its slain. The poor invalids will fare ill. One Swiss, running off in his white smock, is driven back, with a death thrust. Let all prisoners be marched to the town hall, to be judged. Alas, already one poor invalid has his right hand slashed off him, his maimed body dragged to the place de grieve, and hanged there. This same right hand, it is said, turned back Delaunay from the powder magazine, and saved Paris. Delaunay, discovered in grey frock with poppy-coloured riband, is for killing himself with the sword of his cane. He shall to the Hôtel de Ville, Hulin, Maillard and others escorting him, Elie marching foremost with the capitulation paper on his sword's point. Through roarings and cursings, through hustlings, clutchings, and at last through strokes. Your escort is hustled aside, felled down, Hulin sinks exhausted on a heap of stones. Miserable Delaunay! He shall never enter the Hôtel de Ville, only his bloody hair queue, held up in a bloody hand, that shall enter, for a sign. The bleeding trunk lies on the steps there, the head is off through the streets, ghastly, aloft on a pike. Rigorous Delaunay has died, crying out, "O friends, kill me fast." Merciful de Losme must die, though gratitude embraces him, in this fearful hour, and will die for him, it avails not. Brothers, your wrath is cruel. Your place to grieve is become a throat of the tiger, full of mere fierce bellowings, and thirst of blood. One other officer is massacred, one other invalid is hanged on the lamp iron, with difficulty, with generous perseverance, the Gardes Françaises will save the rest. Provost Flesselles, stricken long since with the paleness of death, must descend from his seat, to be judged at the Palais Royal, alas, to be shot dead, by an unknown hand, at the turning of the first street. O evening sun of July, how, at this hour, thy beams fall slant on reapers amid peaceful woody fields, on old women spinning in cottages, on ships far out in the silent main, on balls at the orangery of Versailles, where high-rouged dames of the palace are even now dancing with double-jacketed hussar officers, and also on this roaring hell porch of a Hôtel de Ville. Babel Tower, with the confusion of tongues, were not Bedlam added with the conflagration of thoughts, was no type of it. One forest of distracted steel bristles, endless, in front of an electoral committee, points itself, in horrid radii, against this and the other accused breast. It was the Titans warring with Olympus, and they, scarcely crediting it, have conquered, prodigy of prodigies, delirious, as it could not but be. Denunciation, vengeance, blaze of triumph on a dark ground of terror, all outward, all inward things fallen into one general wreck of madness. Electoral committee. Had it 1,000 throats of brass, it would not suffice. Abbé Lefevre in the vaults down below is black as Vulcan, distributing that 5,000 weight of powder, with what perils, these 48 hours. Last night a patriot, in liquor, insisted on sitting to smoke on the edge of one of the powder barrels, there smoked he, independent of the world, till the abbé purchased his pipe for 3 francs, and pitched it far. Elie in the grand hall, electoral committee looking on, sits with drawn sword bent in 3 places, with battered helm, for he was of the Queen's regiment, cavalry, with torn regimentals, face singed and soiled, comparable, some think, to an antique warrior, judging the people, forming a list of Bastille heroes. O friends, stain not with blood the greenest laurels ever gained in this world, such is the burden of Elie's song, could it but be listened to. Courage, Elie. Courage, ye municipal electors. A declining sun, the need of victuals and of telling news will bring assuagement, dispersion, all earthly things must end. Along the streets of Paris circulate 7 Bastille prisoners, borne shoulder high, 7 heads on pikes, the keys of the Bastille, and much else. See also the Gardes Françaises in their steadfast military way, marching home to their barracks, with the invalids and Swiss kindly enclosed in hollow square. It is 1 year and 2 months since these same men stood unparticipating, with Brennus d'Agoust at the Palais de Justice, when fate overtook d'Espremenil, and now they have participated, and will participate. Not Gardes Françaises henceforth, but Centre Grenadiers of the National Guard, men of iron discipline and humour, not without a kind of thought in them. Likewise ashlar stones of the Bastille continue thundering through the dusk, its paper archives shall fly white. Old secrets come to view, and long-buried despair finds voice. Read this portion of an old letter, if for my consolation Monseigneur would grant me, for the sake of God and the most blessed Trinity, that I could have news of my dear wife, were it only her name on a card, to show that she is alive. It were the greatest consolation I could receive, and I should forever bless the greatness of Monseigneur. Poor prisoner, who namest thyself Querat de Emery, and hast no other history, she is dead, that dear wife of thine, and thou art dead. 'Tis 50 years since thy breaking heart put this question, to be heard now first, and long heard, in the hearts of men. But so does the July twilight thicken, so must Paris, as sick children, and all distracted creatures do, brawl itself finally into a kind of sleep. Municipal electors, astonished to find their heads still uppermost, are home, only Moreau de Saint-Méry, of tropical birth and heart, of coolest judgment, he, with 2 others, shall sit permanent at the town hall. Paris sleeps, gleams upward the illuminated city, patrols go clashing, without common watchword, there go rumors, alarms of war to the extent of 15,000 men marching through the suburb Saint-Antoine who never got it marched through. Of the day's distraction judged by this of the night, Moreau de Saint-Méry, before rising from his seat, gave upwards of 3,000 orders. What a head, comparable to Friar Bacon's brass head. Within it lies all Paris. Prompt must the answer be, right or wrong, in Paris is no other authority extant. Seriously, a most cool clear head, for which also thou, O brave Saint Mary, in many capacities, from august senator to merchant's clerk, book dealer, vice-king, in many places, from Virginia to Sardinia, shalt, ever as a brave man, find employment. Beesonville has decamped, under cloud of dusk, amid a great affluence of people, who did not harm him, he marches, with faint growing tread, down the left bank of the Seine, all night, towards infinite space. Resummoned shall Beesonville himself be, for trial, for difficult acquittal. His king's troops, his royal allemande, are gone hence forever. The Versailles ball and lemonade is done, the orangery is silent except for nightbirds. Over in the Salle des Menus Vice-President Lafayette, with unsnuffed lights, with some 100 or so of members, stretched on tables round him, sits erect, out watching the bear. This day a second solemn deputation went to His Majesty, a second, and then a third, with no effect. What will the end of these things be? In the court all is mystery, not without whisperings of terror, though ye dream of lemonade and epaulets, ye foolish women. His Majesty, kept in happy ignorance, perhaps dreams of double barrels and the woods of Meudon. Late at night the Duc de Liancourt, having official right of entrance, gains access to the royal apartments, unfolds, with earnest clearness, in his constitutional way the job's news. "Mais," said poor Louis, "say one revolt, why that is a revolt." "Sire," answered Liancourt, "it is not a revolt, it is a revolution." Epimenides *. On the 14th of July 1790, the first anniversary of the fall of the Bastille, elaborate celebrations were held at the Champ de Mars. Representatives of all sections of society pledged a federation oath, and the banners of the 83 departments of France were blessed by Talleyrand, then Bishop of Autun. The event is referred to by Carlyle throughout his narrative as the Feast of Pikes. A little over a year later, on the 17th of July 1791, the Champ de Mars witnessed a very different event, when a group of Republicans who had gathered to demonstrate in favor of the deposition of the king were fired upon by the National Guard, martial law having been declared. This incident, known as the Massacre of the Champ de Mars, marked the beginning of the collapse of moderate influences in the Revolution, and in the following chapter Carlyle contrasts the two events. How true that there is nothing dead in this universe, that what we call dead is only changed, its forces working in inverse order. The leaf that lies rotting in moist winds, says one, has still force, else how could it rot? Our whole universe is but an infinite complex of forces, thousandfold, from gravitation up to thought and will, man's freedom environed with necessity of nature, in all which nothing at any moment slumbers, but all is forever awake and busy. The thing that lies isolated inactive thou shalt nowhere discover, seek everywhere, from the granite mountain, slow mouldering since creation, to the passing cloud vapor, to the living man, to the action, to the spoken word of man. The word that is spoken, as we know, flies irrevocable, not less, but more, the action that is done. The gods themselves, sings Pindar, cannot annihilate the action that is done. No, this once done is done always, cast forth into endless time, and, long conspicuous or soon hidden, must verily work and grow forever there an indestructible new element in the infinite of things. Or, indeed, what is this infinite of things itself, which men name universe, but an action, a sum total of actions and activities? The living ready-made sum total of these three, which calculation cannot add, cannot bring on its tablets, yet the sum, we say, is written visible, all that has been done. All that is doing. All that will be done. Understand it well, the thing thou beholdest, that thing is an action, the product and expression of exerted force, the all of things is an infinite conjugation of the verb to do. Shoreless fountain ocean of force, of power to do, wherein force rolls and circles, billowing, menace-streamed, harmonious, wide as immensity, deep as eternity, beautiful and terrible, not to be comprehended, this is what man names existence and universe, this thousand-tinted flame-image, at once veil and revelation, reflex such as he, in his poor brain and heart, can paint, of one unnameable, dwelling in inaccessible light. From beyond the star galaxies, from before the beginning of days, it billows and rolls round thee, nay thyself art of it, in this point of space where thou now standest, in this moment which thy clock measures. Or, apart from all transcendentalism, is it not a plain truth of sense, which the duller mind can even consider as a truism, that human things wholly are in continual movement, and action and reaction, working continually forward, phases after phases, by unalterable laws, towards prescribed issues? How often must we say, and yet not rightly lay to heart, the seed that is sown, it will spring. Given the summer's blossoming, then there is also given the autumnal withering, so it is ordered not with seed fields only, but with transactions, arrangements, philosophies, societies, French revolutions, whatsoever man works within this lower world. The beginning holds in it the end, and all that leads thereto, as the acorn does the oak and its fortunes. Solemn enough, did we think of it, which unhappily, and also happily, we do not very much. Thou there canst begin, the beginning is for thee, and there, but where, and of what sort, and for whom will the end be? All grows and seeks and endures its destinies. Consider likewise how much grows, as the trees do, whether we think of it or not. So that when your Epimenides, your somnolent Peter Klaus, since named Rip Van Winkle, awakens again, he finds it a changed world. In that 7-year sleep of his, so much has changed. All that is without us will change while we think not of it, much even that is within us. The truth that was yesterday a restless problem has today grown a belief burning to be uttered. On the morrow, contradiction has exasperated it into mad fanaticism, obstruction has dulled it into sick inertness, it is sinking towards silence, of satisfaction or of resignation. Today is not yesterday, for man or for thing. Yesterday there was the oath of love, today has come the curse of hate. Not willingly, no, but it could not help coming. The golden radiance of youth, would it willingly have tarnished itself into the dimness of old age? Fearful, how we stand enveloped, deep sunk, in that mystery of time, and are sons of time, fashioned and woven out of time, and on us, and on all that we have, or see, or do, is written, rest not, continue not, forward to thy doom. But in seasons of revolution, which indeed distinguish themselves from common seasons by their velocity mainly, your miraculous 7-sleeper might, with miracle enough, awake sooner, not by the century, or 7 years, need he sleep, often not by the 7 months. Fancy, for example, some new Peter Klaus, sated with the jubilee of that Federation Day, had lain down, say directly after the blessing of Talleyrand, and, reckoning it all safe now, had fallen composedly asleep under the timberwork of the fatherland's altar, to sleep there not 21 years, but as it were year and day. The cannonading of Nancy, so far off, does not disturb him, nor does the black morcloth, close at hand, nor the requiems chanted, and minute guns, incense pans and concourse right over his head, none of these, but Peter sleeps through them all. Through one circling year, as we say, from July the 14th of 1790, till July the 17th of 1791, but on that latter day, no Klaus, nor most leaden Epimenides, only the dead could continue sleeping, and so our miraculous Peter Klaus awakens. With what eyes, O Peter? Earth and sky have still their joyous July look, and the Champ de Mars is multitudinous with men, but the Jubilee huzzaing has become bedlam shrieking, of terror and revenge, not blessing of Talleyrand, or any blessing, but cursing, imprecation and shrill wail. Our cannon salvos are turned to sharp shot, for swinging of incense pans and 83 departmental banners we have waving of the one sanguineous drapeau rouge. Thou foolish Klaus! The one lay in the other, the one was the other minus time, even as Hannibal's rock-rending vinegar lay in the sweet new wine. That sweet federation was of last year, this sour divulsion is the selfsame substance, only older by the appointed days. No miraculous Klaus or Epimenide sleeps in these times, and yet, may not many a man, if of due opacity and levity, act the same miracle in a natural way, we mean with his eyes open. Eyes has he, but he sees not, except what is under his nose. With a sparkling briskness of glance, as if he not only saw but saw through, such a one goes whisking, assiduous, in his circle of officialities, not dreaming but that it is the whole world, as indeed, where your vision terminates, does not inanity begin there, and the world's end clearly disclose itself to you? Whereby our brisk sparkling assiduous official person, call him, for instance, Lafayette, suddenly startled, after year and day, by huge grapeshot tumult, stares not less astonished at it than Peter Klaus would have done. Such natural miracle can Lafayette perform, and indeed not he only but most other officials, non-officials, and generally the whole French people can perform it, and do bounce up, ever and anon, like amazed 7 sleepers awakening amazed at the noise they themselves make. So strangely is freedom, as we say, environed in necessity, such a singular somnambulism, of conscious and unconscious, of voluntary and involuntary, is this life of man. If anywhere in the world there was astonishment that the Federation oath went into grapeshot, surely of all persons the French, first swearers and then shooters, felt astonished the most. Alas, offences must come. The sublime feast of pikes with its effulgence of brotherly love, unknown since the age of gold, has changed nothing. That prurient heat in 25 millions of hearts is not cooled thereby, but is still hot, nay hotter. Lift off the pressure of command from so many millions, all pressure or binding rule, except such melodramatic federation oath as they have bound themselves with. For thou shalt was from of old the condition of man's being, and his weal and blessedness was in obeying that. Woe for him when, were it on the hest of the clearest necessity, rebellion, disloyal isolation, and mere I will, becomes his rule. But the gospel of Jean-Jacques has come, and the first sacrament of it has been celebrated. All things, as we say, are got into hot and hotter prurience, and must go on pruriently fermenting, in continual change, noted or unnoted. Worn out with disgusts, captain after captain in royalist mustachios mounts his war horse, or his Rosinante-war garron, and rides minatory across the Rhine, till all have ridden. Neither does civic emigration cease. Seigneur after seigneur must, in like manner, ride or roll, impelled to it, and even compelled. For the very peasants despise him, in that he dare not join his order and fight. Can he bear to have a distaff, a canoe sent to him, say in copperplate shadow, by post, or fixed up in wooden reality over his gate lintel, as if he were no Hercules, but an Omphale? Such scutcheon they forward to him diligently from beyond the Rhine, till he too bestir himself and march, and in sour humour another lord of land is gone, not taking the land with him. Nay, what of captains and emigrating seigneurs? There is not an angry word on any of those 25 million French tongues, and indeed not an angry thought in their hearts, but is some fraction of the great battle. Add many successions of angry words together, you have the manual brawl. Add brawls together with the festering sorrows they leave, and they rise to riots and revolts. One reverend thing after another ceases to meet reverence. In visible material combustion, chateau after chateau mounts up. In spiritual invisible combustion, one authority after another. With noise and glare, or noiselessly and unnoted, a whole old system of things is vanishing piecemeal. The morrow thou shalt look, and it is not. The three votings *. In September 1792 the National Convention superseded the Legislative Assembly as the executive government of France. Its first act was the declaration of a republic, and it then made arrangements for the trial of Louis XVI on a charge of treason. There was considerable debate in the convention on both the advisability of the trial and the nature of the possible sentence. Eventually it was decided to try Louis before the convention itself, the extremist Jacobins pressing for the death penalty, while the more moderate Girondins attempted to save the king by proposing that the matter of his punishment should be decided by a referendum. The trial of Louis XVI began on the 16th of January 1793, he was sentenced to death on the 19th of January, and guillotined on the 21st of January. Is Louis Capet guilty of conspiring against liberty? Shall our sentence be itself final, or need ratifying by appeal to the people? If guilty, what punishment? This is the form agreed to after uproar and several hours of tumultuous indecision. These are the three successive questions whereon the convention shall now pronounce. Paris floods round their hall, multitudinous, many-sounding. Europe and all nations listen for their answer. Deputy after deputy shall answer to his name, guilty or not guilty. As to the guilt, there is, as above hinted, no doubt in the mind of patriot men. Overwhelming majority pronounces guilt, the unanimous convention votes for guilt, only some feeble 28 voting not innocence, but refusing to vote at all. Neither does the second question prove doubtful, whatever the Girondins might calculate. Would not appeal to the people be another name for civil war? Majority of 2 to 1 answers that there shall be no appeal. This also is settled. Loud patriotism, now at 10 o'clock, may hush itself for the night, and retire to its bed not without hope. Tuesday has gone well. On the morrow comes what punishment? On the morrow is the tug of war. Consider therefore if, on this Wednesday morning, there is an affluence of patriotism, if Paris stands a tiptoe, and all deputies are at their post. 749 honourable deputies, only some 20 absent on mission, Duchatel, and some 7 others absent by sickness. Meanwhile expectant patriotism and Paris standing a tiptoe have need of patience. For this Wednesday again passes in debate and effervescence, Girondins proposing that a majority of 3/4 shall be required, patriots fiercely resisting them. Danton, who has just got back from mission in the Netherlands, does obtain order of the day on this Girondin proposal, nay he obtains farther that we decide sans dissempere in permanent session, till we have done. And so, finally, at 8 in the evening this third stupendous voting, by roll call or appel nominal, does begin. What punishment? Girondins undecided, patriots decided, men afraid of royalty, men afraid of anarchy, must answer here and now. Infinite patriotism, dusky in the lamplight, floods all corridors, crowds all galleries, sternly waiting to hear. Shrill-sounding ushers summon you by name and department, you must rise to the tribune, and say. Eyewitnesses have represented this scene of the third voting, and of the votings that grew out of it, a scene protracted, like to be endless, lasting, with few brief intervals from Wednesday till Sunday morning, as one of the strangest seen in the Revolution. Long night wears itself into day, morning's paleness is spread over all faces, and again the wintry shadows sink, and the dim lamps are lit, but through day and night and the vicissitudes of hours, member after member is mounting continually those tribune steps, pausing aloft there in the clearer upper light, to speak his fate word, then diving down into the dusk and throng again. Like phantoms in the hour of midnight, most spectral, pandemonial. Never did President Vergniaud or any terrestrial president superintend the like. A king's life, and so much else that depends thereon, hangs trembling in the balance. Man after man mounts, the buzz hushes itself till he have spoken, death, banishment, imprisonment till the peace. Many say, death, with what cautious well-studied phrases and paragraphs they could devise, of explanation, of enforcement, of faint recommendation to mercy. Many too say, banishment, something short of death. The balance trembles, none can yet guess whitherward. Whereat anxious patriotism bellows, irrepressible by ushers. The poor Girondins, many of them, under such fierce bellowing of patriotism, say death, justifying, motivant, that most miserable word of theirs by some brief casuistry and Jesuitry. Vergniaud himself says, death, justifying by Jesuitry. Rich Lepelletier Saint Fargeau had been of the noblesse, and then of the patriot left side, in the Constituent, and had argued and reported, there and elsewhere, not a little, against capital punishment. Nevertheless he now says, death, a word which may cost him dear. Manuel did surely rank with the decided in August last, but he has been sinking and backsliding ever since September and the scenes of September. In this convention above all no word he could speak would find favor, he says now, banishment, and in mute wrath quits the place forever, much hustled in the corridors. Philippe Galite votes in his soul and conscience, death, at the sound of which and of whom, even patriotism shakes its head, and there runs a groan and shudder through this hall of doom. Robespierre's vote cannot be doubtful, his speech is long. Men see the figure of shrill sea eyes ascend, hardly pausing, passing merely, this figure says, La mort sans phrase, death without phrases, and fares onward and downward. Most spectral, pandemonial. And yet if the reader fancy it of a funeral, sorrowful or even grave character, he is far mistaken. The ushers in the mountain quarter, says Messier, had become as boxkeepers at the opera, opening and shutting of galleries for privileged persons, for d'Orleans égalites mistresses, or other high-dizened women of condition, rustling with laces and tricolour. Gallant deputies pass and repass thitherward, treating them with ices, refreshments and small talk. The high-dizened heads beck responsive, some have their card and pin, pricking down the eyes and nose, as at a game of roulette noire. Farther aloft reigns mere Duchesse with her unrouged Amazons, she cannot be prevented making long ha-has, when the vote is not la mort. In these galleries there is refection, drinking of wine and brandy, as in open tavern, en plain tabagie. Betting goes on in all coffee houses of the neighborhood. But within doors fatigue, impatience, uttermost weariness sit now on all visages, lighted up only from time to time by turns of the game. Members have fallen asleep, ushers come and awaken them to vote, other members calculate whether they shall not have time to run and dine. Figures rise like phantoms, pale in the dusky lamplight, utter from this tribune, only one word, death. Tout est optique, says Messier, the world is all an optical shadow. Deep in the Thursday night, when the voting is done and secretaries are summing it up, sic Duchatel, more spectral than another, comes borne on a chair, wrapped in blankets, in nightgown and nightcap, to vote for mercy. One vote it is thought may turn the scale. Ah no. In profoundest silence, President Vergniaud, with a voice full of sorrow, has to say, I declare in the name of the convention, that the punishment it pronounces on Louis Capet is that of death. Death by a small majority of 53. Nay, if we deduct from the one side, and add to the other, a certain 26, who said death but coupled some faintest ineffectual surmise of mercy with it, the majority will be but one. Death is the sentence, but its execution. It is not executed yet. Scarcely is the vote declared when Louis's 3 advocates enter, with protest in his name, with demand for delay, for appeal to the people. For this do DCs and Tronchet plead, with brief eloquence, brave old Malesherbes pleads for it with eloquent want of eloquence, in broken sentences, in embarrassment and sobs. That brave time-honored face, with its grey strength, its broad sagacity and honesty, is mastered with emotion, melts into dumb tears. They reject the appeal to the people, that having been already settled. But as to the delay, what they call surcease, it shall be considered, shall be voted for tomorrow, at present we adjourn. Whereupon patriotism hisses from the mountain, but a tyrannical majority has so decided, and adjourns. There is still this 4th vote, then growls indignant patriotism, this vote, and who knows what other votes, and adjournments of voting, and the whole matter still hovering hypothetical. And at every new vote those Jesuit Girondins, even they who voted for death, would so fain find a loophole. Patriotism must watch and rage. Tyrannical adjournments there have been one, and now another at midnight on plea of fatigue, all Friday wasted in hesitation and higgling, in recounting of the votes, which are found correct as they stood. Patriotism bays fiercer than ever. Patriotism, by long watching, has become red-eyed, almost rabid. Delay, yes or no, men do vote it finally, all Saturday, all day and night. Men's nerves are worn out, men's hearts are desperate, now it shall end. Vergniaud, spite of the baying, ventures to say yes, delay, though he had voted death. Philippe Galite says in his soul and conscience, no. The next member mounting, since Philippe says no, I for my part say yes, moi je dis oui. The balance still trembles. Till finally, at 3 o'clock on Sunday morning, we have, no delay, by a majority of 70, death within 24 hours. Garrett, Minister of Justice, has to go to the Temple with this stern message. He ejaculates repeatedly, Quel Commissioner Frews, what a frightful function. Louis begs for a confessor for yet 3 days of life, to prepare himself to die. The confessor is granted, the 3 days and all respite are refused. There is no deliverance, then. Thick stone walls answer, none. Has King Louis no friends? Men of action, of courage grown desperate, in this his extreme need. King Louis's friends are feeble and far. Not even a voice in the coffee-houses rises for him. At me at the restaurateurs no Captain Dampmartin now dines, or sees death doing whiskerandos on furlough exhibit daggers of improved structure. Meade's gallant royalists on furlough are far across the marches, they are wandering distracted over the world, or their bones lie whitening Argonne wood. Only some weak priests leave pamphlets on all the bourne stones, this night, calling for a rescue, calling for the pious women to rise, or are taken distributing pamphlets, and sent to prison. Nay, there is one death-door of the ancient Meade sort, who, with effort, has done even less and worse, slain a deputy, and set all the patriotism of Paris on edge. It was 5 on Saturday evening when Lepelletier Saint Fargeau, having given his vote, no delay, ran over to Février's in the Palais Royal to snatch a morsel of dinner. He had dined, and was paying. A thick-set man with black hair and blue beard, in a loose kind of frock, stepped up to him. It was, as Février and the bystanders bethought them, one Paris of the old King's Guard. Are you Lepelletier? Asks he. Yes. You voted in the King's business. I voted death. Cellarat, take that, cries Paris, flashing out a sabre from under his frock, and plunging it deep in Lepelletier's side. Février clutches him, but he breaks off, is gone. The voter Lepelletier lies dead, he has expired in great pain, at 1 in the morning, 2 hours before that vote of no delay was fully summed up. Guardsman Paris is flying over France, cannot be taken, will be found some months after, self-shot in a remote inn. Robespierre sees reason to think that Prince d'Artois himself is privately in town, that the convention will be butchered in the lump. Patriotism sounds mere wail and vengeance, Santerre doubles and trebles all his patrols. Pity is lost in rage and fear. The convention has refused the 3 days of life and all respite. Placed a la revolution asterisk. To this conclusion then hast thou come, O hapless Louis. The son of 60 kings is to die on the scaffold by form of law. Under 60 kings this same form of law, form of society, has been fashioning itself together these 1,000 years, and has become, one way and other, a most strange machine. Surely, if needful, it is also frightful, this machine, dead, blind, not what it should be, which, with swift stroke, or by cold slow torture, has wasted the lives and souls of innumerable men. And behold now a king himself, or say rather kinghood in his person, is to expire here in cruel tortures, like a Phalaris shut in the belly of his own red-heated brazen bull. It is ever so, and thou shouldst know it, O haughty tyrannous man, injustice breeds injustice, curses and falsehoods do verily return always home, wide as they may wander. Innocent Louis bears the sins of many generations, he too experiences that man's tribunal is not in this earth, that if he had no higher one it were not well with him. A king dying by such violence appeals impressively to the imagination, as the like must do, and ought to do. And yet at bottom it is not the king dying, but the man. Kingship is a coat, the grand loss is of the skin. The man from whom you take his life, to him can the whole combined world do more. Lowly went on his hurdle, his mouth filled with a gag. Miserablest mortals, doomed for picking pockets, have a whole 5-act tragedy in them, in that dumb pain, as they go to the gallows, unregarded, they consume the cup of trembling down to the lees. For kings and for beggars, for the justly doomed and the unjustly, it is a hard thing to die. Pity them all, thy utmost pity, with all aids and appliances and throne and scaffold contrasts, how far short is it of the thing pitied? A confessor has come, Abbé Edgeworth, of Irish extraction, whom the king knew by good report, has come promptly on this solemn mission. Leave the earth alone then, thou hapless king, it with its malice will go its way, thou also canst go thine. A hard scene yet remains, the parting with our loved ones. Kind hearts environed in the same grim peril with us, to be left here. Let the reader look with the eyes of Valet Ciellery through these glass doors where also the municipality watches, and see the cruelest of scenes. At 8:30 the door of the anteroom opened, the Queen appeared first, leading her son by the hand, then Madame Royal and Madame Elizabeth, they all flung themselves into the arms of the king. Silence reigned for some minutes, interrupted only by sobs. The Queen made a movement to lead His Majesty towards the inner room where Edgeworth was waiting unknown to them. No, said the king, let us go into the dining room, it is there only that I can see you. They entered there, I shut the door of it, which was of glass. The king sat down, the Queen on his left hand, Madame Elizabeth on his right, Madame Royal almost in front, the young prince remained standing between his father's legs. They all leaned towards him, and often held him embraced. This scene of woe lasted an hour and 3/4, during which we could hear nothing, we could see only that always when the king spoke, the sobbings of the princesses redoubled, continued for some minutes, and that then the king began again to speak. And so our meetings and our partings do now end. The sorrows we gave each other, the poor joys we faithfully shared, and all our lovings and our sufferings, and confused toilings under the earthly sun, are over. Thou good soul, I shall never, never through all ages of time, see thee any more. Never. O reader, knowest thou that hard word? For nearly 2 hours this agony lasts, then they tear themselves asunder. Promise that you will see us on the morrow. He promises, yes, yes, yet once, and go now, ye loved ones, cry to God for yourselves and me. It was a hard scene, but it is over. He will not see them on the morrow. The Queen, in passing through the anteroom, glanced at the Cerberus municipals, and, with woman's vehemence, said through her tears, Vous êtes tous des scélérats. King Louis slept sound, till 5 in the morning, when Ciellery, as he had been ordered, awoke him. Ciellery dressed his hair. While this went forward, Louis took a ring from his watch, and kept trying it on his finger. It was his wedding ring, which he is now to return to the Queen as a mute farewell. At 6:30 he took the sacrament, and continued in devotion, and conference with Abbé Edgeworth. He will not see his family, it were too hard to bear. At 8 the municipals enter, the king gives them his will, and messages and effects, which they, at first, brutally refuse to take charge of. He gives them a roll of gold pieces, 125 louis, these are to be returned to Malesherbes, who had lent them. At 9 Santerre says the hour is come. The king begs yet to retire for 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, Santerre again says the hour is come. Stamping on the ground with his right foot, Louis answers, Partons, let us go. How the rolling of those drums comes in through the temple bastions and bulwarks, on the heart of a queenly wife, soon to be a widow. He is gone, then, and has not seen us. A queen weeps bitterly, a king's sister and children. Over all these four does death also hover, all shall perish miserably save one, she, as Duchesse d'Angoulême, will live, not happily. At the temple gate were some faint cries, perhaps from voices of pitiful women, grass. Grass. Through the rest of the streets there is silence as of the grave. No man not armed is allowed to be there, the armed, did any even pity, dare not express it, each man overawed by all his neighbors. All windows are down, none seen looking through them. All shops are shut. No wheel carriage rolls, this morning, in these streets but one only. 80,000 armed men stand ranked, like armed statues of men, cannons bristle, cannoneers with match burning, but no word or movement. It is as a city enchanted into silence and stone. One carriage with its escort, slowly rumbling, is the only sound. Louis reads in his book of devotion the prayers of the dying. Clatter of this death march falls sharp on the ear in the great silence, but the thought would fain struggle heavenward, and forget the earth. As the clocks strike 10, behold the Place de la Revolution, once Place de Louis Quinze, the guillotine, mounted near the old pedestal where once stood the statue of that Louis. Far round all bristles with cannons and armed men, spectators crowding in the rear, d'Orléans egalite there in cabriolet. Swift messengers, hoquetons, speed to the town hall, every 3 minutes, nearby is the convention sitting vengeful for Lepelletier. Heedless of all, Louis reads his prayers of the dying. Not till 5 minutes yet has he finished, then the carriage opens. What temper he is in! 10 different witnesses will give 10 different accounts of it. he is in the collision of all tempers, arrived now at the black maelstrom and descent of death, in sorrow, in indignation, in resignation, struggling to be resigned. Take care of M. Edgeworth, he straightly charges the lieutenant who is sitting with them, then they too descend. The drums are beating, Ties vows, silence, he cries in a terrible voice, D1 voix terrible. He mounts the scaffold, not without delay, he is in puce coat, breeches of grey, white stockings. He strips off the coat, stands disclosed in a sleeve waistcoat of white flannel. The executioners approach to bind him, he spurns, resists, Abbé Edgeworth has to remind him how the Saviour, in whom men trust, submitted to be bound. His hands are tied, his head bare, the fatal moment is come. He advances to the edge of the scaffold, his face very red, and says, Frenchman, I die innocent, it is from the scaffold and near appearing before God that I tell you so. I pardon my enemies, I desire that France, a general on horseback, Santerre or another, prances out, with uplifted hand, timbres. The drums drown the voice. Executioners, do your duty. The executioners, desperate lest themselves be murdered, for Santerre and his armed ranks will strike, if they do not, seize the hapless Louis, 6 of them desperate, him singly desperate, struggling there, and bind him to their plank. Abbé Edgeworth, stooping, bespeaks him, son of Saint Louis, ascend to heaven. The axe clanks down, a king's life is shorn away. It is Monday the 21st of January 1793. He was aged 38 years 4 months and 28 days. Executioner Sampson shows the head, fierce shout of Vive la République rises and swells, caps raised on bayonets, hats waving, students of the College of Four Nations take it up, on the far quays, fling it over Paris. D'Orléans drives off in his cabriolet, the town hall councillors rub their hands, saying, it is done, it is done. There is dipping of handkerchiefs, of pike points in the blood. Headsman Sampson, though he afterwards denied it, sells locks of the hair, fractions of the puce coat are long after worn in rings. And so in some half hour it is done, and the multitude has all departed. Pastry cooks, coffee sellers, milkmen sing out their trivial quotidian cries, the world wags on, as if this were a common day. In the coffee houses that evening, says Prudhomme, Patriot shook hands with Patriot in a more cordial manner than usual. Not till some days after, according to Messier, did public men see what a grave thing it was. A grave thing it indisputably is, and will have consequences. On the morrow morning, Roland, so long steeped to the lips in disgust and chagrin, sends in his demission. His accounts lie already correct in black on white to the uttermost farthing, these he wants but to have audited, that he might retire to remote obscurity, to the country and his books. They will never be audited, those accounts, he will never get retired thither. It was on Tuesday that Roland demitted. On Thursday comes Lepelletier St. Fargeau's funeral and passage to the pantheon of great men. Notable as the wild pageant of a winter day. The body is borne aloft, half bare, the winding sheet disclosing the death wound, sabre and bloody clothes parade themselves, a lugubrious music wailing harsh nini. Oak crowns shower down from windows, President Vernier walks there with convention, with Jacobin society, and all patriots of every colour, all mourning brotherlike. Notable also for another thing this burial of Lepelletier, it was the last act these men ever did with concert. All parties and figures of opinion that agitate this distracted France and its convention, now stand, as it were, face to face, and dagger to dagger, the king's life, round which they all struck and battled, being hurled down. Dumouriez, conquering Holland, growls ominous discontent, at the head of armies. Men say Dumouriez will have a king, that young d'Orléans Égalité shall be his king. Deputy Fauchet in the Journal des Amis curses his day more bitterly than Job did, invokes the poniards of regicides, of Arras vipers or Robespierres, of Pluto Dantons, of horrid butchers Legendre and simulacra d Herboy to send him swiftly to another world than theirs. This is Te Deum Fauchet of the Bastille victory, of the Cercle Social. Sharp was the death hail rattling round one's flag of truce, on that Bastille day, but it was soft to such wreckage of high hope as this, one's new golden era going down in leaden dross, and sulphurous black of the everlasting darkness. At home this killing of a king has divided all friends, and abroad it has united all enemies. Fraternity of peoples, revolutionary propagandism, atheism, regicide, total destruction of social order in this world. All kings and lovers of kings and haters of anarchy rank in coalition, as in a war for life. England signifies to citizen Chauvelin, the ambassador or rather ambassador's cloak, that he must quit the country in 8 days. Ambassador's cloak and ambassador, Chauvelin and Talleyrand, depart accordingly. Talleyrand, implicated in that iron press of the Tuileries, thinks it safest to make for America. England has cast out the embassy. England declares war, being shocked principally, it would seem, at the condition of the river Scheldt. Spain declares war, being shocked principally at some other thing, which doubtless the manifesto indicates. Nay, we find it was not England that declared war first, or Spain first, but that France herself declared war first on both of them, a point of immense parliamentary and journalistic interest in those days, but which has become of no interest whatever in these. They all declare war. The sword is drawn, the scabbard thrown away. It is even as Danton said, in one of his all too gigantic figures, the coalized kings threaten us, we hurl at their feet, as gauge of battle, the head of a king.